What is up, everyone? Chris and Sheree Gio here, coming to you from Beyond the Veil. Today, we're going to go way beyond the veil. We're going to be talking about the rituals of Freemasons. We are going to go deep into the actual rituals themselves. We're probably going to go word for word. We have a lot of documents to go over, so I don't know if we're going to be able to go over them all in one show, if it's going to be a series of shows. I have some Masonic ciphers in my hand that I was able to obtain as well. And so I'll show you guys these as the show progresses. I have some other literature from the Scottish Rite. I have a book that's readily available to the public that is issued to people in the Scottish Rite. And the gentleman that gave me all this also gave me the Scottish Rite passport that I will be going over with you guys and gals about the different degrees of the Scottish Rite. So I have a lot of friends that are Masons. No secret there. That's why I know so much about Masonry. I put it out on Facebook, asked if anybody had any opposition to it. Some of my Masonic brothers, for lack of a better term, gave a thumbs up. And so they said, yes, please go over the rituals. Let's talk about this. Let's get an open dialogue. Let's really figure out what Freemasonry is all about. Now, I just have to warn you, the conspiracies are much sexier than the truth. But at Beyond the Veil, we go beyond the conspiracies. We go straight to the truth. And sometimes it's not as sexy, but at the same time, it is the truth. So if you want to be stuck in that conspiracy mindset, by all means, feel free to. And as a matter of fact, I'd like to see some people in the chat room who are disagreeing, and I'd like to know what you guys and gals think about what is being talked about on this broadcast. But we're going to the source material itself. We're going to the core of everything. And this is why when I saw the Super Bowl halftime show, I was able to recognize there is no Masonic symbolism here. And a lot of people were scurrying trying to find Masonic symbolism. And that's just simply because they're symbol illiterate.
Yeah.
I do not blame them at all. I would open the show with that song we did, Run This Town, from 2009, except we get copyright strikes on that, even though it's a parody song. But it's feel it coming in the air, Masonic symbols everywhere. I'm addicted to the truth. It's a dangerous love affair. That song had hundreds of thousands of hits on YouTube until Jay-Z and his company decided to do copyright strikes on it, even though it is a parody.
Yeah.
And so we do have fair use to use it. We did a parody of What Does the Fox Say? Called What Does the Sheep Say? You can find it on our channel. And they were cool enough, and they said, no, this is a parody song. You did original vocals, you did original lyrics, you did original video. Yeah, no, you're more than welcome to use it. Jay-Z, on the other hand, did not want us to do that. So it is what it is. However, I'd like to educate some people in what Freemasonry is all about. From my understanding, it is an ancient mystery school that has taken several turns throughout the course of history. So we're going to talk the best that we know. There's a lot of people in the chat room too, or some people in the chat room who are Masons themselves. I just, there's a couple of them that responded to my post on Facebook, and they gave me the thumbs up, and hopefully we can get them involved in the dialogue here as well.
Yeah.
But, the number one thing that I want to see from people out there in general, I'm not talking about from individuals, but from people in general, is I want to see people looking for truth. And people who are posting truth and people that are spreading truth, not getting caught up into the disinformation and misinformation. And I have to ask myself in this day and age, because of the way the AI algorithms are run, is if some of this misinformation and disinformation is purposely put out there to make those who truly know look silly or kooky.
Right.
Or because of the AI algorithms, the way it works is if you get enough fact checks on your Facebook profile, if you get enough tags on your YouTube channel, you get shadow banned.
Oh, thank you, Child of
We've
Light.
been shadow banned for quite some time here on YouTube. People are having a hard time getting notifications and whatnot. It's okay. We understand that. But now we're starting to understand the game a little bit better. And we understand that sometimes this misinformation, disinformation can be placed on your page for the simple fact of it getting a fact check and bringing your page down lower in the ranking. And I noticed an interesting phenomenon about the fact checkers is they're fact checking stuff that's actually true. Like, I mean, they're not fact checking stuff that's actually true, as in like it's truth that's being fact checked. It's like they're putting fact check tags on stuff that looks like it should be their propaganda. I'll give you an example. There's a photo of Zelensky walking around in military gear, and that was from 2001. And I did a reverse image search on that, and I saw this isn't happening now. This is from, 2021. Sorry, not 2001. This happened last year. The fact checkers actually put a fact check tag on there and showed, fact check, this is actually a picture from 2021. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, this goes against all of their propaganda. Why would they put a fact check tag on there? So they're clouding the waters. They're muddying the waters because in 2020, you could look at anything that had a fact check tag on it and go, that's truth. Now you actually have to be diligent about it, and you actually have to look beyond the veil. So, they are definitely muddying up the waters. Or, as you pointed out, it might be an AI algorithm that doesn't differentiate.
Yeah.
And so this AI algorithm isn't going, hey, this is part of our propaganda here. Don't put a fact check tag on it.
It doesn't think like that.
And they're putting fact check tags on it anyways. But, we all know the fact checkers are complete and total bullshit.
Yeah.
And they will take something and they will twist it as much as they can. And it's just like Bill Clinton testifying about that whole Monica Lewinsky thing. Well, it depends on the meaning of the word is. I've seen fact checks that are like, the sky isn't blue. The sky isn't, fact check, the sky is blue. The sky is actually not blue. It's light blue.
Right.
This is the ridiculousness.
Or it's only because of the way that light reflects off of the clouds that it gives the sky its shade of color. It doesn't actually have color. That's the way it's operating right now.
Yeah. So, that's something to consider there as well. But when it comes to Masonry, when it comes to symbols, I really want people to be symbol literate out there because there is so much power in symbols. We just talked about this with Nathan Frazier on not the previous show, but the show before, and how they've taken all of our ancient symbols, they've inverted them, they've created double meanings for them. And you not only have to look at the symbol, but you also have to look at the intention of it. And everybody has been pointing the finger at Freemasonry. Everybody has. Why? That's the question. Where's the hidden hand behind that? Is the adversary that we see out there really the adversary that we believe it to be? Or is it a distraction? Say, look at those people and don't pay attention to what's going on here. I can tell you this. There was a very interesting thing that happened on Twitter earlier with Ukraine's Twitter account. Now, I can't say for certain that it's Ukraine's Twitter account, but it looks to be pretty legitimate. But Marina Abramovic is on that Twitter account, the supposed official Twitter account for Ukraine, talking about how we all need to support Ukraine. Now, many of you know who Marina Abramovic is. Some of you may not. Let's just say that if there is a gate when it comes to the pizza-related stuff, it is Ukraine. Ukraine is a center point for trafficking, laundering, corruption, literally everything. And it's all funneled through the art.
Yep.
And you can have a $10 million piece of art that is sold for $10 million. We saw Hunter Biden doing this at the beginning of Joe Biden's presidency.
Oh, yeah.
And that money is not actually for that piece of art.
Right.
That money is for trafficking. That money is for laundering. That money is for bribes. Because art is so abstract that it has no actual value, only the value that people perceive it to have. So it's a perfect way to launder money.
Oh, absolutely.
And so when you're looking at all this is why when we did all our pizza-related stuff, the documentary, we came across artist after artist after artist, and Marina Abramovic was at the center point of all this, all about cannibalism, all about vampires, all about stuff like that. I'm going a little bit off topic here, but I just want to just illustrate how the propaganda works. So by seeing something like this, which I'll go ahead and put it on the screen here real quick, by seeing something like this, tying Marina Abramovic into Ukraine,
Yeah. Oh.
I can reasonably say that the Ukraine thing is a psyop. I can
Mhm.
reasonably say that it has a much deeper situation going on and
Oh,
why
yeah.
everybody's pushing Ukraine. Just like at the very beginning of this in 2020, when Bill Gates was pushing the whole zombie virus situation
Yep, I
and the
remember
whole
that.
vacation situation, you
Mhm.
know when Bill Gates is pushing something,
Yeah.
99.99999% of the time
It
it's
ain't
got to do
good.
with pushing that agenda forward.
Yeah.
When you see Marina Abramovic involved, 99.99999% of the time, it's part of the whole pizza-related situation.
Yeah.
It's part of the bigger picture. It's part of the cabal situation. So that was a huge red flag for me there.
Yeah.
But at the very beginning of this too, what they also tried to do is they tried to do a VR headset, or VR app, I should say, that you put your Microsoft virtual reality headset at the beginning of 2020 during all the lockdowns, where you can go through and see Marina Abramovic's pieces that are all about cannibalism and all kinds of horrific kinds of things like that. And I thought to myself, this is energy harvesting. And there was such a public outcry. They pulled that and they stopped in their tracks. And consequently, Bill Gates shut the fuck up at that point. We didn't hear anything else from Bill Gates. There was such a public outcry about this because the truth has been exposed so much. So I want to commend each and every one of you back in 2016 when everybody was digging deep into the pizza related stuff, because it's linking to stuff that's going on now. And we can trace things going all the way back to Ukraine right now, too. So that's huge. That is huge in my opinion. So that's just a little side note. I don't want to get too much into that, but that's the cabal. Nobody's pointing the finger at Ukraine. Everybody's pointing the finger at Freemasons. Everybody's pointing the finger at the Catholic Church. Everybody's pointing the finger at the monarchy. Everybody's pointing the finger everywhere except for where the finger needs to be pointed at, which is why I think we really need to delve deep into Freemasonry, understand Freemasonry, and ask ourselves, are we really seeing Masonic symbols and rituals and all kinds of stuff taking place? Or is that just a cover? I can tell you this, I know a guy here who was deep in Area 51, and what he told me, and take it for what it's worth, he could just be pushing the agenda, he could not be. But he said that whole conspiracy about aliens in Area 51, some guy made up. And the government was like, we'll be more than happy to run with that. Like, you've got all these people running that Area 51 is all about aliens and they've got alien bases down there and all that. When in actual fact, what they're doing is they're testing futuristic type of military equipment over there. And the guy said, yeah, I worked there. I worked there for like 30 years. And way back then, when all this came out, we were just laughing about it. And we were like, okay, yeah, let's just roll with it. This is great. This is a great cover story for what we're actually doing. So on the same note, I'm asking the question, are we pointing the finger at Masonic symbolism, and especially now in the Super Bowl, where it doesn't exist, because they're trying to keep us from actually looking where it actually does exist?
Well, they're hitting us twice in the way of symbolism and taking advantage of people that are symbol illiterate. Is number one, they're hitting people on the one hand with the pizza related stuff that is in your face, but in a different way. It's not in your face in the Super Bowl. It's in your face in white papers. It's in your face in all of these celebrity videos that they're making about Ukraine. That's what the psyop is when it comes to Illuminati symbolism or things like that. And we're not looking at Freemasonic symbolism in that case. We're looking at Illuminati type of symbolism where it's this false illumination by a selfish mindset that basically garners power through manipulative use of symbolism rather than the free will use of symbolism to make your life better. That's what we're going to be talking about today, which is what I think the Freemasonic symbols are more about personal consciousness expansion, whereas these symbols that Abramovich and people like that put out have to do with domination. They have to do with control over another person. They have to do with vampirism and sucking the energy from another person. That's what that's about. So
That's
we need to look at
actually-
what's really evil and what's not evil.
That's a great point. And I think the first place to start out, and I really didn't have, schematics on how I wanted to do this. We're just kind of going off the top. I think a good place to start is with the all-seeing eye.
Yeah.
Let's understand, first of all, what the all-seeing eye represents. And I know there's conspiracies out there of what the all-seeing eye represents, but where was it used first? Where did this symbol actually come from? Everyone wants to know, where did it come from? The all-seeing eye is the eye of providence. For the type of Orthodox icon, see Eye of Providence icon. It is the eye of God. The eye of providence, or all-seeing eye, is a symbol that depicts an eye, often enclosed in a triangle and surrounded by rays of light or glory, meant to represent divine providence, whereas the eye of God watches over humanity. A well-known eye of providence appears on the Great Seal on the dollar bill. The origins of the all-seeing eye are not Freemasonry. Freemasonry adopted the all-seeing eye. The origins of the all-seeing eye is actually Christianity. And you can see right here a depiction, way older, and it's got the all-seeing eye right there. The all-seeing eye has always been a Christian symbol, but for some reason we've been led to believe that it's a symbol of the devil. We've been led to believe that it's a Luciferian symbol, when it's always been a Christian symbol. When we start getting into the rituals themselves of Freemasonry, you're going to understand that it's not Lucifer worship. It's not Satan worship. It's all one and the same. It's Yahweh worship.
Right.
And that's exactly what it is. So I think, and understanding that first and foremost, and you can disagree with me if you want, and say that's the eye of Lucifer, et cetera, et cetera. As a matter of fact, I know exactly what people are thinking right now. Well, what about morals and dogma, where Albert Pike talks about Lucifer? And I wasn't planning to get into morals and dogma, but I'll pull it up during a break so we can get into that, so we can understand exactly how Albert Pike was talking about Lucifer and how Lucifer ties into, or supposedly ties into, Freemasonry. But we're going to go through these ciphers here. We're going to go word for word through some of the rituals. They're pretty long. We're going to take you through the first degree of Freemasonry, word for word. We're going to take you through the second degree. We're going to take you through the third degree. We're going to talk about the structure of Freemasonry itself. And we're going to finally ask the question, is Freemasonry really the root of all evil? Or is it misdirection? And I'm not going to tell you one way or another. I'm just going to let you make up your mind for yourself out there. But I will say this. I guess another good place to start is the structure of Freemasonry itself. A lot of people will point to the 33rd degree as being some kind of illuminated degree that is some kind of, it's rare and so on and so forth. The actual highest degree in Freemasonry, and I've actually got some videos of rituals that I'm going to play a little bit later that also back this up too. The highest degree of Freemasonry is a Master Mason. It is a 3rd degree Mason. You can have a 3rd degree Mason who is the Grand Master of a lodge that is not involved in any of these organizations. And the Grand Master has more authority over anybody else in Freemasonry than a 33rd degree Freemason in the Scottish Rite. So this right here would be considered the Blue Lodge. Blue Lodge Masonry comes from the York Rite. There's 2 main branches of Freemasonry. It's the Red Lodge and the Blue Lodge. In the United States and in most of the Western world, they go by Blue Lodges because it's all based on the York Rite rather than the Scottish Rite. I don't know too much about Red Lodge Masonry, but I know that it's not nearly as prevalent as Blue Lodge Masonry. Once you pass the 3rd degree of Masonry, then you can go into the Scottish Rite, or you can go into the York Rite. There's also youth organizations. There's, the Demolay. There's Rainbow Girls. There's Job's Daughter. I know we've got some Job's Daughters and Rainbow Girls in the chat room. I'm not going to say who you are. I know we have some Scottish Rite in the chat room. I know we have some York Rite in the chat room as well. The York Rite consists of 10 degrees. And the highest degree of the York Rite is the Knights Templar. When you get to this degree here, you can go through the York Rite, but in order to become a Knights Templar, you have to take an oath to uphold and protect the teachings of Jesus Christ and the gospel. You don't take a pledge to Lucifer. You don't take a pledge to Satan.
You don't spit on the cross.
You don't spit on the cross. You take a pledge to uphold the teachings of Jesus Christ. Now, you don't have to be a Christian to be a York Rite Mason, but you have to take an oath to uphold that. Good friend of mine, Darnie Gilson, 32nd degree Freemason in the Scottish Rite and also a 10th degree Mason in the York Rite, because you can do both. You can go down the Scottish Rite, or you can go down the York Rite, or you can do both. And I remember telling him, Donnie, the Bible has so many flaws in it, And he said, look, Chris, I'm a Knights Templar. I have taken an oath to uphold the teachings of Jesus Christ. Regardless of what you tell me, I'm going to stick to that oath. And my heart and my oath will always be to Jesus Christ. And that's just unfortunately what the York Rite is all about. And the Blue Lodge is based upon the York Rite. The Scottish Rite, on the other hand, let me put this back on the screen. The Scottish Rite is based more on Jewish Kabbalah and mysticism.
Yeah.
Now, there are a lot of parallels in the Scottish Rite with Egyptology. And I might get into that a little bit later too, because all this is all like coming off the top of my head. And I'm thinking now, I actually have a couple pictures that I can pull up of lodges, one in Perth, to be specific, that you go in and it's got Egyptian stuff all over the wall. And it actually has a scene of a priest giving ayahuasca to one of the pharaohs. And it was their version of ayahuasca, which was taken from the acacia tree. The acacia contains DMT. When we get into the rituals of Freemasonry themselves, you'll hear the story of Hiram Abiff, who was murdered and then resurrected from an acacia tree. So you have acacia symbolism there. As Robert W. Sullivan, who's been on the show many times before, has so eloquently said, a lot of these parallel the Egyptian Osirian legends. They were taken at some point and they turned into Yahweh worship. It was turned into Jewish mysticism. It was turned into Christianity. But its foundation came from Egyptian mystery school teachings. So they basically hijacked our ancient gnosis, just like they have with everything else that we hold sacred. But a 33rd degree Mason is not that rare. As a matter of fact, with every Scottish lodge, every Scottish Rite lodge, you have to have 3% of your members who are 33rd degrees. So up in Spokane, Washington, at the Scottish Rite Lodge, which we went to dinner to a few times because some of our neighbors were Masons, and they would invite us out to as a social thing.
Yeah.
There were 6 33rd degrees. And I was actually approached by all 6 of them. I was hoodwinked. No, not hoodwinked. That's not the right term. What did he call it? He called it cloak and dagger.
Cloak and dagger.
Cloak and dagger. That's what my friend called it. He said they cloak and daggered you. What they did is they invited me up for coffee. And they said, we'd like to, invite you up for coffee. And, you're a great guy, et cetera, et cetera. And all of a sudden, boom, I had 6 33rd degrees in one room surrounding me. And they were grilling me. What are you doing here? Why are you hanging out here? Why are you friends with Masons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? We saw your YouTube channel. You're anti-Mason. Are you here doing some kind of expose on Masonry? And my friend, who was the worshipful master of the Blue Lodge, close to where we lived, he was like, you had 6 white hats in one room with you? That's what they call them. They call the 33rd degrees white hats. He said, you had all 6 white hats in one room? And he goes, that was totally cloak and dagger. That was totally unacceptable. That is unmasonic behavior. And he said, I'll report them to the Masonic, to the Grand Lodge if you'd like. And I said, no, I don't want to cause any trouble for you or anything like that. I definitely don't want you to get in the middle of it. But they were all around me. Like, what are you doing? Are you here doing an expose on Freemasonry, et cetera, when they invited me for fucking coffee? So there was a little bit of deception there. But I realized as I was interacting with these guys, with all due respect, that I know more about spirituality, the secrets of the gnosis of mysticism and everything like that than they do. I was not impressed with these people. And I mean no disrespect to anybody out there. And this is a select group of people. I'm not talking about all 33rd degrees. I'm just talking about the ones that I had personal experience with. But I found it to be really shitty that they invited me for coffee with a smile and then turned around and, what's this on your YouTube channel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And what they were pissed off about was one video in particular that says Freemasonry, Freemason talks about spitting on the cross. And they said, that title is very misleading. And I said, well, did you bother to click on the video and watch it? And I said, I was interviewing an author, Robert W. Sullivan, very, very dear friend of mine. And he was talking about this. And if you click on the video and listen to the content, then you'll realize that what Robert is talking about is how that's a conspiracy theory and that there is no spitting on the cross at any point in time whatsoever in Freemasonry. And as a matter of fact, when you go up to the York Rite, you have to take an oath to uphold the teachings of Jesus Christ. And he said, yeah, but, the title itself makes Freemasonry look bad, and we would appreciate it if you change the title. And he said, most people don't bother to click on it. They just see the title, and it just adds more fuel to the fire. And, you have some very good friends, and, we would appreciate if you did that. And I said, sure, no problem. But let me tell you this. Don't ever fucking invite me again for a cup of coffee and pull this fucking bullshit on me. Don't ever do that to me ever again. I sat there with 6 33rd degrees, and I told them, do not fucking do this to me ever again.
Yeah, it's disrespectful.
Very disrespectful. And then all of a sudden they became my best friends. They're like, we're just, I could have had them completely and totally removed out of Masonry if I wanted to, but I didn't want to cause problems for my friend who had my back 100% in that situation. So I've had experience with them, and they're called white hats. The reason they're called white hats is because they wear white hats, 33rd degree hats. Now, what I find interesting is that the truthers, and especially the QAnon people, they all say, oh, the white hat's got it all taken care of. The white hat's got it all taken care of. And me, understanding Masonic rituals, understanding Masonry, I understand that when you say white hat, you're referring to a 33rd degree Mason. So I don't know, how that got mixed up. I mean, I understand, you go black hat, white hat, that's what they actually meant during QAnon. But it's funny the way they had the whole world, conspiracies and truthers and everybody alike, saying the white hats got this, the white hats are in control, but the Freemasons are doing rituals all over the place. It's doublespeak right out of 1984. And I just sat back and I just kind of chuckled at it. And again, I mean, no disrespect to anybody out there who went along with that. I completely understand. But if you look at the passport for the Scottish Rite, at the very top, what do you have? You have the all-seeing eye of God, the eye of providence, because it all comes from Jewish mysticism. It all comes from Christianity. The acacia tree is very important. In Egypt, Osiris was invited to a party that Set, his brother, was throwing for him. And Set was infertile. And Nephthys, who was his wife, who was Isis's twin sister, wanted a child. And she dressed herself up as Isis and snuck into Osiris's bed. And Osiris was like, oh no, this is Isis. Oh yeah, I'm sure this is Isis. Bang Nephthys. And then afterwards like, oh no, I didn't know. I couldn't tell you two apart. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can't tell your wife apart. Okay.
Yeah, right.
I see what you did there, player.
You can tell the inside apart.
I see what you did there, player. Okay. Much respect. Okay. Anyways. So what happened is that Set threw a party, and he locked Osiris in a box made out of acacia. And he cut his body into 13 pieces, and he fed the phallus to an alligator. Then he buried all of those pieces under an acacia tree. And then Isis went to Thoth and said, hey, can you help me resurrect Osiris?
Yeah.
And Thoth said, I'll give you the incantation. I don't think there was any recourse for it. I think it was just Thoth, not recourse, but any trade-off for it. I think Thoth was just balancing the scales.
Yeah.
And he said, I'll give you the incantation, and they resurrected Osiris. I think the balance was that Osiris had to go to the underworld after that. But again, you have the acacia tree symbolism popping up. The burning bush in the Bible, where Moses went and got the 10 Commandments, was the acacia tree. So these are the same stories being repeated over and over and over again, coming from Egypt. Now, when we entered the Matrix, we entered in the time of ancient Egypt, about 10,000 BC era. But there was the Sumerians who were before that. The reason that we vibe with the Egyptians so much is because that's when we entered the Matrix. But there was also the same tales being told back then in Sumer. Now imagine you play the telephone game. You say one thing, and then it goes around and around and around and around and around and around and around.
So much gets lost.
So much gets lost in the translation. But we're really talking about the Osirian tales here. But they've taken it and they've turned it into Christianity, Yahweh worship, not Lucifer worship, not Satan worship. And at the risk of getting ahead of myself, I wanted to play this at the end of it. But there is a documentary that I was watching with a past worshipful master, and he had turned Christian. And he was talking about, and he was actually redoing the rituals as they're done for the television. And so I can show you some of that footage later. And he said, the main problem that I take with Masonry, this is coming from him, who converted into Christianity, supposedly, is that the resurrection of Hiram Abiff, or the third degree Mason, is actually a resurrection of oneself. It's not a resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Right.
So that was his only problem that he had with Masonry. And there's a lot of conspiracies around Masonry because people just simply don't understand Masonry. But if that is what people are pissed off about, that the Mason is resurrected, born again, not through Jesus, but through his own accord, well, whatever, okay?
Yeah.
But you can't call the whole thing satanic. You can't call the whole thing Lucifer worship. You can't call the whole thing all of that. When you have a Bible sitting in the middle of every single Masonic lodge. Now, that's different in an Arab country. They will have the Quran. When you do your initiation, you can use whatever book you want. You can use, the Satanic Bible if you want. All the others are going to look at you like you're crazy, and you're probably going to create a lot of discord among you and your fellow lodge members if you choose to use the Satanic Bible, but you can use whatever book you want during your initiation. But with every Masonic ritual, there is a Bible in the middle of every single lodge. What does that tell you? That they're worshiping Lucifer through the Bible? I mean, seriously. And it's like, and back to what I was saying here a minute ago, the 33rd degree isn't the highest degree of Masonry. There's nothing special about the 33rd degree. The 33rd degree is picked based on who has been most active in the lodge. And that's it. And realistically, the secrets of Freemasonry are what's being said and done in lodge. And what's being said and done in lodge is who they're going to give money to, what charity they're going to support, things like that. And I think what it comes down to is something that I practice myself and hold near and dear to my heart is, and it's something I actually took out of the Bible. I found wisdom in the Bible, this wisdom in the Bible. When you do your good works, do them where nobody can see them. and let karma or the universe be your reward. Don't go out there and make a big show over, hey, look, I just donated this much money to these people. I just donated this much money to these people. I think Jesus said something similar about prayers. Don't be like one of the Pharisees that go out and pray in the middle of the street and everything like that. Pray in silence. Do your good works in silence. Do things, we were talking about some of the stuff that we've done, and that's, sometimes you have to illustrate that, but I assure you that is 1/10,000% of the amount of stuff that we do behind closed doors that are nice for people, because we don't do it for the recognition. We do it for the energy. We do it for the love. We do it to make that person feel so much better, and elevate them, and then and in turn raise the frequency and vibe like that. But we have pointed out some times when we're like, I've talked about this before, and this is one that I've said before. This little old lady came into the hair salon, and she was selling these little things for Mother's Day. They were $20 each. I asked her how many she had. She said she had like 10 or 12 or something like that. I said, I'll buy them all. I bought them all from her, spent like $240, $260, something like that. Started giving them out to all the different hairstylists, gave some to Cherie, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I get home, I see that the $200 I invested in a coin earlier that day went up to $600. And I was like, wow, the universe is really bringing it back threefold. But I did it in secret. And the only reason that I talk about it is because I have to have at least something to be able to talk about, to say this is the way it works. But the heart has to be pure, and it has to be given purely. I didn't expect to get $600 when I got home from my coin. You know? That was a surprise. My intention was to make that woman's life a little bit better on that day. She was an older lady shaking, and it was just, I wanted to make her day. And the universe rewarded me instantaneously like that. So when you talk about secrets of Freemasonry, I can understand why they don't want their charity work to be publicized, why they don't want the stuff that's being talked about in lodge to be publicized, because it takes away from the karma. It takes away from the good work. It takes away from the divine energy behind it. And I don't agree with the Yahweh worship. I don't agree with taking an oath to defend the teachings of Jesus Christ. I don't even like the Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism. I don't like it. I think it's a hijacking of Egyptian Osirian legends and myths and energies and twist it around. But I also have to see this for the truth that it is. I mean, Job's daughters. Those are the ones that were in the Bible. Yep. Eastern Star, which Eastern Star, a lot of people think it's a women's organization, but it's actually not a women's organization. Cherie's done a little more research in Eastern Star than I have, but I know that Eastern Star, you have to have a certain amount of Master Masons there at the lodge, but women are involved in Eastern Star. But what are the 5 points of the Eastern Star? Do you remember by any chance? It's been a long time since we've gone over this.
Eastern Star,
but
5 points.
5 women from the Bible.
Yeah, the 5. Ruth. There's, it's Ada, Ruth, Esther, Martha, and Electa. And they're the 5 points of the pentagram, but they're also 5 points of, 5 women of the Bible, and it's all about the Bible. The whole thing is about biblical and scripture, and they do rituals where they recite scripture, and they talk about the women in the Bible and what they did in the Bible that was laudable. And basically, we should be like them. That's how they approach this. And whenever I was watching this video and watching how this all plays out, I was like, that doesn't really vibe with the whole, it's all about Satanism and it's all about, dark arts and all of that. That is the opposite. It's
not only is
almost
like
a church group,
but I think what really infuriates me the most is how the Christians have taken everything, turned it into Satanism, tarot reading, astrology, divination, ancient symbols, sigil magic, things that make your life better.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these tools are neutral. They're just like a gun. They're neither positive nor negative. It's the intention that you put out behind it. Now, have they used Masonic symbolism with evil intention? Yeah, absolutely. There have been some Masons out there that have done some horrible things. But contrary to popular belief, there are only like 6 or 8 presidents who are Masons. Not all presidents are Masons. Let me pull up a list of presidents. List of presidents who were Masons. It's a short list. George Washington, of course, and you all know that famous story of him capturing a British soldier who was also a Mason, gave him brotherly quarters during the war, still kept him as a POW, but gave him brotherly quarters.
Mm-hmm.
James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, James Polk, James Buchanan, Andrew Jackson is mentioned twice again here, James Garfield, William McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Warren Harding, Frank Roosevelt, Harry Truman, Lyndon Johnson, and Gerald Ford. Those are the only Masons that were presidents of the United States. However, a lot of people get organizations like Skull and Bones, Golden Dawn, several other organizations that are not Masonic, and they mix those in with Masonry. And in my opinion, for the sake of truth, we need to understand the separation between these groups. And when we start getting into the third degree ritual, you'll see how third degree Masons, they actually have to take an oath to not attend an unregulated or unregulated, we'll just call it unregulated lodge. I don't remember the wording off the top of my head, but they're forbidden from going to Golden Dawn or going to Skull and Bones or any of these other organizations. If you're a Mason, you're a Mason, and that's it. And you can go up and down any of the bodies of Masonry, but they don't want people to go to unregulated lodges. And there's the lodge structure in Masonry is actually done state by state and country to country. The rules of the Masons in England are different than the rules of the Masons here in the United States. Here, women aren't allowed. Over there, they're allowed. Here, you have free and accepted Masons, and you have ancient free and accepted Masons. There was some kind of little split way back, but the split kind of remerged together. And so in Washington, where we were at, it was free and accepted Masons. You go 20 miles down the street to Sandpoint, Idaho, they're free and accepted. They're ancient free and accepted Masons. But they're all the same. They're all the same. However, there's a Grand Lodge that sits over every state. So a Grand Lodge in Washington has no authority over any Masons that are in the Grand Lodge in Idaho. There's no body that regulates all of the Grand Lodges. So each state has its own Grand Lodge. The Grand Lodge is the highest order of Masonry, and the Grand Master is the highest person in Masonry. And like I said, he doesn't have to be a Knights Templar. He doesn't have to be a Scottish Rite. He doesn't have to be a Shriner. But here's another interesting fact is in order to be a Shriner, you have to be a Scottish Rite. You have to go through the Scottish Rite. Now, they started to relax those in a lot of states because the Shriners were not getting as many members as they would have liked. But people stop at the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite, ignore the York Rite, which is an equal degree to the 33rd. It's just a different branch of Masonry. And ignore the ones that are even higher than that, which is like the Shriners, the Grotto, and I haven't even heard of these, Tall Cedars of Lebanon, So it's really interesting how we've gotten things so confused and how the truth is actually the complete and total opposite of what we've been led to believe in. So we'll get into the Masonic ciphers here in just a few moments. Anything you wanted to add to that, Mrs. Gio?
Well, people are saying in the chat room, I think witches are worse than, what I'm hearing from the Eastern Star. And I'm like, any group encouraging you to rely on a being out besides yourself, in my opinion, is one that has ulterior motives, and you have to be very cautious of any group that wants you to abandon your own self-interest entirely, and then start working for an ideology that you don't even truly understand yet. And that's those types of groups are not generally healthy. However, if you've got a group that is encouraging you to decide for yourself what the truth is, and they are giving you tools that the ancient Egyptians used, I don't see any harm in groups like that. I don't see the harm in it, and I don't see how it's in any way what they claim, as far as Satanism and things like that. So there's another thing that but I have seen, prayer meetings that are energetically dangerous because of the amount of hatred and the amount of things that they're saying about other people.
Imprecatory prayer.
Imprecatory prayer. That's dangerous. Now, I don't think Eastern Star is nearly as dangerous by comparison. Here
is a beautiful lodge in Perth, and you can see the Egyptian symbolism all over. You have the weighing of the heart ceremony. You have the checkerboard floor, which we'll get into, and the meaning of the checkerboard floor. We'll get into the meaning of what the lodge it represents, which, just to give you a spoiler, the lodge represents the Temple of Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's built based upon the Temple of Solomon itself. Now, some interesting iconography from this particular lodge, which I would love to visit. If I'm ever in Perth, I'm definitely going to be visiting this lodge. You have right here the motif of the pharaoh taking the acacia, pouring it out as a tea. The priest taking the acacia, pouring it out as a tea and giving it to the pharaoh. You see, the priests were the ones who were giving the pharaohs the ayahuasca, the sacred brew, because that's how you get the sacred knowledge from within yourself. Now, modern Masons don't recognize this. Maybe in this lodge they do. I'm surprised to see so much Egyptian symbolism in this particular lodge. But modern Masons, from what I understand, they look down upon altered states of consciousness, unless they're having drinks after a Masonic meeting. There's an old joke that said, there was a Mason who was stumbling down the street at about 11:30 at night, midnight, and a policeman happens to stop him and notices he's a little drunk. He stops in. He goes, where are you heading to? You seem a little drunk. He goes, oh, I'm headed to see it. I'm going to a lecture on Masonry. And he said, oh, a lecture on Masonry, huh? Where are you going to hear about a lecture of Masonry about at 11:30 at night? And he said, from my wife. So it's basically kind of like a club to get away from your wife. It is. And the Eastern Star is kind of like a club for the women to get together and hang out. Yeah, for the women
to get together and hang out.
Now, does that mean that is the whole picture?
The extent of it?
Maybe not. Maybe there is some truth to the conspiracies.
And at
Maybe
the top,
there is.
Yeah.
But before we can get into the conspiracies, we first have to understand the core material of what we're looking at. We have to understand the core material of what's in these ciphers right here, and what these rituals actually represent. And I don't even have to tell you what they represent. We'll just go through them word for word. And the thing is, these rituals are public. There's nothing private about these rituals. They have complete and total transparency. The only thing we don't know about is what charities they choose to donate to. That's pretty much it. And then after all that, then we can entertain the conspiracies. But I love this motif. This motif is beautiful. And if I'm ever in Perth, I will definitely visit this lodge, because I would love to talk to some of the members there and see what they think about this particular iconography here, which to me clearly is the priest giving the ayahuasca brew. You even have the pine cones there to the pharaoh, giving him the ancient knowledge. Anything else before we go to a quick break?
somebody said, humans aren't dangerous, they're just being manipulated by ETs right now. And I'm thinking to myself, they've always been manipulated by ETs, so thus they've always been dangerous. I don't think humanity's dangerous. I think humanity's default state is a certain amount of chaos because of the virus. It's not because of anything natural, but because of the virus just being there.
Can you just
elaborate?
Clarify. We're not talking about the zombie virus. We're talking about an ethereal virus that affects consciousness.
Right, a consciousness virus, a mind virus. There's been a mind virus infecting this reality for a really, really, really long time. And because of this mind virus or a consciousness virus, it's made humanity's default state chaos. And it's because of the mystery schools. And not the mystery schools themselves, but the teachings of the mystery schools that allowed people to have and carry this gnosis with them and pass it down to their children and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. That was what brought order out of the chaos. It was never the mystery schools themselves or the groups of people themselves that brought order out of chaos. And that's why I look at the order ab chaos thing that the Illuminati of today kind of subscribe to. That's BS. That's order out of chaos that we created. We're going to create this chaos, and then we're
create the chaos, and then bring your order through it.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
That's not what order out of chaos means. Order out of chaos means we are all born in chaos.
Yeah,
we bring order to our consciousness.
Right,
divest our consciousness of the things that are toxic.
Exactly,
and then find our raw consciousness. It's funny because the ayahuasca was showing me all this stuff. And then I was getting contacted by Masons saying, how do you know so much about Masonry? And I'm like, I don't know anything about Masonry.
Obviously you do.
Well, you need to look into it because a lot of the stuff that you're talking about comes out of Masonic teachings. And then after I started talking to Robert W. Sullivan, I realized that it's all coming from ancient Egypt, but it's been hijacked.
Mm-hmm.
It has been hijacked.
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to let you decide on whether these are good guys or bad guys or no guys at all whatsoever. Maybe they're just a social club and that's it.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I'm not here to tell you what's what. I'm just here to tell you the truth in its raw form, and then you can make up your mind as far as that goes.
I think the thing that's the most important is what these symbols mean to you on a personal consciousness level. Like, how do these symbols relate to your consciousness? How do you see the metaphor in this? And do you see how you can evolve your consciousness because of this knowledge and this awareness through this symbolism?
Well, when we start getting into the tools of Masons, from the entered apprentice to the fellow craft, to the master Mason, the tools themselves are very, very, very interesting.
Let's get into that.
Yeah, I'm going to play a quick song really quick, and we're going deep, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into the rituals word for word.
Nice.
Word for word. We're not fucking around here tonight. We're not speculating. We're not conspiratizing. We're going straight to the Masonic ciphers themselves. We will be right back.
Now guess who's back? You know it's been a quick instance. Still got the world yelling global resistance. It was plain to see since 10,000 BC I'd return to manifest this destiny. I'm here to elevate the frequency, serve it up with truth like chemistry. My every masterpiece turns lead to gold, straight alchemy. I see through the globe holographically, and I'm breaking all these chains systematically. But these bastards be so dastardly as these spiders keep us spinning in this fantasy. But in reality, the real tragedies embedded in the code of humanity's mentality of slavery. So in the name of Osiris, I'ma set you free. Yeah, come on, let it shine, let it shine. yours now, no hesitation. Knock 3 times in a blind initiation when the sunlight sets in an ancient rite. Now the light shines brightest in the darkest of nights. I'm here to lay the path, I'm here to set it straight. I'm here to level the field and illuminate like a crescent moon rising over the Nile. Hit the system restore before I flip the dial. The mysteries of acacia trees got me activating levels of divinity, unlocking all these past life memories, exposing all the systems of the enemy with intensity. I flip this script and pull you out of the dark with a feline's grip. When the timeline shifts from the black to the white, I'm concealing my word, but never the light. Yeah. Let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine. Let it shine through. Let it shine, let it shine. I gotta let it shine. Yeah, we've gone supernova, you know what I'm saying? It's been a little while, but guess who's back? Still got the world yelling global resistance. This is just the beginning. We're taking everything to a whole new level. Let it shine through.
Fellow travelers, always remember to walk uprightly and circumscribe your desires as we travel upon the level of time to that undiscovered state of consciousness, traveling to the place where once attained, no traveler returns. The place of raw consciousness which awaits us when we have passed beyond the veil.
All right, we are going to dig deep into the rituals of Freemasonry. We're going to take you through the first degree first, see how long that takes, maybe take you to the second degree, maybe take you to the third degree. So prepare to be initiated. Or just sit back and listen and gain some new gnosis and some new knowledge. There's a book out there, and it's publicly published. It was put out in the 1800s, and it is the rituals as they are used today. It's called Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor. I've got the first copy here, and it actually lines up with my cipher very, very, very perfectly. To give you a little example and a little idea, first of all, because it's published, every Mason that I talked to, who was listening to the show tonight as well, said, yeah, go ahead, talk about the rituals. Let's get into them word for word. The reason is because this is public knowledge. And so there's really no secret to this. So I'm not revealing any secrets of Freemasonry.
There maybe used to be at one point, but not anymore.
Yeah, at one point.
Yeah.
I think it's important to understand the origins of Masonry, too, because they started out as stone builders, building the Temple of Solomon. And then the Knights Templar became Vatican assassins. And so whenever the Vatican needed something done, they would send the Templars. We were just watching that movie Versailles or whatever.
It's a TV show, Versailles.
Versailles. Okay. So it's about Louis XIV. And he was approached by, a Vatican, and the guy turned out to be a Templar.
Yep.
Meaning that he sent an assassin with him. Yep. And he wanted Louis to switch everything over to the Catholic Church and basically get rid of all the Protestants, or turn all the Protestants in France from Protestantism to Catholicism. Yeah. And in part of that, what happened is that Louis XIV burned all of the Bibles that were in French, because the Vatican wanted the Bible to be in Latin. So only the priests who could speak Latin could understand them. They didn't want people reading the Bible for themselves, because once you read the Bible, then you're like starting to question and going, hey, wait a minute, what is this that I got myself into?
I wonder if they said it like, only we can read this Bible.
That's exactly
because
what they
only
said.
we can
only
handle
we can
it.
interpret it. In the film, that we were watching, which was actually very
And-
historically accurate.
Yeah.
The words that he used was, we don't want people interpreting it. We want to tell them what it means. We don't want them
Right.
misinterpreting it. So we need to make sure that it stays in Latin. And Louis was like, well, half of my people are Protestant. But the Catholic Church wanted to give him Spain and back him in his pursuit of Spain. So he went
Right.
along with it and did a whole book burning of all the Bibles that were in French.
And also, they were blackmailing him. And I don't know if they were blackmailing him about the Man in the Iron Mask situation or if they were blackmailing about other things. But I do know that the Jesuits were very, very, very big on blackmailing people back then. And they really hated the Masons. The Jesuits were so anti-Mason that they were chasing Masons around the world trying to execute them at one point.
It's interesting you mentioned that because somebody said if you're a Freemason, you're protecting usury and dominion of others. That's an interesting comment, Lizelle, and thank you for leaving that in the chat. The Knights Templar actually set up the first banking system. And they set up a system to where if you were traveling across Europe, you can drop your money off somewhere and pick it up at your destination.
And be safe. Yeah.
Then the Knights Templar came across something. Some say that it was treasure. Some say that it was gold. Some say that it was knowledge. Some say that it was Solomon's temple.
The Holy
Some say that it
Grail.
was the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
We don't know what happened. But the Knights Templar all of a sudden became super powerful, super rich. And on Friday the 13th, the Catholic Church ordered the Knights Templar to be assassinated.
Yeah.
That's where you get the bad luck of Friday the 13th. But you're right. They did start the first banking system. You're absolutely right. And there was a big Muslim threat. And the positive thing about Islam, which is there's not very many positive things, but it's a positive thing about Islam that is in contrast and contrary to Judaism, is Islam forbids interest. You cannot loan somebody money on interest because then you become their slave and they have power over you. So the Islamic banking system right now, like what Muammar Gaddafi set up, which is one of the reasons why we just couldn't have that. Number one, he was amassing a significant amount of gold. He was going to create a gold dinar for Africa. He was demanding gold for his oil, which nobody can pay. And now Putin in January of 2021 or January 2020. No, it's actually January 2021, I think is when the article is from, or 2022, but I want to say 2021. They were talking about how Putin has amassed more gold than the West has, and that he's threatening to default on his loans. So see, all of this is starting to all make sense now. But usury and credit and interest on loans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is a really, really, really big Jewish thing, and Islam forbids it. So you can see why there was such a threat. But it's important to note, you probably heard me say this before, but for those of you that don't know, Islam is a breakaway of Catholicism. And so Islam believes that when Abraham went to go sacrifice his son, there were two sons. There was Isaac and there was Ishmael. Isaac was taken to the mountain and sacrificed, and then the angel came down and said, no, don't do this. God was only testing you. And the Jews followed the bloodline of Isaac. The Muslims followed the bloodline of Ishmael. But at the core of it, it's the God of Abraham. Christianity, too, broke off, and they broke off from Judaism, believe that Jesus is the Messiah. And even the word pagan in of itself, at its very core, is meant for anything that is non-Christian. So at the purest meaning of the word pagan, Judaism and Islam would be considered paganism, even though they all worship the God of Abraham. It all goes back to Abraham. So I think that's key right there. What do you think? Is there anything in the chat room that's interesting that you're looking at?
They're all they all involve a lot of talk around blood and the importance of blood and things like that, and it makes me wonder if there isn't blood magic ritual going on when it comes to Judeo-Christian religions in general, because we know from studying Wicca and studying magic and things like that, that they believe in the power of, like menstrual blood is called starfire, and it's said to have magical healing properties.
And scientifically, they've recently found out that it has stem cells that are even more powerful than embryonic stem cells.
Right, especially in women that have never had intercourse with a man. Virgin
blood sacrifice was the menstrual blood. They took it and they made it into a actual sacrifice of somebody being killed.
Right.
So they've taken our sacred beliefs and our sacred practices and our sacred energy, and they flipped it around and turned it into death.
Right. Death cults.
Death cults.
Yeah.
But even in that show you were watching, King Louis went after a satanic priest.
Yeah,
and that's the thing.
Right.
You find a lot of genuine Satanists hidden in the Catholic Church as priests.
Yep. And as ex-priests.
And, Crowley talked about the power of anal sex, especially through a child. And the Catholic Church practices that too. So, yes, there is a Satan versus God dichotomy.
Yeah.
But in my humble opinion, it's a false dichotomy because it
100%.
comes from the same group.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Just
so you can
arms.
create an enemy, you can create an adversary and say that's the bad guy. And then you can lump anything else you want in with that.
Yeah.
ISIS is the bad guy. It's satanic.
Right.
Ostara is satanic.
Right.
Hecate is satanic. Anything that's non-Christian, satanic.
Right.
When none of those practices call for any kind of bloodshedding.
Right. Exactly. But theirs
not
do.
even animals.
Theirs.
But theirs do.
Do.
Yes.
Each and every one of them. And that's what it is. When it has to do with sacrifice, I think it goes deeper than just astrologically when we're talking about the ram and the age of Aries and all of that. I think it goes deeper than that. I think it goes a lot deeper than that. And I think us going into the age of Aquarius now just means that we are being honest with ourselves and with each other about what this all is now. That's what the age of Aquarius is. It's open the floodgates, let the truth in, let the light in. Because the light when you shine a light on all this information, the only thing that scatters is darkness. Everything that's truthful is still going to resonate. Everything that's real is still going to be there when you shine light on it. Well,
here's an interesting video. 7 years ago, the New Age Messiah revealed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm not going to play it, but the New Age Messiah revealed. We were on GCN at the time when we did this. And I was talking about just that, about how the age of Aquarius, the New Age Messiah, is us. The reason is because it's the water bearer.
Yep.
We're made up of water. Yep. Water is the life. Water is life. So we are the saviors. We are our own savior. We are our own Messiah. We are the ones that we have been waiting for. But I was talking about this 7 years ago.
You were saying that exact same thing.
7 years ago.
Yeah.
So, you want to get into
yes,
this?
Let's get into the
Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor. First of all, I think I want to show you, if I can, I don't know how well it's going to pop up on the screen. I want to show you what the cipher actually looks like. So this is from 1 degree, and I have several of these books for each degree, and it's given to the initiate, and they are to memorize this. So how well can you see that on your screen there? Are you able to read that?
Yeah, I can read it. It's kind of. It says WM, BSW, and it's a bunch of letters, but it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. You can't really read it.
Well, that's the code.
Oh, okay.
Because back then, they were running from the Catholic Church that had dominion over everybody.
Right.
So they had to communicate everything in code. They still keep that tradition to this day. So this is what the cipher actually looks like. And so when Masons are doing their rituals, this is what they're reading from. But a Mason knows what these mean. But we also know what they mean, because they published it in the 1800s.
Yep.
It's just a lot of truthers never bothered to look.
it up. Yep. And they seem to be a lot confused about a lot of this.
That's what I'd like to do here. So Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor, you can find it over at scrib.com. You can order it. You can do any of that. It's missing its picture here. But can you pull it up with me, sweetie?
I can.
So it's got the preface, the Entered Apprentice or First Degree, Fellow Craft or Second Degree, Master Mason Third Degree, Mark Mason or Fourth Degree, Past Master Fifth Degree, etc. We're going to go at least through the first 3.
Okay.
We're gonna try.
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of this. This book is 441 pages.
Yeah. It's
Luckily,
long.
it does not 441 pages of a bunch of text. But this is thank you for reading. In the event of appreciation of this book, please consider sharing the good works by a review, etc. of the author. Okay. So Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor, which I can verify is accurate by the cipher that I have right now that is being used to this day. So I can tell you firsthand that yes, these are the words that are spoken in the rituals. The preface of it. Do you want to read the preface of it?
Sure, I'll read the
preface. Is it called preface or preface?
Preface.
Okay.
The preface. The objects which Freemasonry was founded to subserve are honorable and laudable, nor is it intended in the following pages to disparage the institution or to undervalue its usefulness. It has at various times and in several countries incurred the will of political parties and of religious bodies in consequence of a belief on their part that the organization was not so purely benevolent and philanthropic as its members proclaimed it to be. In the state of New York many years ago, it was supposed, but we think unjustly, to wield a powerful political influence, and to employ it unscrupulously for sinister ends. The war between Masonry and anti-Masonry, which convulsed the state at that period, is still fresh in the remembrance of many a party veteran. The order, however, has long since recovered from the obloquy then heaped upon it, and is now in a flourishing condition in most parts of the civilized world. The purpose of this work is not so much to gratify the curiosity of the uninitiated as to furnish a guide for the neophytes of the order, by means of which their progress from grade to grade may be facilitated. Every statement in the book is authentic, as every proficient Mason will admit to himself, if not to be public, as he turns over its pages. The non-Masonic reader, as he peruses them, will perhaps be puzzled to imagine why matters of so little real importance to society at large should have been so industriously concealed for centuries, and still more surprised that society should have been so extremely inquisitive about them. But such, as old Stapleton says, in Jacob Faithful, is human nature. The object of the order is making a profound mystery of its proceedings is obvious enough. Seabirds are not more invariably attracted toward a lighted beacon on a dark night than men to whatever savors of mystery.
That's actually a really good point, because like I said, the
whatever's
conspiracies
mysterious
are much more sexy than the truth is.
Much more interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. Curiosity has had a much greater influence in swelling the ranks of Masonry than philanthropy or brotherly love. The institution, however, is now sufficiently popular to stand upon its own merits, without the aid of claptrap, so, quote, via the mantle that foreshadowed Borgia. It will be observed by the...
I think we can skip the rest of it. In its spirit and intention, Masonry is certainly not humbug, and is enlightened age so excellent an institution should not incur the liability of being classed with the devices of charlatanry by affecting to wear a mystic veil which has long been lifted, and which we are free to say that unlike that of the false prophets of coercion. It's a
Coriation.
people. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has no repulsive features behind it. So let's go to the rituals themselves. So, do you want to skip to the Entered Apprentice part?
Yes.
It's like 2 pages or
7
3 pages.
Freemasons?
Yeah.
Is that where it starts?
Yeah.
Okay. So it has a picture, if you want to show the picture.
I'm not getting the picture to load. Is it loading on
I
your
can
screen?
send you a copy of the picture. Would that help? Because it's loading for me.
Okay. Yeah, that would be good.
Okay. Let me grab my snipping tool real quick. Sorry, folks. We're doing this live, so give me 1 second. cut it off.
Perhaps if
There
I
we go.
open it in a browser that is a private browser, it
Lodge.
might open for me.
Here you go. I'm sending it to you.
Well, no, I'd like to
There you
if
go.
I can get the pictures to show up, that would be even better.
Yeah, that
'cause-
would be even better.
Yeah, I just thought the pictures were just missing, but maybe it's because I didn't accept cookies.
I think, yeah, that would probably have a lot to do with it.
My Google Chrome has been messed up.
There aren't that many pictures. There's
No.
only a few.
Okay. All right, so yeah, let me just pull up the pictures as you send them to me. So yeah, I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
but here. Oh, perfect. There
Yeah.
you go.
And then,
Okay.
yeah, we'll hold that one up, and then whenever it goes to the next one,
Yeah.
I'll give that one to you. All right. So, 7 Freemasons, viz., I don't know what that means, 6 entered apprentices and 1 master mason, acting under a charter or dispensation from some grand lodge, is the requisite number to constitute a lodge of masons and to initiate a candidate to the first degree of masonry. They assemble in a room well guarded from all cowens and eavesdroppers in the 2nd or 3rd story, as the case may be, of some building suitably prepared.
Oh, I don't even have it on the screen. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. And furnished for lodge purposes, which is by Masons termed the ground floor of King Solomon's temple. The officers take their seats as represented in the plate on page 8. Lodge meetings are arranged as follows, viz. A regular is held but once a month, i.e. every month on or preceding the full of the moon in each month. Special meetings are held as often as the exigency of the case may seem to demand, if every night in the week, Sunday excepted. If Tuesday should be lodge night by Masons, it would be termed Tuesday evening on or before the full of the moon, a regular night.
Okay.
Number 1.
So,
go ahead.
Are we going to the next page?
Yeah, but it's still this picture.
Okay.
Number 1, candidate prays. Number 2, first stop. Number 3, second stop. I guess you're supposed to be pointing to the number 4 is the third stop. Number 5 is the room where the candidates.
Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I'm losing you here for a second. So, okay.
There should be numbers on that.
Let's start
picture.
over. Okay.
Yeah.
So number 1.
Number 1 is
Okay,
where the candidate
right here.
prays.
Where the candidate prays. Okay.
Mhm. And number 2 is the first stop.
Okay.
Number 3 is the second stop.
Okay.
Number 4 is the third stop.
Okay.
Number 5 is the room where the candidates are prepared.
Okay.
Number 6 is the anteroom where the members enter the lodge.
Okay. So basically, let me break
Yeah,
this
it's
down.
just breaking it down.
So the candidate is prepared in this room right here. He is blindfolded, hoodwinked, neither naked nor clothed, with a cable tow around his waist, I think. I don't remember where the cable tow is in
I
the
think it is
first
around his
degree.
waist.
So the candidate is prepared here and comes up to this door here. From this door, the candidate is then led around the lodge, and the lodge actually represents different things. So the darkness is in the north. The worshipful master sits in the south. The senior warden sits in the east, and the junior warden sits in the south. Wait, no, in the west. Hold on, I got this backwards. I'm sorry. This is north right here. This is the south. This is the east, west, and this is the east. The worshipful master sits in the east, and the senior warden sits in the west, and the junior warden sits there. Okay, so forgive me if I got that backwards. It's been a
for
long
second.
time
Yeah.
since I've gotten
Since
into this.
You looked at this, yeah.
Okay, so
The third degree. Okay, so do you want me to kind of fast forward to the actual ritual?
yeah, let's get
Okay.
to the ritual.
That's what I'm thinking.
Most worshipful master in the east. Let's start from there.
Okay.
A third degree sign that would see it, consequently cautioned on this point, should always be given by such brethren by the tiler before the lodge. Usually the brethren that arrives too late come upon the anteroom, which they occupied by the tiler, sword in hand. So the tiler is the person that sits outside, keeping an eye out, kind of like the lookout.
Right.
And it's interesting that he's named the tiler because we talk about the Tyler AI all the time.
Yep.
But he sits outside of Lodge and kind of keeps a lookout. And this is for when they were meeting in secret way back then and exchanging ancient knowledge and all that, because they had to make sure that the church wasn't spying on them. Yeah. So we'll skip forward a little bit.
The JD says, Worshipful Master, there's an alarm at the inner door of our lodge.
Attend to the alarm, Brother Junior, and ascertain the cause. Junior Deacon opens the door and inquires of the Tyler the cause of the alarm. When the Tyler will report the brethren's name, which we will suppose to be Jones, Brown, and Smith, Junior Deacon.
Brothers Jones, Brown, and Smith are without and wish admission.
If they're known to the master, he will say, admit them. Deacons opens the door and says in an undertone in his voice, come in. These brothers advance to the center of the lodge. At the altar, make the dugard and the sign of the degree of which the lodge is open, which is responded to by the master, and then take the seat among the brethren. So the dugard is the sign of whatever degree it is. So if they're opening the lodge for first degrees, they're going to do the dugard of an entered apprentice. If they're open to third degrees, they're going to do they're going to do the dugard of the master mason. So the deacon opens the door and says in another voice, come in, etc. The author remembers seeing the dugard and sign of the master mason given, and while yet an entered apprentice mason, he was sitting in one lodge in the evening when a brother of the third degree came in and very carelessly saluted the master with the master's dugard and sign, undoubtedly supposedly the lodge opened on that degree. Very common error among masons.
Oh, so does that mean if somebody's an entered apprentice, but somebody else shows up and does the master one, the entered apprentice can't come in because he's not a master?
The lodge can only be opened depending on the degree. So you open a lodge of 7 masons for an entered apprentice. You can open a lodge of 5 masons for a fellow craft.
A fellow craft, okay.
And only 3 masons are required for a master mason. But if you're opening the lodge as an entered apprentice, everybody does the entered apprentice sign.
Okay.
The worshipful master, everybody throughout the entire meeting. It's or ritual or whatever it is that they're doing. Most of the time it's just meetings. But when there's degree work to do, everybody gets super excited because they get to do the rituals. So, lodges are open based upon the degrees. So if you have a candidate that's new, or if you have first degrees in the lodge, there'll be some meetings they're not allowed into, or there'll be some meetings where they're asked to leave after certain parts. And really what it comes down to is voting rights. Only master masons can vote on certain things. So the first degrees, which are the entered apprentices and the fellow crafts, they can't vote on matters of charity and things like that. So they're asked to leave whenever they get into that kind of stuff.
That makes sense. Okay.
Worshipful Master, Brother Tyler, your place in the lodge. The Tyler says, without the inner door. Worshipful Master, your duty there. The Tyler. To keep all cowens, eavesdroppers, and not to pass or repass any but such as are duly qualified and have Worshipful Master's permission.
And then Worshipful Master says, you will receive the implement of your office, handing him the sword, repair to your post, and be in the active discharge of your duty.
The Tyler retires to the inside of the outer door and the anteroom being this room here.
Okay.
To go get the, and closes the door after himself. The Worshipful Master then gives one rap on his gavel. Junior Deacon rises.
Brother Junior Deacon, the first and constant care of Masons when convened?
To see that the lodge is duly tiled.
Worshipful Master, you will attend to that part of your duty and inform the Tyler that we are about to open a lodge of entered apprentice Masons, or fellow crafts or master Masons as the case may be, and direct him to tile accordingly.
The deacon opens the door and says to the Tyler, Brother Tyler, it is of the orders of the Worshipful Master that you tile this lodge as entered apprentice, or fellow craft or master mason. Then closes the door and gives one rap. He gives 2 raps if it's a fellow craft, or 3 knocks on the door or 3 raps of his gavel if it's a Master Mason lodge opening. So you have the 1, 2, 3 symbolism there. Knock once for the entered apprentice. 2 knocks for fellow craft. 3 knocks on the gavel for Master Masons. Junior, and this is how all lodges are open. So we're going through that first, and then we'll get into the first degree ritual here in a few. Junior Warden, Worshipful Master, the lodge is tiled.
How tiled?
By a brother of this degree without the inner door, invested with the proper implement of his office, the sword.
His duty there?
To keep off all cowlings and eavesdroppers, suffer none to pass or repass, except such that are duty qualified and have the Worshipful Master's permission.
1 rap, Warden rises to his feet. Brother Senior Warden, are you sure that all present are entered apprentice Masons or fellow crafts or Master Masons?
I am sure, Worshipful Master, that all present are entered apprentice Masons.
Are you an entered apprentice Mason?
I am so taken and accepted amongst brothers and fellows.
Where were you first prepared to be made an entered apprentice Mason?
In my heart.
Where secondly?
In a room adjacent to a legally constituted lodge of such, duly assembled by a place representing the ground floor of King Solomon's temple.
What makes you an entered apprentice Mason?
My obligation.
How many constitute a lodge of entered apprentice Masons?
7 or more, consisting of the Worshipful Master, Senior and Junior Warden, Senior and Junior Deacons, Secretary and Treasurer.
The Junior Deacon's place?
At the right of the Senior Warden in the west.
You should do the 2
raps.
Your duty there, Brother Junior Deacon?
To carry out the orders from the Senior Warden and the west to the Junior Wardens to the south.
And then the Senior Deacon's place in the lodge.
At the right of the Worshipful Master in the east.
Your duty there, Brother Senior?
To carry out the orders of the Worshipful Master in the east to the Senior Warden in the west, and elsewhere around the lodge, as he may be directed, to introduce and clothe all visiting brethren to receive conduct candidates.
The Secretary's place in the lodge?
At the left of the Worshipful Master in the east.
Your duty, Brother Secretary?
To serve the Worshipful Master's will and pleasure, record the proceedings of the lodge, transmit and copy the same to the Grand Lodge if required, receive all monies paid to the lodge by hand of the brethren, pass the same over to the treasurer, and take his receipt for the same.
It's not serve, it's observe.
Observe.
To observe the Worshipful Master's will and pleasure. The treasurer's place in the lodge?
At the right hand of the Worshipful Master in the east.
Your duty there, Brother Treasurer?
To receive all monies paid into the lodge from the hands of the secretary, keep a regular and just account of the same, and pay it out to the order of the Worshipful Master and the consent of the lodge.
The Junior Warden station in the lodge?
In the south, Worshipful.
Your duty there, Brother Junior Warden?
As the sun in the south, this is pretty deep here. As the sun in the south at high meridian is the beauty and glory of the day, so stands the Junior Warden in the south to better observe the time, call the craft from labor to refreshment, superintend them during the hours thereof, and see that the means of refreshment not be converted into intemperance or excess, and call them on to labor again, and they may have pleasure and profit by there. So basically what he's saying is, my job is to make sure that they're not going out and getting drunk, and that they're doing their jobs right.
Yeah. The Senior Warden station in the lodge?
In the west, Worshipful Master.
Why in the west, Brother Senior? And your duty there?
To assist the Worshipful Master in opening and closing the lodge, pay the craft their wages, if any be due, and see that no go away dissatisfied. In my power to prevent,
if in my power
to prevent, harmony being the strength of all institutions, and more especially this of ours.
The Worshipful Master station in the lodge?
In the east, Worshipful Master.
Why in the east, and his duty there?
Okay, this is also very deep here. As the sun rises in the east to open and govern the days, so rises the Worshipful Master in the east. Here he gives 3 raps of this gavel. I'll skip that part. To open and govern the lodge, set the craft to work and give the proper instructions.
Brother Senior Warden, it is my orders that this lodge be opened on the first degree of Masonry, or second or third degree, as the case may be, for the dispatch of business, during which time all private committees and other improper, unmasonic conduct tending to destroy the peace of the same while engaged in the lawful pursuits of Masonry are strictly forbidden, under no less penalty than the majority of the brethren present, acting under the bylaws of this lodge, may see fit to inflict. This you will communicate to the junior warden in the south, and he to the brethren around the lodge, that they, having due and timely notice, may govern themselves accordingly.
Brother Junior Warden, you have heard the orders of the worshipful master as communicated to me from the worshipful master in the east. You will take notice and govern yourself accordingly.
Then Junior Warden, brethren, you have heard the orders of the worshipful master as communicated to me through the senior warden in the east. You will please
in the west.
In the west, sorry. You will please take notice and govern yourselves accordingly. Worshipful Master, brethren, together on the signs. The signs of the 3 degrees are given if opening on the 3rd degree, but if only on the 1st degree, entered apprentice, the master would say, together on the sign and not signs.
So at this point, they'll do the Dugard.
Yeah. And then they do the Dugard of the 1st degree, representing the position of the hands when taking the oath of an entered apprentice Mason, which is called the Dugard.
Yes.
I'm going to send that to you.
So again, the signs of Masonry are not secret. The Dugard of an entered apprentice Mason.
There you go.
The sign of an entered apprentice Mason. The Dugard of a fellow craft Mason. And the sign of a fellow craft Mason. And the Dugard of a master Mason.
My left hand.
So these are the signs here. Let me try to get it a little bit quick, a little bit more so you can see it. This is an entered apprentice. This is the fellow craft. This is a fellow craft hand sign. This is also a fellow craft Dugard, and then this is a Dugard here. I'm going to raise it here, but it's actually right at above waist level. The Dugard of a Master Mason. These are the Masonic symbols that we should be looking out for. We're going to get into the grips here in just a second too, but these are the signs. So please tell me in the Super Bowl where you saw these signs, please. Dr. Dre coming out doing this is not a Masonic sign.
Right.
I'm sorry, it's not.
So the entered apprentice Mason, which is called the Dugard of an entered apprentice, my left hand supporting the Bible and my right hand resting thereon, after which the master makes the sign of an entered apprentice Mason, which alludes to the penalty of the entered apprentice's obligation, which is imitated by all the brethren present. Draw the right hand rapidly across the neck as represented in the cut, and drop the arm to the side. Remember that the Dugards and signs are all made with right angles, horizontals, and perpendiculars.
Right angles, horizontals, and perpendiculars. That's going to become very important here in just a few.
Right.
And I hope that any Masons out there aren't uncomfortable with this. They said go ahead and read the rituals as is, so we are reading the rituals as is.
With very slight but marked pauses between each motion or part of the sign. The master then makes the
It's a little conflicting because in the 3rd degree, you take an oath to not show the sign or the word of a Mason. But it's in the book, so it's not,
right. It's not
kind of a conflict.
Yeah.
So let's skip to the next page.
Okay, so skipping to the next page.
So the grand hailing salute. I'm actually surprised that they get into the grand hailing salute so quickly, because I thought that this book was going to go by the rituals, but I think they're just setting up the symbols first. So the grand hailing salute of a Master Mason is, "O Lord, my God, is there no help for a widow's son?" And that's taken from the 3rd degree ritual where Hiram Abiff is raised. "O Lord, my God, is there no help for a widow's son?" I will try to pull up real quick a quick video of this.
Are you going to play that video?
That video we were watching the other day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to get a drink. My throat's getting a little dry from talking so much. So
Okay.
I'm going to let you take.
Here's some waters.
Oh, I've got one right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to get to the do-guard here. Then I'll play you this video in full here. I mean, not the do-guard, the hailing sign. Okay, here it is right here. Because I don't want to skip too far ahead of myself.
Is raised from the dead. And then the former worshipful master will explain to us the meaning of what you have seen.
Mr. Hiram Abiff.
Let us make... You'll see where Hiram Abiff is raised from the dead. And then the former worshipful master will explain to us the meaning of what...
With your hand, secret. That's the only thing that he got. He put into the clue doctrinal.
Trying to find the place where he does it, but you know, maybe I am skipping too quickly. So, you know, I'm just gonna save these videos for later, because I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, and I feel like I am. So, oh Lord, my God, is there no help for the widow's son? According to Duncan's Masonic ritual, which coincides with the cipher here. So let's get back to the cipher.
So, this sign is...
Well, let me also break down here what we're looking at here. So we're looking at the Bible that's in every Masonic lodge, and it's placed with a square and the compass on it. And as you go through the degree work, you start to understand what the square and compass means, what the working tools of a fellow craft mason, an entered apprentice, and a master mason are, what they symbolize, and things like that. So, where's a good place to start?
I think Master gives one rap with his gavel.
Okay.
Senior Warden 1.
Yeah. Okay.
Junior Warden 1.
Okay.
So Master gives one rap with his gavel, Senior Warden 1, Junior Warden 1. So everyone gives one rap.
Okay.
When the Master won the second time, which is responded to by the Wardens a second time in the west and south. When the Master makes the third gavel sound, which is responded to by the Wardens, these 3 raps are made when opening the lodge on the third degree. If opening on the second, 2 raps are used. If opening on the first, 1. First given by the Master, then Senior Warden, lastly Junior Warden. After which the Master takes off his hat and repeats the following passage of Scripture. Behold.
Okay, hold on. Key here. Key. Repeats the following passage from Scripture, not from the Satanic Bible,
right?
Not from Aleister Crowley, not from the OTO, from the Bible,
right?
Behold, how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity.
How satanic!
It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down the skirts of his garment as the dew of Hermon. I don't have my glasses, so I can't see. Why don't you read that?
Oh, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen. Responded to by all the brethren present. Amen. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Interestingly enough, that's what Wiccan practitioners say as well. Whenever they're sealing some kind of ritual, they say, "So mote it ever be." So that's interesting. Then the worshipful Master says, I now declare this lodge opened on the first degree of Masonry. Brothers Junior Deacon, you will inform the Tyler. Then the deacon opens the lodge door and delivers his message to the Tyler. Brother Senior Deacon, you will attend at the altar. Here the Senior Deacon steps to the altar, which I'm going to send Chris the picture of real quick.
Oh, I've got pictures up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Places the square above the compasses.
If opened, and then he goes to the next. Are you okay?
I'm sorry, I need the verb.
Oh.
Hit me out of nowhere.
Okay.
Compasses.
Do you need to get a soda?
No, I've got it.
Okay.
If opened compasses placed in a lodge of entered apprentices, both points covered by the square. Oh, it's opened on the first degree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So they set the compass in a different way and on a different Bible verse, depending on whether they open it on the first degree, second degree, or third degree.
Oh, okay. That's what it's saying. Okay.
Because the entered apprentice doesn't know about the second degree and the third degree, so they do everything entered apprentice style until everybody is raised to the sublime degree of Master Mason.
That makes sense. Then Worshipful Master, all are seated and ready for business. If the lodge is opened on the third degree and at a regular meeting of the lodge, the following would be the order of business. I guess we don't need to go into that. Then Worshipful Master gives one rap with his gavel. Brother Senior Warden, are you sure that all present are Master Masons?
I am not sure that all present are Master Masons, but will ascertain through proper office. I report
Officers and report.
Officers and report. Deacons will approach the west. First, the senior deacon whispers the password of a Master Mason in the ear of the junior deacon, and the senior deacon whispers the same in the senior warden's ear. When one deacon passes up the side of the lodge and the other side, they go stop at each brother present and ask for the password. So they'll literally go, the senior deacon or the junior deacon and senior deacon, senior deacon will go up to every member in the lodge, not just the ones in office, but those who are attending on the side as well, whisper into their ears, and they will get the password for whatever degree of Masonry that they're opening. The passwords are very clear in this book. You know, I'm hesitant to utter them, but at the same time, they're in the book, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, Tubal-Cain is the password for a Master Mason. Jachin is fellow.
Jachin?
Yeah.
Or yeah.
Oh, we'll get into that as we progress. Okay.
It says, if there are any present that cannot give it, the deacons pass them by, especially if they are lower degree members, entered apprentices, or fellow crafts. And after the deacons have gone through the entire lodge, they meet before the Worshipful Master in the east. The senior deacon gets the pass again from the junior deacon and passes it up to the master, and then they return to the senior warden in the west and pass the same up to him in the same way and take their seats again as in. The warden then rises and says, all present are not Master Masons, worshipful. Worshipful Master, all below the degree of Master Mason will please retire while we raise the lodge. The junior deacon says to those below Master Mason, brothers, please retire, and he sees that they do so. After they are out and the door is closed by the junior deacon, the senior warden says, all present are Master Masons, worshipful, and makes the sign of a Master Mason. Worshipful Master, if you are satisfied that all present are Master Masons, you will have them come to order as such, reserving yourself for the last. And then you... in
order, Worshipful Master.
No, brethren, you will come.
Brethren, we will come to order as Master Masons. Brethren, all place their hands in the form of the due guard of a Master Mason.
And then...
in order, Worshipful.
Yeah, together on the sign, brethren, and makes the sign of a Master Mason, which is imitated by the officers and brethren. And lastly, the senior warden. The master gives one rap, senior warden one, junior warden one, and then the master again one rap, followed by the wardens until they have rapped 3 times each. So everybody's just rapping back and forth. Then I now declare this lodge open on the 3rd degree of Masonry. Brother junior deacon, inform the Tyler. Brother senior deacon, attend to the altar. Raps once, and the officers and brethren take their seats. Order of business as follows. Brother Secretary, will you please read the minutes of our last regular communication?
This is like, you know...
What baking...
this is New World Order.
What baking sale are we doing
Right,
this week?
Well, no. It's, you know, okay, so we've successfully infiltrated the New Age movement. We've successfully infiltrated the Truth movement. We've created war in Ukraine with Russia. And we have a bunch of children hidden in the back.
Yep. Pretty much. That's funny.
Okay, so, you know, they go through a bunch. Well, let's get to the actual rituals themselves. I'm going to skip through a little bit. You have a form of petition, you know, to be one, ask one. That's the motto, to be one, ask one. So there's a form of petition to Worshipful Master, Wardens and Brethren, lodge number, etc., free and accept the Mason. This petition of the subscriber respectfully showeth that entering a favorable opinion of your ancient institution, he is desirous of being admitted as a member, etc., etc. So, I mean, they even have the petitions in here. I'm actually, you know, amazed to see that they have so much information in here. I mean, even the orders of business, you know, everything like that. I'd like to get to the degree work, though.
I think I found it. It's on page 43.
On page 43.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing the page backwards. Oh, 43. Okay. Oh, it skips 43 for some reason.
Oh,
it takes me to 44.
Okay, so I'm looking at the candidate is now requested to strip.
It won't take me to that page. How weird is that?
That is really weird. Page 42 of 441.
Okay, I'm at page 42.
Okay, there it is.
Okay.
Okay, I think we should start where the senior deacon...
Okay, you're right here. The candidate is... Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, start. That's
Okay.
great.
Do you seriously declare upon your honor that unbiased by friends and uninfluenced by mercenary motives, you freely and voluntarily offer yourself a candidate for the mysteries of Masonry?
Yes.
Do you seriously declare upon your honor that you are prompted to solicit the privileges of Masonry by a favorable opinion of the institution, a desire for knowledge, and a sincere wish of being serviceable to your fellow creatures?
Yes.
Do you seriously declare upon your honor that you will conform to all the ancient established usages of the order?
Yes.
The secretary returns to the lodge and reports that the candidate has given his assent to the interrogations. The candidate is now requested to strip.
Okay, now, just clarity. It's not actually strip.
No.
What they do is they place you in these garbs here, which you change in private. It's not a bunch of guys, hazing
Watching
you
you
and
change.
spanking you while you're going through. It's not a college, razzing thing.
There's no donkey ringing.
You are wearing a pair of pants with one leg of the pants up to the knee.
Yeah.
And the shirt is halfway cut with one breast exposed. The reason for the one breast exposed is to ensure that you are not a female.
Yeah.
At least that's the way it is here in the United States. Some lodges allow females, but that's the reason for the breast exposed.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to ask you to whip your cock out,
Now, the thing about the other things, is that because it's supposed to be representing Hiram Abiff getting, and what happened to Hiram Abiff, or is that representative of your pant leg being up so that they know that you're not concealing a weapon in your ankle?
It very well could be, but I think it's more symbolic of entering with nothing.
Okay. Yeah, that
You're
makes sense. You're divested.
You're divested of all metals in the
Yeah.
third degree. So you're divested of everything. You're coming in naked. You're coming in, exposed. You're coming in
without anything.
leaving all your baggage behind to come in to be a better version of yourself. Masonry originated as physical stonemasons. But what it transformed into is the sculpting of one's self, the sculpting of one's own consciousness.
Right.
So you use the working tools of Masonry to sculpt yourself into the best version of yourself. But when you enter barefoot and naked,
That makes sense.
for lack of a better term. It's symbolic. And this is what Christians have a problem with, because they say, only Jesus can do this. You can't do this by yourself.
Yeah.
You can't do this with your fellow brothers. You have to go to Jesus, and that's it. That's the only way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the interesting thing about Masonry is you have to believe in a higher power, but but religion and politics are the two things that you cannot talk about in lodge. It's like you don't talk about religion and politics because it's divisive. And people of all different religions are welcome, but at the core of it, it's really Christians. It's really Christianity based. And so, they don't come out and say it, but you can see it all over their symbolism. When you've got the Bible in the middle, when you've got Bible passages being read, when you've got all this, it's all about Christianity. So,
somebody is saying that there's, that they think that it's because they want to put a yoke around your neck and they want you to work for them, and that they divest them of their wedding rings. They make them take their wedding rings off. Well, no, it's symbolic of you can't take your wife with you when you die. You can't take your car with you when you die. You can't, when you are walking into a situation where you're trying to evolve your consciousness, all your material stuff is just stuff. That means that's meaningless. That means nothing. You can't take any of it with you when you go. So the only thing that matters right now is what's in your heart and what's in your consciousness. That's all that they're even invested in right now. That's all that you should be invested in right now. That's what that symbolism means. It doesn't mean, we're taking everything from you. It means when you make a commitment to a spiritual ideal, where you're evolving your consciousness and learning more about yourself, then you can't rely on material wealth to evaluate your own self-worth.
The cable toe makes more sense in the third degree, and it explains the meaning of the cable toe, which is a bond to your brothers and the widows of your brothers and the children of your brothers, and the commitment to being a better person, to live Masonically in the sense of no crimes of moral turpitude.
Be a good person.
Be a good person. Look out for your brothers and sisters, their wives. It's very interesting because the third degree ritual and obligation is very similar to the mafia initiation as well. Do not raise your hand against another Mason. Do not have an affair with a fellow Mason's wife. They also do that in
or daughter.
Or daughter. And they also do that in mafia initiations as well, because it just creates drama. It creates drama where it's like, people have been put to death in the mafia for messing with somebody's wife. That's like a rule. Like, you don't go visit another man's wife alone. If you have to go visit another man's wife while he's away, you take somebody with you.
You take somebody with you.
Preferably a niece or
another female.
Another female.
Yeah.
Right.
So that they feel more comfortable. And so that their husband, who is your brother, feels more comfortable. The whole thing is about learning how to be a leader in your community to a certain extent, as far as we as programmers, I'm speaking to our tribe now, we understand what it's like to be the leaders, because we're constantly looking for ways to carry a higher vibration wherever we're going, whether that's at work or at home or with our friends. We're trying to make our vibration higher and make those around us higher. And so that takes kind of a leadership mentality. And so this is teaching people how to be a leader without stepping on other leaders' toes, and while also expanding your consciousness and helping your brothers expand theirs.
That is true. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Lizelle brought up another great comment. And thank you for all the great comments. Especially the ones that have a different perspective. Lizelle said, in theory, this all sounds great, but most have no idea what they're getting into or what they're protecting at the highest levels. We're talking about murder. Now, in the third degree obligation, it says, I will keep the secrets of a fellow brother, Master Mason, murder and treason excepted. So I will keep the secrets of a fellow brother Mason unless it has to do with murder or treason. And in the ancient ritual, which is the one that we're reading now, it says murder and treason accepted and left to my own discretion. In the cipher that I have here, which is a modern cipher, it actually excludes the words left to my own discretion.
Right.
And I talked to the person that gave me this, and they said, no, we dumped that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Murder and treason is where we draw the line, and we do not keep the secrets when it comes to murder and treason.
Right.
And then all other conduct, rape, theft, et cetera, that's considered unmasonic.
Yeah, it just falls under that purview.
It falls under that. So, unmasonic behavior like that is not something.
They don't support that.
They don't support that to begin with. So that's like a given, that if you ascend to the sublime level of Master Mason, then you're not raping people, you're not committing murder, you're not committing theft,
and you're also not covering up for other people.
When we get into the working tools, live by the square means to keep all of your business dealings squared, meaning fair with everything. So
keep everything squared away.
By the time you get to that part, you've already committed to living a life where everything is fair and
integrity,
and a life of integrity. So murder and treason comes in later. But interesting, it was an interesting comment, and there's steps to all this, and that's why the staircase is so important in this. But let's continue. The candidate is now requested to strip.
All right, Mr. Gabe, will you take off your coat, shoes, and stockings, also your vest and cravat, and now your pantaloons. Here's a pair of drawers for you. You will now slip your left arm out of your shirt sleeve and put it through the bosom of your shirt, that your arm and breast may be naked. The deacon now ties a handkerchief or hoodwink over his eyes, places his slipper on his right foot, and afterwards puts a rope called a cable tow once around his neck, letting it drag behind. The figure is a representation of the candidate duly and truly prepared for the first degree in Masonry.
And it's going to explain a little bit later what the cable tow represents, what all this represents. So my explanation was just, what I remember off the top of my head. This is going to go into the actual explanation.
The junior deacon now takes the candidate by the arm and leads him forward to the door of the lodge and gives 3 distinct knocks. When the senior deacon on the inside rises to his feet, makes the sign of an entered apprentice to the master, and says, Worshipful
Master, there's an alarm at the inner door of our lodge.
You will attend to the alarm and ascertain the cause.
Who comes here?
Mr. Peter Gabe, who has long been in darkness and now seeks to be brought to light and to receive a part in the rights and benefits of this worshipful lodge erected to God and dedicated to the holy...
Whoa, I thought it was Lucifer.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, man.
And dedicated to the holy Saint John, as all brothers and fellows have have done before.
So again, this is really important. The lodge is erected to God, which sounds kind of, dedicated to the holy Saint John, John the Revelator, and as all brothers and fellows have,
they've all done this,
have cloned before.
Yeah. Mr. Gabe, is it of your own free will and accord?
It is.
Brother Junior Deacon, is he worthy and well qualified?
He is.
Duly and truly prepared.
He is.
Of lawful age and properly vouched for.
He is.
By what?
Okay, let me elaborate on this. Properly vouched for, meaning to be one, ask one. So you have to, number 1, know a Mason. You have to, number 2, ask them to join. They don't go out and recruit. And number 3, they have to be vetted. You have your criminal record looked into. They come and visit you at your house. They meet your family. They make sure that you're a good, upstanding citizen who is going to represent the organization properly.
Right.
As much as I would love to say they go and look for murderers and serial killers and everything like that, and as much as I would love to, tell you that it's big conspiracies and everything like that, I'm just giving you the facts as they are.
Yeah. That's just... Yeah.
Now, if you want to think that these facts are bullshit and you disagree with me, I'll give you that. And
yeah,
I'm just telling you what we're reading here and what our understanding of Masonry is. But at the same time, the conspiracies could be right.
By what further right or benefit does he expect to gain admission?
By being a man, freeborn, of good reputation, and well recommended.
Is he such?
He is.
Since he is in possession of all these necessary qualifications, you will wait with patience until the worshipful master is informed of his request and his answer returned. The deacon closes the door and repairs to the altar before the worshipful master, raps once on the floor with his rod, which is responded to by the master with his gavel, when the same thing is passed through as at the door, and the master says, "Let him enter and be received in due form."
The senior deacon takes the compasses from off the altar and repairs them to the door and opens them.
Opens it and says,
"Let him enter and be received in due form."
Senior deacon steps back while the junior deacon with the candidate enters the lodge, followed by the 2 stewards.
So the 2 stewards, so you have the candidate in the middle, and he's accompanied by 2 people. And that's his stewards. And he's blindfolded, so the candidate can't see anything at all, period. And that symbolizes that you have to trust your brothers. You have to trust them. They're leading you somewhere Obviously, it's around the lodge, you know that, but it symbolizes trust. And also, back in the day, it was to keep people from knowing where the lodge was before they were initiated into anything. So,
let him enter and be received in due form. I'm sorry.
As they advance, they stop by the senior deacon, who presents one point of the compass to the candidate's naked left breast. So they take the compass and point it right here. Now, it used to be a sword, but it's a compass now. And they put it on the left breast. And remember this, the candidate is blindfolded. He doesn't know what they're putting up to their breast. And when it used to be a sword, and it is a sword still in some places, I saw an covert video
like in Italy or
from
something.
it was actually from a Muslim country, or maybe it was from Italy or something like that. They actually use a sword and they'll put it up to the candidate's breast. So imagine you're blindfolded, all of a sudden you have a sharp piece of metal right at your breast,
right up against your chest. Yeah.
Mr. Gabe, on entering the lodge for the first time, I receive you on the point of a sharp object pressing your naked left breast, which is to teach you that as it is a torture to your flesh, so should the recollection of it be in your mind and conscience, should you attempt to reveal the secrets of Masonry unlawfully. The junior deacon now leaves the candidate in the hands of the senior deacon and takes a seat at the right hand of the senior warden to the west, while the senior deacon, followed by the two stewards, proceeds to travel once regularly around the lodge as follows. So that goes back to that picture that you would send me earlier, where the candidate is led around the lodge in a specific manner.
Let no one enter on so important a duty without first invoking the blessing of the deity. Brother Senior Deacon, you will conduct the candidate to the center of the lodge and cause him to kneel before the benefit of prayer.
Mr. Gabe, you will kneel.
Worshipful Master now leaves his seat in the east, approaches the candidate, kneels by his side, and repeats the following prayer. Vouchsafe thine aid, Almighty Father of the universe, to this our present convention, and grant that this candidate for Masonry may dedicate and devote his life to thy service and become a true and faithful brother among us. Endue him with the competency of thy divine wisdom, that by the secrets of our art he may be better enabled to display the beauties of brotherly love, relief, and truth to the honor of thy holy name. Amen. Responded by all, so mote it be. Worshipful Master, rising to his feet, taking the candidate by the right hand, placing his left on his head. Mr. Gabe, sometimes masters say, stranger, in whom do you put your trust?
In God.
Since in God you put your trust, your faith is well founded. Arise. Follow your conductor and fear no danger.
Follow your conductor and fear no danger.
The master retires to his seat in the east, and while the conductor is attending the candidate once around the lodge room, he repeats the following passage.
Behold, how good and pleasant it is for the brethren to dwell together in unity. The reading is so timed as to be concluded when they have passed around the lodge room to the junior warden station to the south. So you can see a little illustration here at the bottom of the screen. I don't know how well you can see it, but he's standing right in front of the junior warden, first and foremost. So circling around the lodge as here, going down to the junior warden in the south right here. So he stops here. He makes his first stop here. I'll put that bigger on the screen here so people can see it. First stop right there. Then we're at this part here. Junior warden gives one tap. Who comes here? Conductor. Mr. Peter Gabe, who has long been in darkness and now seeks to be brought to light and receive a part in the rights and benefits of this worshipful lodge, erected to God, and dedicated to the holy Saint John. All of his brothers and fellows have done as brothers and fellows have done before. Junior warden, Mr. Gabe, is this of your own free will and accord? Oh, you do the junior warden.
Yeah, Mr. Gabe, is it of your own free will and accord?
It is.
Brother Senior Deacon, is he worthy and well qualified?
He is.
Duly and truly prepared?
He is.
Of lawful age and properly vouched for?
He is.
By what further right or benefit does he expect to gain admission?
By being a man freeborn, of good repute, and well recommended.
Since he is in possession of all these necessary qualifications, I will suffer him to pass on to the senior warden station in the west.
So this repeats for the senior warden and for the worshipful master as well.
Yeah.
So
It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think that we need to go through all of that, but let's start from here.
I have to use the restroom real quick.
Okay.
Do you mind going ahead and getting started, and I'll be right back?
We can actually take a quick break.
Do you mind?
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead, and I'll play something quick because I need. Actually, if you can grab me some more coffee, I'll just
Yeah.
keep it going.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, if you can do
Be
that
right
at the
back.
same time.
Kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that this clears up a little bit of misconceptions out there and helps people understand what Masonic symbolism is, just for their own well-being and for their own knowledge and gnosis. So the worshipful master, why leave you the west and travel towards the east? And the senior deacon says, in search of light. Everything is about light. Everything is about finding light. Everything is about receiving light. And again, this is another thing that the Christians have a problem with because they're not seeking the light of Jesus. You know, if they would have just added in search of the light of Jesus, then the Christians wouldn't have a problem with it. But the Christians have a problem with it because of that. And this is how Masonry just became like demonized. With all due respect to Masons out there, I think Masonry is a great tool to better oneself, but I don't really find much value in it. And I definitely don't find the evil conspiracies that I read about. Now, again, I don't know what happens in other parts of the world. I don't know what happens in higher levels. I don't know what happens. You know, there could be a massive conspiracy, and this is all just first level stuff, as some people might want to point out, and it very well could be. But from all the literature that I've read, from the ciphers that I have in my hand here, from the Scottish Rite passport that I have in my hand here, from the Scottish Rite literature that is only given to Scottish Rite members, to these books that are readily available to the public, this all seems to line up. Like everything is pretty consistent. Since light is the object of your search, you will reconduct the candidate and place him in charge of the senior warden to the west, with my orders that he teaches the candidate to approach the east, the place of light, by advancing one upright regular step to the front, to the first stop, heel of his right foot to the hollow of his left foot, by body erect at the altar. Before the worshipful master in the east, senior deacon conducts the candidate back to the senior warden in the west and says, and you can see the illustration right here, the position of the candidate. Now, if you notice the position of the candidate, you'll notice that it also has to do with a dugard of an entered apprentice Mason, the way it has his hand placed on the Bible and the way that he's standing. So, Brother Senior Warden, it is the orders of the worshipful master that you teach the candidate to approach the east, the place of light, by advancing on one regular upright step to the first stop. The heel of the right foot of the hollow to the left, his body erect before the worshipful master in the east. Senior Warden leaves his seat, comes down to the candidate, faces him towards the worshipful master, and requests him to step off with his left foot, bringing his heel to the right. There's a lot of repetition in these rituals, like a lot of repetition. So forgive me for being redundant, but it's just the way these rituals are for some reason. The candidate is in order and awaits your further will and pleasure. The master now leaves his seat in the east and approaches, and the candidate says, Mr. Gay, before you can be permitted to advance any further in Masonry, it becomes my duty to inform you that you must take upon yourself a solemn oath or obligation appertaining to this degree, which I, as the master of this lodge, assure you will not materially interfere with the duty that you owe to your God, your family, your country, and your neighbor. Are you willing to take such an oath? The candidate replies, I am. Brother Senior Warden, you replace the candidate in due form, which is by kneeling on his left naked knee, his right forming the angle of a square, his left hand supporting the Holy Bible, square and compasses, his right hand resting therein. The reason that it's a square in this degree is because a square is one of the working tools of an entered apprentice Mason, and they teach you about the meaning of the square and how the square can be used in your own life to better your life. Like I said earlier, but I'm getting ahead of myself. The word now places or causes the candidate to be placed in the position commanded by the worshipful master, just like you see in this figure right here. So kneeling on my left knee, my right forming a square, my left supporting the Holy Bible, square, and my right hand resting thereon, your oath, your solemn oath of an entered apprentice Mason, and if no objection still, you will say, I repeat your name after me. Master gives one rap of the gavel, etc. So the obligation of a entered apprentice Mason, and this is going very long, so I don't know if we can get through all 3 degrees today, but I'll do my best to try to get through this without boring you too much, but at the same time by being as concise as possible, because it's important to understand. Can you do me a favor? Can you just let me have one of those, if you don't mind? Yeah. Oh, do you? Yeah, if you can get another one, that'd be good. Okay. I, Peter Gabe, of my own free will and accord, in the presence of Almighty God and the worshipful lodge erected to him and dedicated to the St. John's, the Holy St. John's, do hereby and hereon most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will always hail, ever conceal, and never reveal any of the arts, parts, or points of the hidden mysteries of ancient Freemasonry, which may have been or hereby shall be at any time or any further period communicated to me as such to any person or persons whomever, except it may be to a true and lawful brother or in a regularly constituted lodge of Masons, nor unto him or them until by strict trial, due examination, or lawful information shall I have found him or them to be lawfully entitled to the same as I am. Basically, what it's saying is that I will not communicate the secrets of Masonry to anybody who is not a Mason of my degree. That's like the signs and the Dugars and stuff like that. But realistically, what are the secrets of Masonry when they're all written in this book right here? And that's why when I posted on Facebook, you guys mind if I go over the rituals? Not a single objection whatsoever, because these are not the secrets of Masonry. They're not. This is public information out there. So I further promise and swear that I will not print, paint, stamp, stain, cut, carve, mark, or engrave them, or cause the same to be done on any symbol, letter, or character, whereby they may be legible or intelligible to any person under the canopy of heaven and the secrets of Masonry thereby unlawfully obtained through my unworthiness. So whoever wrote this book basically broke this obligation completely. Because he has written it down, stamped it down, wrote it out, drew drawings of the signs, the hand signs, and literally everything out there. So basically, when this book was printed in the late 1800s, all of this went out the window and all the secrets were revealed. But it was necessary back then because they were looking for these people. The Catholic Church was looking for them. And I if I can take it a step further, I think there were also, when you get into like Scottish Rite type stuff, even though I don't get into Kabbalah very much, Kabbalah was deemed witchcraft by the Catholic Church, and they were trying to preserve the secrets of Kabbalah. Not only that, but also the Scottish Rite gets into alchemy, it gets into chemistry, it gets into science, and the Catholic Church really was going after science, alchemy, astrology, astronomy, things, the liberal arts. And Robert W. Sullivan talks about the Arch of Enoch and the 7 liberal arts, which is a trivium basically: logic, grammar, rhetoric, science, art, mathematics, things like that. So the secrets of Masonry are all the 7 liberal arts that are revealed later in the Scottish Rite, which is basically science, proper grammar, reading, writing, arithmetic, the things that set us free.
Do you know what the most dangerous one, though, is? Music, frequencies, work with frequencies, things like that. Dangerous.
These are the secrets. This is what they were trying to suppress, and this is what they were trying to preserve. So when I look at it like this, I have to ask myself, why are these guys so evil? Yeah. I don't understand. Like, before I knew anything about this...
Where's the evil part coming?
Yeah, before I knew anything about this, I was right there with you. I was like, oh, it's Masonic, it's this and that.
Yeah.
They want to control us. And then when I read this, I'm like, well, wait a second. Okay, well, hold on. We're all builders in this world, right? Mm-hmm. We're all builders. We all create reality together. Yeah. When I started to understand we all create reality together, I started to ask myself, would I rather be a free builder or would I rather be an enslaved builder? Now, I don't need an organization to be a free builder.
No.
But, I mean, I think that's what I'm getting out of it. I'd love to know what you guys and gals are getting out of it in the chat room, please, especially those of you that disagree. What do you think, Mrs. Gio?
I think that your consciousness and the energy that resides within you is always going to be used towards something. And it's either going to be you that's deciding what that energy is going to be used for, or it's going to be somebody else deciding that for you. And I think most people that aren't as aware as our tribe is are probably falling into the category of, well, I just kind of follow wherever the energies lead me. Whereas a builder, somebody that's a mason, a builder, a creator of reality, and a responsible creator of reality, someone that recognizes that they're a creator, they're going to look at it with a lot more responsibility and take a lot more initiative when it comes to what they invest their energy and consciousness into. And so what those things are is going to be, they're going to be a lot richer than what we're spoon-fed.
That's what I'm taking out of it. Now, could the organization have been hijacked? Yeah. I'm not saying it hasn't been. I'm not saying it. Oh, look. Nice. We have 333 people watching.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
Illuminati, you'll never take control.
That's our running joke now.
Yeah.
Every time we see something that's like 33, we're like, Illuminati.
Oh, look, and average watch time is 11:10. Oh, 1 minute.
1 minute off.
Oh, off of 11:11. You have 26:25 too. I'm sure there's some kind of secret numerology. Oh, it just dropped to 113. Oh no. YouTube does that to us. It just it'll freaking randomly drop. It doesn't keep an accurate count. So, all right.
That's all right.
So, yeah, if I refresh the page, or maybe that's the AI talking to us. Yeah, let's see. When I refresh the page, what happens? We got 241 now, and I don't see it. Oh no. Oh well. Maybe there was some Illuminati symbolism in there. Maybe. By YouTube. All right. So, worshipful master, in token of your sincere, the obligation. All this I most solemnly, sincerely promise and swear, and with a firm and steadfast resolution to perform the same without any mental reservation or secret evasion of mind whatsoever, binding myself under no less penalty that of having my throat cut, my tongue torn out by its roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea at low water mark, where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours, should I ever violate this my entered apprentice obligation. So help me God, and keep me steadfast in the due performance of the same. Now, I don't know if anybody's throat actually got cut, if their tongue actually got torn out or not. Maybe that happened several hundred years ago, but whoever wrote this book, I think he still has his tongue, or, I mean, he's not around anymore, but,
Well, yeah, he died a long time ago.
I think this is meant to be symbolic.
Yeah, it is.
But at some point, it very well could have been serious. It could have been so freaking serious back then, during the whole hunt for the Knights Templars and the Jesuit days, that they took this very, very, very seriously.
Yeah.
In this day and age, though, we don't, I mean, if you had news stories like, man found with throat cut, tongue torn out, 5th one this week, okay, then I might go, okay, there's some seriousness to this, but I don't hear news stories like that. Found in the low tide of the water mark, where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours.
Found at low water mark.
We don't know why this is happening.
We keep finding bodies down here. We don't know why.
Okay. In token of your sincerity, you will now detach your hand and kiss the book on which your hand rests, which is the Holy Bible.
So instead of spitting on it,
I think that was a mistranslation there. It should be spit on the Holy Bible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because that's what I keep hearing that they do.
Maybe the truthers just mistranslated it themselves.
On purpose.
There's a difference between kiss and spit.
Yeah, there's a big difference.
Now, if you're engaged in fellatio, sometimes both are preferable. But
maybe
that's not what we're talking about here.
We don't talk about technique.
Even though we are talking about lodges erected to God, which in my opinion, that's,
that is a little bit.
A little bit of erections there.
Yeah. Not saying anything. To each your own.
Lizelle, thank you again, Lizelle, for the comments.
Yeah, thank you.
I do have experiences with many victims of Freemasonry, helping them overcome abusive horrors. It's not like every Mason, however, the root beginning of the origin is what it is and is written. I would love to meet some of these victims of Masonry. Sir, I'm speaking legitimately.
Yeah, me too.
Because I've never heard of any. I have heard a lot of people, like the video that I'm going to play in a little bit, coming out and saying, oh, Masonry was so horrible, this and that, et cetera, because what they're doing is they're trying to sell books on Christianity.
Yeah.
There was another woman, Laura something, that Kev Baker used to have on all the time. I don't remember her name. It was I said Laura Eisenhower one time, and forgive me.
Laura Eisenhower,
yeah, and apologies to Laura Eisenhower for that, because it's not Laura Eisenhower, it's Laura something else. She claims to be like this ex-Satanist that turned Christian and all this, et cetera, and Cherie and I often joke between ourselves, and we're like, if we really want to make some money, and if we really want to sell our soul and make some money, all we got to do is just turn Christian, and then just start preaching the Bible and say, oh, we were so lost, we were drinking ayahuasca, we actually drank it in the pyramid and did satanic rituals and this and that, et cetera,
we were
and
lost,
oh my God, we would make a shit ton of money.
Yeah, but that's not who we are.
But my soul is more valuable, and my tribe is more valuable than that.
Right.
I know that this life is very finite, and the riches of this world are nothing compared to the infinity of the soul.
Yeah.
And I just can't sell my soul.
Right.
I can't do that. I am surely not going to sell my tribe out like that.
Right, of course.
So with all due respect, they may be sincere, but at the same time, I also have to ask myself, are they just doing that just, for clicks?
It's
because we've come to find out that the Christians are very guilty of this. Like, there was a little boy that died and supposedly saw heaven and all this, and then it turns out his whole book was just like complete bullshit that his parents wrote.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that they come back and they say, oh, I saw Jesus and this and that, and then they write books, and then it comes out that they made up the whole thing.
Subconsciously, they're getting off on the fame, the attention, the money, the self-promotion, all those ego things. They're getting off on it, but it's so subconscious, and usually the feeling of sainthood, of oh my gosh, I'm so blessed and I'm so holy, and I've been touched by God. They have this mentality of everything I'm doing is for God, when subconsciously it's actually all really an ego thing.
Well, and to Lizelle out there, I wasn't saying you in particular,
no.
Lizelle. It's and I'm not saying it's everybody that you've spoken to. I just have to ask myself that question.
Yeah.
If those who are coming out and saying all these horrible things are doing so for some kind of profit. Yeah. Because unfortunately we see that look at all the Super Bowl videos that were floating around. We didn't set out to be debunkers. We just speak the truth. And we were pointing out, like in the Super Bowl, like Tam's Burgers 21 is where Suge Knight did his hit and run.
These are local places.
Eve After Dark is the recording studio where Dre recorded Boys in the Hood. But you see these videos running like Eve After Dark, that's Illuminati symbolism, this
right?
And they either don't understand, but I have to tell you from my own personal experience. I left comments on 3 of those videos, and I said, Eve After Dark is this, Tam's Burgers 21 is this, and I went through all these points. They deleted the comments and blocked me from the channel.
Right.
To me, that is not sincere.
That's not a truth seeker.
Because if you have this information there, now you're no longer ignorant of the information.
Right.
Now you're purposefully pushing some bullshit.
Right.
And there's a lot of people, unfortunately, that do that for clicks, I mean, you have to consider that in this day and age, and
Yeah.
it sucks. It really sucks.
It really does.
Because when we got into this, we were like, we're going to fight the New World Order. We're going to stop them from doing what they're doing. We're going to expose the truth. And then we get in there and we find all these phonies everywhere.
Well, because when we first got in, it seemed like, okay, well, as long as everyone's doing what we're doing, then we're going to defeat this thing in no time.
It
But
never
they
crossed my
weren't.
mind
Yeah.
at the beginning.
Never.
Some of these people are doing it just for money.
Yeah. Or
I
some of
was
these people are doing it for
naive back then.
ulterior motives.
I was stupid.
Extremely naive.
Well,
we were both
the
extremely
reason
naive.
was because this is a legitimate threat.
Yeah.
This New World Order thing is a legitimate threat. We're watching it play out right now. This
Yeah.
whole pandemic, now the war with Russia and China and everything like that. They're trying to
war
promote.
thing.
I mean,
Yeah.
people are living this right now. The price of gas, the price of food, literally everything. Like, this is some serious shit. This isn't some shit to profiteer off of.
Right. This isn't the time to be, making money off books. This is the time to be communicating with each other and figuring out ways to help each other through all of this and to come out the other side better than we are right now.
To me, it's a matter of life or death, but not life as you know it or death as you know it. It's a matter of life or death as in like my consciousness escaping this matrix or not. And as this matrix shut down. And it's a matter of life or death for my tribe. This shit is fucking serious. So that's why we need truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Well, and Lizelle, I have read Morals and Dogma.
We'll get into that here in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll get into Morals and Dogma.
But you know what, Lizelle, if you don't mind, would you mind posting a couple of pages or chat or some pages of Morals and Dogma you'd like us to go over? Because I haven't read Morals and Dogma in full. I don't care about Albert Pike that much, but I've read enough of it to understand Albert Pike. He was kind of a white supremacist kind of guy. Yeah, you're going to have
racist.
However, his best friend was a Native American.
Right.
And so that racism kind of like started to fade from him. Based on being around a Native American a lot. And I know that, so the guy that I knew out there where I was at, he quit Masonry for a while. And the reason was, it's because there was a worshipful master from another lodge that was coming to that lodge. And this was like back in like the early 80s. And he was black. And when they have a visitor come in, the lodge can vote. And all it takes is one person voting no, and that person is not allowed to come and visit the lodge. They voted no because he was black. And my friend was done with Masonry at that point. And he said, I'm not supporting this. So yes, there has been racism in Masonry, especially in the backwoods. And then he went back later because he was friends with a lot of them, all of that, and the racist guys kind of died away and, all that. But yeah, there was that one instance, and when he told me about it, I was like, wow, man, that's heavy. And he's like, yeah, he was like, he was a worshipful master from another lodge. We need to treat all brothers with respect, but you still have that racism there. And then you have a black Masons. I don't remember what they're called. Oh, I don't know. Prince something Masons, and it's all 100% black fraternity. Right. I don't know why I can't remember it off the top of my head. I'm sure somebody will say Prince Hall.
Prince Hall. Yeah,
Prince
that's
Hall.
right.
Yeah. So yeah, no doubt. I mean, they're I'm not saying that this is the best thing since sliced bread. Please don't get me wrong.
No, not
I'm
by
not
a
saying
long
this is
shot.
infallible. I'm actually saying that this is Yahweh worship.
Right. This is Yahweh worship, guys. We're not saying
this
is
is the
good.
stuff that we
we encourage people to see past. You know?
we don't oppose it in the sense
it's
that
not
there's some stuff in here that is of wisdom. You
Yeah.
know. But at the same time, there's stuff in the Bible that's of wisdom too. But I'm not going to push Christianity.
Yeah, because the overall atmosphere, just like it is here, is a little bit nauseating when it comes to the worship aspect and the the way that it's slanted so heavily in a religious direction, that's nauseating to me personally. I don't like this belief system. However, I also am not the kind of person that is capable of just paintbrushing the whole thing as, oh, it's all satanic, full stop. And I'm not going to even read it because it's going to contaminate my mind.
Well, my two best friends in Newport were Freemasons.
Yeah, they were great people.
They were really good-hearted people.
Really good people.
He got sick. His wife brought you soup.
Yeah.
He got sick. You made some vegetable soup
Yeah, I
for
made
him.
vegetable soup for him. His wife made soup for me.
I mean, like, the second day I met him, he gave me a hug. He's like, I love you, brother.
You know?
I was like...
Yep.
Salt of the earth people.
Really, really, really
you know?
nice.
I'm not saying they're all like that. I'm just saying the ones that I've been around. My friend Donnie Gilson, you know, he's a really good guy. Really good guy.
You can get along with and understand and seek to know more about any group or any ideology or any belief system without getting tangled up in it. You really can. You know, being a human being and having this human experience, a lot of it is about that. Trying new things, learning new things, figuring out new people that believe things that are completely different from you. That's part of being human. And if you just full stop look at everything that isn't like you as demonic or satanic or, oh, it's evil, then you're cutting your potential for growth and for new experiences down to the wick, and life is just not as rich in that case. So, you know, be open to new experiences.
So the worshipful master, in your present condition, what do you desire most? And the candidate responds, light.
Light.
Because he's blindfolded. Mm-hmm. It's symbolic of being in darkness and coming to light, which again the Christians take a problem with because it's not the light of Jesus. It's light. Brethren, we stretch. Go ahead.
Oh, worshipful master, brethren, you will stretch forth your hands and assist me in bringing our newly made brother to light. Here, the brethren surrounding the altar place their hands in form of dew guard of an entered apprentice mason, which Chris will show us again. Worshipful master, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. In some lodges, at the last word light, the brethren stamp their feet and clap their hands once, but this is nearly done away with nowadays. Too much morganry about it, as was styled by Masons. Worshipful master now gives one rap, which is the signal for all to be seated but himself, he remaining at the altar. I should remark here that at the word light, the conductor strips off the hoodwink from the candidate's eyes, but keeps him yet kneeling at the altar. Worshipful master, brother senior deacon, I will now thank you to remove the cable tow. Rope is taken off candidate's neck. Some masters say, as we now hold the brother by a stronger tie, worshipful master, my brother, on being brought to light in this degree, you discover both points of the compasses hid by the square, which is to signify that you are yet in darkness as respects Masonry, you having only received the degree of an entered apprentice. You will also discover the three great lights of Masonry by the help of the three lesser. The three great lights in Masonry...
Okay, hold on. Let's go slow on this part.
Yeah.
The three great lights of Masonry are important. So read them slowly, please.
The three great lights in Masonry are the Holy Bible, the square, and the compasses, which are thus explained. The Holy Bible is the rule and guide of our faith and practice. The square to square our actions, the compasses to circumscribe and keep us within bounds with all mankind, but more especially with a brother Mason. The three lesser lights are the three burning tapers, which you see placed in a triangular form about this altar. They represent the sun, moon, and master of the lodge. And as the sun rules the day and the moon governs the night, so ought the worshipful master to endeavor to rule and govern his lodge with equal regularity. So you can go ahead and say
take a step back from the altar.
Yeah.
You next discover me as the master of the lodge approaching you from the east under the Dugard sign and step of an entered apprentice mason. Sign and step as represented below. So the handshake of an entered apprentice mason is a grip like this, holding the first knuckle. The first knuckle represents the first degree. The second knuckle represents the second degree. The third knuckle represents the third degree. So when you see handshakes, sometimes they are Masonic handshakes. But I assure you, when you see Putin reaching over and shaking the hand of Trump, and he's grabbing him by his first knuckle, neither of them are first degree entered apprentice Masons. That's not a Masonic hand sign. It's not a Masonic handshake, okay? If they're touching the first knuckle, it's not. The third knuckle isn't even the full handshake of a master mason, which we'll get into here in a little bit. Even when you see people shaking hands, I don't know if we can do this on camera. Let me see if I can reach over and grab. No, I don't think we can.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it won't let us. So when you see people shaking hands like this, I'm sorry, but they're not going to be giving each other first degree handshakes.
No.
Which is ridiculous when I see this and they're like, it's a Masonic handshake. No, they're not first degrees. Come on.
No.
Give me a break. You think Vladimir Putin is a first degree Freemason?
That's
Even the third degree Masonry, there's another handshake that precedes that.
yes.
Once you recognize somebody as a third degree Mason, there's another handshake that follows, which is the true handshake of a Master Mason. These three are just tests. There's another one after that we never, ever, ever see, but we will see it as we continue stepping beyond the veil.
Beautiful.
Now, I just want to say one thing. We have seen people pointing out Masonic symbols left and right and left and right and left and right. And with all due respect to our audience, with all due respect to everybody that's out there, I want you to pay close attention to what was said here about the compass. About the square. The square to square our actions, the compass to circumscribe and keep us within the bounds of mankind, but more especially with a brother Mason. So the square is to walk uprightly, square your actions, and circumscribe your desires. I'm about to reveal something here that has been a running joke between Cherie and I for the last 6 years. Everybody pointing out Masonic symbolism, and I hope that you don't get offended because this wasn't meant to offend. It was more of a litmus test. Not a single person out there has caught this.
My fellow travelers, always remember to walk uprightly and circumscribe your desires. As we travel upon the level of time, to that undiscovered state of consciousness, traveling to the place where once obtained, no traveler returns. The place of raw consciousness which awaits us when we have passed beyond the veil.
Now, why have all these Masonic experts never once caught in the 6 years that we have been using that intro the fact that is taken directly out of Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor?
That's right.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make anybody feel bad. That is not my intention at all.
No, but
I just want to illustrate that I know what I'm talking about
right.
when I talk about Masonic symbolism.
Right.
And it's always been there on purpose to see who would pick up on it.
Mm-hmm.
And not a single person
Not a single
one
person did
has caught it.
in 6 years. 6 years, and not a single person ever caught it.
So again, that wasn't to make anybody feel bad.
No.
It's just to show people don't know what they're talking about out there. And that's why we want to educate them.
Right.
That's why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not up here because it makes us feel good to make other people look foolish or something. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. It really legitimately has to do with the fact that when you understand these symbols, they can't be used against you anymore. And you can't be manipulated using those symbols. And manipulation it isn't just manipulation to do the bidding of the dark ones. The manipulation also comes in when you are so fearful of life and you're so fearful of new things that you deny yourself a lot of joy and a lot of happiness in your life because you're so afraid that something is demonic or something is satanic or something is connected to the New World Order in some way, that you deny yourself having any fun. I remember one time we went to Disney World, and there was a friend of ours that was a big, truther, conspiracy theorist kind of guy, and which is fine, it's great and everything, but he refused to have fun at Disney World. I mean, refused to look at anything from the perspective of fun or, oh, wow, that's neat at all. Everything was scary. Everything was evil. Everything was part of the New World Order agenda. And it was so sad. At first it was kind of funny, but then as the day grew on, we were like, okay, let's just go. Let's just go to a park or something because this isn't working. Because if you can't allow yourself to enjoy something, then you're not going to get anything out of it.
Yeah. So we've already gone 2.5 hours into this, and we've only gotten through the first degree. So maybe we'll skip, a little bit
quicker.
Okay. So let's get back to
rituals.
this. So when Entered Apprentice is tested after the ritual, they're required to memorize what is in the cipher. And the ciphers are, as I said before, written in a very specific code. I'll try to put it even better on the screen here so you can see. WM stands for Worshipful Master.
Mm-hmm.
I am. I can't read it backwards on my screen, but I don't know if you can read any of it.
Worshipful Master, BSD. It's really difficult to read.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But this is a cipher.
Yeah.
Which matches perfectly with this.
Mm-hmm.
So once I got my hands on one of these, well, actually 3 of these, because I've got all 3 degrees. I started to realize that this isn't bullshit, that this is what they're practicing right now. To this day,
mm-hmm.
It is to the letter.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. Mm-hmm. So they do a test. So before you can go up to your first degree, before you can get your first degree, you go through the first degree ritual. But then you're also required to memorize and recite certain things.
Mm-hmm.
So
are we going to figure 9, the grip of an insured apprentice?
Well, okay, so this is basically all the stuff that's required to memorize. So we'll just jump over to the memorization.
Okay.
Because everything in the memorization is all repeated here.
Yeah.
So this is the next part of the ritual, but it's also asked of the candidate later.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just going to skip to that part where it's the candidate.
Yeah, it's the candidate.
Yeah.
That way it's easier. So where should I
apprentice
start?
apron. The apron, which is the emblem of innocence and the badge of a Mason, more of ancient of the golden fleece or Roman eagle, and when worthy, more honorable than the star and garter, and other order that can be conferred upon you at this time and future period by kings, princes, potentates, and other persons accepted be by Masons. I trust that you will wear it with equal pleasure to yourself and honor to the fraternity. You will carry it to the senior warden in the West, who will teach you how to wear it as an entered apprentice. So it goes into how to wear the apron as an entered apprentice.
Mm-hmm.
Entered apprentices wear their aprons differently. The aprons symbolize different offices. So the senior warden will have a certain apron with his working tools on his apron. The junior warden, the senior deacon, and then anybody attending the lodge always wears a white apron. However, there's a different way to tie the apron depending on how the lodge is opened. If it's opened as entered apprentices, everybody will tie their apron as an entered apprentice. The entered apprentice apron actually is an apron that sticks upwards like this, and it covers more of the body. And it's purposefully meant like that through the fellowcraft degree, and it doesn't go down until after you've reached the fellowcraft degree. So there's meaning and symbolism to that to show that you're not quite there yet, but you are still learning the craft of Masonry. So Brother Senior Warden, it is the order of the Worshipful Master that you teach the new brother to wear his apron. The Senior Warden takes the apron and ties it to the candidate with the flap turned up, remarking to the candidate that as he does so, this is the way Brother Gabe, that entered apprentice, wore their aprons at the building of King Solomon's temple, so that you will wear yours until further advanced. Senior Deacon now reconducts the candidate to the Worshipful Master in the East. Brother Gabe, agreeable to the ancient custom adopted by Masons, it is necessary that you should be requested to deposit something of metal and something of metallic nature, not for its intrinsic value, but that you may be laid among the relic in the archives of the lodge. So they're asking you for a piece of metal to put into a can. As a momentum that you were herein made a Mason. It could be your wedding ring, could be any piece of metal you want to put in there. But don't tune out just yet, because there's a meaning to this. Mm-hmm. Anything, brother, that you have of metal nature will be thankfully received. A button, a pin, 5 or 10 cent piece, anything, my brother. Candidate feels for something, becomes quite confused. On examination and reflection, find themselves very destitute, not being able to contribute 1 pin. His conductor has been careful to take everything from him in the anteroom before he entered the lodge. Finally stammers out that he has nothing of that kind with him, but if permitted to pass on to the anteroom where his clothes are, he will contribute. The master refuses to do so, of course, which only helps confuse the candidate even more. After the master has kept the candidate in this suspense for a few moments, so remember at the beginning of it, the candidate is divested of everything, put into this particular garb, all jewelry, everything is divested. And as somebody pointed out, wedding rings, everything. Mm-hmm. It's not a symbol that you're leaving your wife behind.
Right.
What it is Brother Gabe, you are indeed an object of charity, almost naked, not 1 cent, not even a button or pin to bestow onto the lodge. Let this ever be, my brother, a lasting effect on your mind and conscience. And remember, should you ever see a friend, but more especially a brother, in this destitute condition, you will contribute as liberally to support him and relief as is necessary, and may seem to demand on your ability, permit without any material injury to yourself and to your family. So you enter the lodge with nothing. And the lesson is, should you see a brother in distress, should you see somebody in need, you give what you can give without causing harm to yourself and your family. Don't give more than you can give.
Right.
But remember your place of being completely devoid of everything. Understand what it is to have nothing.
Right.
So you can empathize with the struggle of those who have nothing. And you will be that much more willing to help out because you understand what it's like to have nothing.
Right. Right.
I think that's beautiful.
I think it is too.
I think that's a beautiful sentiment.
Yeah.
So while divesting the candidate of everything, you could interpret it any way you want. When you get to the end of it, it's to help show you this is what it feels like to be destitute. When you see somebody else destitute, make sure that they're not.
Yeah. Make sure you help them to the extent that you can.
I don't know why it's bringing tears to my eyes, but if the world would just operate like that and just remember what it's like to not have.
Right.
I remember what it's like to not have. I remember what it's like not to have a penny to my name. I remember what it's like to not have anything to eat.
Yeah, I know. But
I'm not talking about in some ritual. I'm talking about in real life.
But you have a beautiful...
And that's why when I see somebody that needs something, I'm so quick, sometimes too quick to help out.
Oh, but...
Because I know what it's like to be hungry.
But you have a beautiful heart and a beautiful consciousness, just like, the majority of the people listening to this broadcast, they would not be able to say no, and it's not just morality. It's they feel it in their heart that they want to help people. That's usually how it is. Even with people who have been destitute at some point in their life, if they have a good heart, then they will remember how they felt when they didn't have anything, and they will use that empathy to help others. However, you have people that have that virus, and not having anything makes them remember not having anything, and they tell themselves, that's never ever going to happen to me again, and I'm going to make sure that never happens to me again by not caring about anybody but myself and just the people in my immediate vicinity, and I don't care about anybody else, because I never want to get back to that place where I don't have anything. And that comes about as a result of feeling like others are going to take from you what you already have and leave you with nothing. However, if you're surrounding yourself with these kinds of people that have this mentality of, no, you see somebody in need, you help them, then you already know that that's not going to happen. And thus it like attracts like, and that wouldn't be the case in our reality in any universe, because we don't have that mentality. We surround ourselves with people that are like this, that have the mentality of helping others.
I love you nowhere.com. He said, Chris, get on the DJ set.
Aww.
Right when I was starting to get emotional.
Yeah.
You get on the DJ set.
You should get on the DJ set.
Yeah, that's where I have the most peace.
Yeah.
This is the first place I have the most peace. The second place is on the DJ set. But, I see things like this, and I see people pointing at, this is evil, this is that, et cetera, et cetera.
It's sad.
And it very well could be. There could be some evil parts about it, but the wisdom that I found in these... And this, and I don't know why this hit me so hard. I don't know why. It just, I've been there. I remember having nothing at all. And many of you out there remember it too. And they're telling people at the beginning, remember? They were saying, they're telling you to leave your wife behind and do this and do that.
Yeah.
When the lesson all along is, remember what it's like to have nothing. And when you see somebody with nothing, give as much as you can without hurting yourself. And that's the lesson that they're teaching. But it's twisted because people don't understand this.
Yeah.
And please don't think that this show's about defending Masonry. It's not. It's just about the truth.
Right.
It's about the truth.
They think in order to love another being, you have to either worship them or do everything they say or be obsessed with them. And it's this very unhealthy version of quote unquote unconditional love. And then there's also the feeling of, oh, well, I have to help everybody and I have to give of myself until I have nothing left. If I give to one person, I have to give to everyone, and I even have to get down to the shirt off my back. No, that's not the case. You don't have to do either, because either way, that's an extreme. Do what you can for who you can. And that's all you can do, and feel good about yourself doing that.
Yeah, let's move on.
So, moving on.
Brother Senior Deacon, you will now reconduct the candidate to the place where he came from and reinvest him with that which he has been divested of, and return him to the lodge for further instruction. Senior Deacon takes the candidate by the arm, leads him back to the center of the lodge, and at the altar, the worshipful master in the east makes the dugard and the sign, and the apprentice is then taken back to the anteroom, given all of his belongings and possessions back, and enters the lodge as as a first degree Mason.
The worshipful master says, Brother Gabe, you now stand in the northeast corner of this lodge as the youngest entered apprentice, an upright man and Mason, and I give it to you strictly in charge as such ever to walk and act. Some masters preach great sermons to candidate on this occasion. Brother, as you are clothed as an entered apprentice, it is necessary you should have the working tools of an entered apprentice, which are the 24-inch gauge and the common gavel. The 24-inch gauge is an instrument made use of by operative Masons to measure and lay out their work, but we, as free and accepted Masons, are taught to make use of it for the more noble and glorious purpose of dividing our time. It being divided into 24 equal parts is emblematical of the 24 hours of the day which we are taught to divide into three parts.
This is great wisdom right here.
Yeah.
It's using the compass to divide your time.
The ruler.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
To divide your time into equal parts of the day.
Yep.
Go a little bit slower on the equal parts of the day, because I think this is something people can take and apply in their life. And this is a balance that I have had a very difficult time finding in my life.
We have to tell ourselves every day
We have to remind ourselves every day to do this.
It being divided into 24 equal parts, so there's like an inch for each, hour, is emblematical of the 24 hours of the day in which we are taught to divide into three parts, whereby we find a portion for the service of God and the relief of a distressed worthy brother, a portion for our usual avocations, and a portion for refreshment and sleep.
Okay, so it's saying divide
8 hours.
8 hours for sleep and relaxation.
Mm-hmm.
So go home, have a drink, get some sleep, relax, de-stress. 8 hours for working on your craft, whatever your craft is,
whatever your job
business, your job, anything like that, and 8 hours to the devotion service of God. Now, you can take that. What I love about this is that you can take the word God and it could be anything.
Mm-hmm.
God is, to me, is the divinity within.
Right.
So your divinity, our tribe's divinity, everybody's divinity.
Yeah.
So service to God, in my opinion, what that means to me is service to others.
Yeah.
How can I help somebody else? So if we did that, 8 hours for us, 8 hours for our work, and 8 hours for service to others, imagine what a beautiful world we would have. I mean, we pride ourselves on working 18 hours a day sometimes.
Yeah.
And I used to do that too. And
we have a great work ethic.
And I wouldn't get any sleep.
Yeah.
And what is that? That's selfish. I'm working for myself to make money for myself.
Yeah.
So
you can have more stuff that you don't enjoy because you never have time.
Well, in my previous occupation when I was working IT, the whole company relied on me. Like literally, like if something was going wrong
it was rough,
and I didn't fix it before 7:00, literally the whole company, 800 people, would not be able to do their jobs. So I would stay up until the job was done to make sure that those 800 people, when they got in there, they could do their job. But that wasn't balanced, though. It wasn't balanced.
Right.
And I often ridicule the guy. We had a big database breakdown, and the guy I was working with remotely shut his computer off at 5:00 and went home. And I'm like, dude, the whole company relies on us.
Right.
And I was up until I got it done at 6:30.
Yeah, 6:30 in the morning.
And I called the CEO and I'm like, it's finished.
Yeah, we went and got breakfast.
Yeah. And you know what he said? Thanks.
Thanks.
Not, hey, here's a bonus.
Yeah.
Thanks, brother.
Right.
But again, when I was ready to transition from there to IA Life, he did keep me on the payroll for 6 months.
For 6 months.
Without giving me any work.
Right.
So I got my reward later.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that happens a lot.
How many times can you say that you were worked for a company for 6 months and they didn't give you anything to do because the CEO's sole motivation was to help you establish your business?
That's so beautiful.
And give you a safety net.
He's such a wonderful person for, recognizing the value of that.
My Patriot Supply.
Yeah, my Patriot Supply guys, because, man, such a great guy.
So the gavel.
Go ahead.
The gavel is an instrument used by operative Masons to break off the superfluous corners of rough stones to better fit them for the builder's use, but we, as free and accepted Masons, are taught to make use of it for more noble and glorious purposes of divesting our minds and consciousness of the vices and superfluities of life, thereby fitting us as living stones for spiritual building, that house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. Now you can take that again. What I find beautiful about this is, regardless of your spirituality, you could be Christian, you can be, I don't know what we would call ourselves, recognizing our own divinity. It's using it to chisel your consciousness. It's all the stuff we've been talking about. This is why, like, the ayahuasca showed me all this, and I'm getting freaking messages like way back. How do you know so much about Masonry? I don't know shit about Masonry. Well, you need to fucking learn about it, because a lot of the stuff you're talking about is you're talking about stuff that comes out of Masonry. So, what do I talk about? Deprogramming ourselves from our negative aspects and all that stuff from our consciousness, and getting down to our raw consciousness. And here's a tool that's representative of doing exactly just that. But here's the beauty of it, is you can take it and use it however you want to use it, whatever it fits for you. So now, as we start to understand the rituals, we understand why they don't say this is a Christian organization, why they don't say this is a Muslim organization, why they don't say this is a Jewish organization, because you are free to take your spirituality and apply it to these principles here.
Right.
But the Christians are like, no, only Jesus Christ can do that.
Yeah, this is
where all the evil and demonization comes from.
Right.
But maybe the conspiracy are right. Maybe at the very top of this, once you get past all this, they really want to control the world. But I mean, I've been to their dinners before, and
they have trouble putting those
together. They have
together.
trouble putting the dinners together.
Yeah, I can't even imagine them trying to take over the world.
World domination just seems a little bit out of their reach.
That's out of their league.
With all due respect.
Yeah. That's way out of their league.
So Brother Gabe, there's a lecture on this degree consisting of 3 sections, which you will, at this point, earliest commit to memory. The first section section treats the manner of your initiation. The second section, the reason why, and the third section, the form, furniture, lights, etc. So when you want to move up to second degree, you have to be able to recite this off the top of your head. Like, this has to be, and a lot of people don't make it out of the first degree. They'll join it and they just bail on it because they can't get the memorization down. But here's a cheat sheet for you. Yeah,
here's a cheat sheet.
For anybody out there that is considering this path, because I can tell you what, the cipher, it does not. It does not.
It doesn't give you that much info.
That much info. No.
Yeah.
No. But you have this here, so it's a cheat sheet.
Nice.
But committing them to memory, I could see the value in it.
Yeah, when you commit something to memory.
Let's go through the questions real quick.
From whence came you?
From the Lodge of Holy St. John in Jerusalem.
What came you here to do?
To learn to subdue my passions and improve myself in Masonry.
Then I presume you are a Mason?
I am so taken and accepted amongst brothers and fellows.
How do you know yourself to be a Mason?
By having been tried,
often tried,
never denied, and willing to be tried again.
How shall I know you to be a Mason?
By certain signs, a token, a word, and the perfect points of my entrance.
What are signs?
Right angles, horizontals, and perpendiculars.
What are tokens?
Certain friendly or brotherly grips by which one Mason may know another in the dark as well as in the light.
Give me a sign. And here, give sign of entered apprentice. Has that an illusion?
It has, to the penalty of my obligation.
Give me a token. And then you give the token, I hail.
I conceal.
What do you conceal?
All of the secrets of Masons. In Masons, all of the secrets, I think this is a misspelling.
All the secrets of Masons in Masons, to which presses the thumbnail to
First part of the joint, token eludes.
What is that?
A grip
Of what?
of an entered apprentice Mason.
Has it a name?
It has.
Will you give it to me?
I did not receive it, neither will I impart it.
How will you dispose of it?
I will letter or half it.
Letter it and begin.
No, you begin.
Begin you.
A.
B.
O.
Z.
A.
Uh,
Bo.
as.
Boaz.
Where were you first prepared to be made a Mason?
In my heart.
Where were you next prepared?
In a room adjacent to a regularly constituted lodge of free and accepted Masons.
How were you prepared?
By being divested of all metals, neither naked nor clothed, barefoot or shod, hoodwinked with a cable tow around my neck, in which condition I was conducted to a door of the lodge by a friend, whom I after found to be a brother.
How did you know it to be a door being hoodwinked?
By first meeting with resistance after gaining admission.
How gained you admission?
By 3 distinct knocks.
What was said to you from within?
Who comes here?
Your answer?
Mr. So-and-so, who has long been in darkness and now seeks to be brought to light, and to receive parts in the rights and benefits of the worshipful lodge, erected to God and dedicated to the Holy Saint John, as all brothers and fellows have done before.
What were you then asked?
If it was of my own free will and accord, if I was worthy and well qualified, duly and truly prepared, of lawful age, and properly vouched for. All of which being answered to the affirmative, I was asked by what further right or benefit I expected to gain admission.
Your answer?
By being a man freeborn, of good repute, and well recommended.
What followed?
I was directed to wait with patience until the worshipful master should be informed of my request and his answer returned.
And what answer did he return?
Let him enter and be received in due form.
How were you received?
On the point of a sharp object pressing against my naked left breast.
How were you then disposed of?
I was conducted to the center of the lodge, caused to kneel, and attended a prayer.
After attending at prayer, what were you then asked?
In whom I put my trust.
Your answer?
In God.
What followed?
My trust being in God, I was taken by the right hand and informed that my faith was well-founded, ordered to arise, followed my conductor, and feared no danger.
Where did you follow your conductor?
Once around the lodge, the junior warden station in the south, where the same questions and like answers were asked and returned at the door.
As at the door.
As at the door.
How did the junior warden dispose of you?
He bid me be conducted to the senior warden in the west, and he to the worshipful master in the east, where the same questions were asked and like answers were returned.
How did the worshipful master dispose of you?
He ordered me to be reconducted to the senior warden in the west, who taught me to approach the east by one upright regular step, my feet forming an angle of an oblong square, my body erect at the altar, and the worshipful master
Before the worshipful
master in the east.
What did the worshipful master then do with you?
He made me a Mason in due form.
What was that due form?
Kneeling on my naked left knee, my right forming a square, because the square is the first working tool, my left hand supporting the Holy Bible, square and compass, my right resting thereon, in which due form I took the solemn oath of an entered apprentice Mason, which is followed. And some lodges require you to repeat the obligation, and others
but
don't.
not generally.
Yeah.
After the obligation, what were you then asked?
What I most desire.
Your answer?
Light.
Did you receive light?
I did, by order of the worshipful master and the assistance of the brethren. And if I can just make another note here, this is again something that the Christians take
and twist it around.
offense to,
Yeah.
because it's light,
Yeah.
not the light of Jesus.
Right.
I mean, come on, this is the kind of simplicity that has just like turned it into like, Satanism.
It's very, very ignorant.
Yeah. I mean, it's light. It's not the light of Jesus. Therefore, it must be Satan.
Right. It must be Satan if it's not Jesus.
Yeah.
On being brought to light, what did you first discover?
The 3 great lights of Masonry by the help of 3 lesser.
What were the 3 great lights in Masonry?
The Holy Bible, the square, and the compasses. Again, keyword, the Holy Bible.
Holy Bible, square, and compasses. What are their Masonic uses?
The Holy Bible is to rule and guide our faith and practice. The square, to square our actions. And the compasses to circumscribe and keep us within the bounds of mankind, but more especially with a brother Mason. So again, let me just reiterate this. It's saying use the Holy Bible as your rule and guide to faith and practice, okay? And the Holy Bible, my views on that. The square, to keep your actions squared, meaning be fair. You know, all the stuff we talk about here on Beyond the Veil. Treat others as you want to be treated. Make sure that your energy is being given and received equally. Don't be an energy vampire. Value other people's time. Value your own time. Make sure your business dealings are fair. Don't rip people off. You know, things like that.
Beautiful. What are the 3 lesser lights?
The 3 burning tapers in the triangular form.
What do they represent?
The sun, the moon, and the master of the lodge.
Why so?
Because as the sun rules the day, the moon governs the night, so ought the worshipful master to endeavor to rule and govern his lodge with equal regularity.
What did you then discover?
The worshipful master approaching me from the east under the dew-guarded sign of an entered apprentice, who in token of his brotherly love and favor presented me with his right hand, and with it the grip and word of an entered apprentice, and ordered me to arise and salute the junior and senior wardens as an entered apprentice.
An entered apprentice.
After saluting the
wardens, what did you then discover?
The worshipful master approaching for the east from the second time, who represented me with the lambskin or white linen apron, which he informed me was an emblem of innocence and the badge of a Mason, and it has been worn by kings, princes, and potentates of the earth. It was more ancient than the golden fleece and Roman eagle, more honorable than the star and garter, etc., etc., etc.
Or any other order. How should an entered apprentice... Oh, go ahead.
No, that's you.
Oh, how should an entered apprentice wear his apron?
With a flap turned up.
After being taught to wear your apron as an entered apprentice, what were you then informed?
That agreeable by an ancient custom adopted in every regulated and well-governed lodge, it was necessary that I should be requested to deposit something of metal, etc., etc.
What were you then disposed of?
I was ordered to return to the place from where I came. Sorry. Let me finish this because it's important.
Yeah.
I was instructed to deposit something of metallic kind from its
not for its
intrinsic value, but that it may be laid upon as a relic of the archives of the lodge, as a memorial that I was there made a Mason. But on strict examination, I found myself to be destitute.
Mm-hmm. How are you then disposed of?
I was ordered to return to the place from whence I came and reinvested with what I had been divested of, and return the lodge for further inspection.
On instructions. On your return to the lodge, where were you placed as the youngest entered apprentice?
There
it is. Top left.
Oh. In the north corner, my feet facing a right angle, my body erect, and the right hand of the worshipful master. The reason it's in the north is because the north represents the place of darkness. Oh. And an entered apprentice isn't quite yet in the light. He has received light, but he hasn't quite achieved light yet. So he was placed in the right. And I guess we can go through the working tools real quick, because these are again important, and it might be redundant, but there's a lot of redundancy in this.
What did the worshipful master then present you with?
The working tools of an entered apprentice.
Which are?
The 24-inch gauge and the common gavel. The 24-inch gauge is an instrument made use by operative Masons to measure and lay out their work, but we as free and accepted Masons are taught to use it for more noble and glorious purposes of dividing our time into equal parts. We already went through all of that.
Yeah, we went through all
the gavel is an instrument made by operative Masons to break the superfluous corners of rough stones, but it's better fit for the builder's use, as we and free and accepted Masons are taught to make use of it for the more noble and glorious purpose of divesting our minds and consciousness of all vices and superfluities of life, thereby fitting us as living stones of that spiritual building, that the house not made with hands, eternal in heaven. Basically, deprogram yourself, get rid of all your bullshit, and be a better person.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah. And the rest of it is redundant.
Yeah, and it's extra.
Very redundant.
Yeah, extremely.
Yeah.
But this is really the meat and potatoes of it was the working tools, in my opinion, because that's what you take away from it, and you use that for the rest of your life. That bit of wisdom.
So if you can take that and apply that in your life, you don't have to go join a fraternity for that.
Right.
But you can find wisdom in it. And I started researching this and learning about it back in 2016, 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's when I remember when we first went for lunch or for dinner at the lodge.
Yeah.
And we walked in because our friend was like, dude, come to the lodge at least for dinner, man. Come on.
Yeah.
What was the first thing that Mark said?
I don't remember. It was so long ago. But
Fucking George Soros is fucking things
Oh,
up.
yeah,
He's running
I
the
remember.
fucking world.
oh yeah. Oh, I was so shocked. Number one, that he was cussing, and number two, that he mentioned George Soros. And number three, that he knew about his history in the concentration camps, and against his own people back in World War II. Like, he knew about all of that, and all these other guys were agreeing with him. It was interesting.
It was completely the opposite of
Surreal.
what I expected.
Yeah, it was surreal.
You know, because this is dinner, you know, so
Yeah.
you can't go into lodge, you know, but you can go to dinner. And I walk in and they're all talking about George Soros, how he's running the world, he's funding BLM, he's doing this, he's doing that. I'm like, wait, are we at a truther meeting or are we at a Masonic
Not Alone Truth Conference?
dinner? I'm not seeing a difference here. What's going on? And then Dave, you ever watch Suspicious Observers?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh man, I love Suspicious Observers, man. I watch them all the time because, you know, I actually met the guy one time. I went to one of his conferences.
Oh, that's
really?
funny.
He goes, you ever had him on your show? No, I've never had Suspicious Observers on. Oh, dude. I would go to his shop, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he'd have, hey, dude, check this out. This is what's going on in Suspicious Observers today. Look, you know, there's this going on. There's that.
That's neat.
I'm like, you're more of a conspiracy theorist than I am.
That's so funny.
And he's like, well, yeah, we all are.
That is
I'm like,
great.
I thought y'all run the world. He's like, no.
Nope, they don't. That's why, you know, when people are talking up
Well,
Freemasonry as if it's
he was
huge thing.
upfront with me.
Yeah.
You know, I said, you know, I'm thinking about getting into it. You know, I really want to know what it's about. I'm really, you know, I'm seeking higher wisdom, higher knowledge.
Higher
you know,
levels of consciousness.
I'm drinking
you know.
ayahuasca. I'm doing this, and he said, man, I'll just be upfront with you. There's not. It's not. All the conspiracies.
He's honest.
Yeah, he's like, you know, you're totally on point with everything you're saying. There's no reason you're not.
You don't need it.
If you join, you're gonna wind up quitting really quick.
Yeah.
So don't waste your time.
Yeah. Yeah. That is so true.
It's a sad fact.
We're too advanced for it.
It's a sad fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah. It's good for people that aren't as
George
advanced.
Soros.
Yeah, but
The
George
first
freaking
thing we hear
Soros
about when we walk in.
is George.
Now
freaking
again, this
Soros.
is a lodge in Spokane, Washington.
right,
I can't tell you what goes on in DC.
or New York.
I can't tell you what
somewhere
goes
like
on
that.
in New York. I can't tell you any
Yeah.
of that.
I'm sure it's probably a lot different, but yeah, I think if that's any indication of small town America, Freemasons, they're not only harmless, but they're actually doing a lot of good things for their, you know, little communities that they're in,
Yeah.
for the most part.
This has gone on for quite some time. We're still at the second degree. So I think we're just going to run through the second degree, get to the pertinent parts, and then, because I really want to get to the third degree, and then after that, we will
We'll wrap it up. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go through all 441 pages of this
Okay,
book.
good. Thank you.
I do feel like I need to take a break for a second, though, because I just
Yeah.
need to give my mouth the time to
Yeah, my throat hurts too.
rest
So.
for a second. And are you going to get up?
Yes, I would like to run downstairs and get something.
Okay.
So,
I will then keep an eye on the chat, because I'd love to know if there's anything in the chat that people want us to talk
to
about.
cover. Okay.
I
I'll be right back. And I have to use the restroom too, so.
I wish I had an old New World Order track that was talking about Masonic symbolism, just to kind of show the difference of what knowledge actually does, and the different. I guess I'll play you this one. This was about an ayahuasca experience. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Where is it? Sorry, bear with me for a second while I find the song. I don't know why I can't find it. It should be right there.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally?
Yes, Redeemer and Destroyer, Call
And Messiah. Welcome, time span soul. Welcome to your destiny. You killed it on that track. People are saying that in the chat.
Thank you so much.
It sounds very
guys.
Evanescence.
Yeah.
It sounds really Evanescence. I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah, that was a tough song because I'm not the type of person that sings from my diaphragm very often, but on that song it really, came from deep within. And that was a very different song for me because usually it's coming from more the head and the nasal, and I pulled that from deep within, and I
know
think
you
you
can do
can
it.
tell.
Yeah. You're
So,
great.
Thank
You
you.
have a really beautiful voice.
Thank you. I hope I can get it back pretty quickly. I have a hiatal hernia, which kind of sucks, but I found a way to reduce it myself without having to resort to any medications or surgeries or anything like that. So I'm working on it, and I'm actually going to be working with Chris this weekend on one of the tracks. So
Yeah. Well, you're looking beautiful.
thank you.
For a couple months there, you were looking like you were struggling a little bit.
I
but
really
you
was,
look like
yeah.
you found a lot more strength from within you.
Yeah.
And we still got to do these surgeries because just unfortunately it's, you've got physical stuff that has to be changed.
Fixed.
It's
Yeah.
like, if you got a broken bone, you got to put it back in place. It's
Right.
just, there's no amount of energy healing or ayahuasca or anything like that.
It's going to fix it.
But this is what I've been telling you the whole time, though. Is like,
Mm-hmm.
EDS. It's a very difficult condition to live in. Ayahuasca isn't going to heal EDS, but ayahuasca will help to teach you how to handle EDS
Right.
better.
With more gracefulness.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely. So moving on to the second section.
So yeah. Let's do the second degree real quick.
Mhm.
And ladies and gentlemen, tell us if we're boring you with all this. Sometimes we have a tendency to be too precise.
Yeah.
I figure something as important as this, it needs to be fully understood, because a lot of people don't take the time to read this. I don't like to read myself, but I'll listen to an audiobook, no problem. So I'm hoping that by doing a show like this, people can go and like truly understand at least what the first third degrees are. We might do some more shows about,
About the deeper levels.
the deeper levels,
Yeah.
the Scottish Rite and things
the
like
Scottish
that.
Rite aspects.
I gotta tell you, I like this. I like the wisdom,
Yeah.
and I can see how it can help a lot of people. But I feel like we as the BTV tribe are just like way ahead of this stuff. But for the sake of clarity and clearing up some of the stuff, because, and when it's on other people's channels, I don't mind. But when people come to our channel and they bombard us with comments or on Facebook or whatever, and it's like, we know better, and we can see, beyond the, I hate to call it truth propaganda, but I'll just call it, for lack of a better term.
There is such a thing. Yeah.
I like to get to the truth, and sometimes the truth isn't as sexy. Sometimes
Yeah.
the truth is disappointing.
Or boring.
I mean, when I was talking to my friends way back about Masonry, I was really hoping that it would be like some kind of like esoteric, consciousness elevating thing that I can incorporate into my consciousness and into my journey.
Yeah.
And I realized like ayahuasca is so much more powerful, but ayahuasca isn't for everybody.
Right.
And so I can see how a normal NPC kind of guy, not saying that everybody's NPCs. I'm just saying I can see how some NPCs could benefit from something like this. I could also see how, it's a secret society. So obviously it's going to be riddled with conspiracies. but we're riddled with conspiracies.
Right.
I mean, you know, we've had conspiracy circulating around that we suck people's brains out with our cats.
Using our cats.
Yeah, we bring
somehow
we bring them on air and put them out, and when we're actually petting them, we're actually sucking your brain out with our cats. Like, I kid you not, like somebody actually said this.
I don't even know how to begin to explain how that would work. But
like, our cats are too busy sleeping.
Yeah.
To suck anybody's brains
They're
out.
way too lazy to be sucking brains.
Either that, or that's what they're doing. She's up there.
Yeah, or maybe that's why they're so tired. Because they're so tired of sucking people's brains out. Yeah, they're exhausted. Oh, yeah. So tired.
So you guys need a spaceship. We do need a spaceship.
Yeah, that would.
Truth can be a yawn. Crystal.
Yeah, truth can be boring and disappointing. At the end of the day, what's more important to me personally is that I didn't come out with some bullshit, and it turns out that not only is it bullshit, but that it hurt people, or that people made a poor decision because of the bullshit. And that's why I don't put anything out there unless I'm very careful with what I put out there.
What I think really got to me, it was a Super Bowl, because what I saw was pre 9/11 legends getting up there and singing on stage together, the revitalization of a genre that I love. No Masonic symbolism. Dr. Dre paid $7 million out of his own pocket.
Out of his own pocket.
Why would Dre pay $7 million out of his own pocket to do a Masonic ritual during the Super Bowl? That's unheard of. It'd be more likely that he got paid $7 million to do that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I think what happened, as you said, is they said, we want you to change this and this and this and this. Otherwise, the sponsors are just not going to sponsor you.
Right.
And so he said, fine, I'll pay for it myself.
Yeah.
And I saw it as us winning, as, this is the end of this whole zombie virus situation. Yeah. Nobody's promoting the mask. Nobody's promoting the vacations. Nobody's promoting the social distancing. Nobody's doing any of that. We're just vibing with the music. And then all these people rushed over to say, no, it's evil, it's evil, it's evil. We're doomed, we're doomed, we're doomed. And it's like, no, I see it as a win.
Right.
But it's from people that don't understand what they're talking about, and it kind of brought the vibe down.
What the game is.
Yeah, yeah. I was like on a high, going, yes, we're winning, we're winning.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a great sign.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, no,
it's
we're
horrible,
doomed, we're doomed, we're all gonna die.
Yeah.
They have total control, and I'm like, don't give them that power.
Yeah, don't hand that to them.
Don't give them that power that they have that they're almighty and all powerful and all this and all that. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, that's...
yes, we are against Goliath.
Yeah, it's a big enemy.
But we're winning.
It's a big, dumb, clumsy enemy.
We're winning. You all are fucking awesome out there.
Y'all are amazing. And y'all are who we do this for, because at the end of the day, before we go to bed at night...
Well, Lizelle has been making some great comments. And thank you, Lizelle.
Thank you, Lizelle, for being here tonight.
Yeah, for being here tonight. And, why would you believe that Dre paid $7 million? Because he did. He paid $7 million. He put on that whole performance himself. And I've seen different breakdowns of the Super Bowl. I've seen them too. Trust me, I saw them. People trying to say that the FEMA camps were a representation of the stage, and the photos they were using was from China.
FEMA camps. They were from China.
Yeah. Eve After Dark being some kind of, symbol. It's the first recording studio that Dre recorded Boys in the Hood. Eminem, 50 Cent being upside down. In his video in the club, he was doing upside down sit-ups because he's a bodybuilder, and he was flexing. And his whole video in the club from 2000 is him in the gym working out.
So it's a throwback to 2000.
He was flexing. So he came upside down, literally doing upside down sit-ups in his video in the club. So he did the same thing. Now, had he not been doing upside down sit-ups in 2000 when he did the video,
right,
then I might go, that's representative of the Hanged Man and et cetera, et cetera. I might see some symbolism there. But the thing is, when I know the history, when I know that Tam's Burgers is the place where Suge Knight did his hit and run,
right,
and Tam's Burgers was the one that caught it on film, I have to go, this is a reference to Tam's Burgers and the incident with Suge Knight, not human meat.
Right.
I got to weed out the obvious first before saying, "Oh, well, this is something else."
Yeah.
And then Mary J. Blige singing "No more pain,
No
no more
more pain,
suffering,
no more
freedom."
yeah.
All of that. The only negative thing I saw that was Eminem taking a knee.
Yeah.
And I didn't even realize he was taking a knee at first because I was too busy watching Dre do a Tupac thing.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes artists will make themselves less prominent, less visible on stage to highlight somebody else. And I thought he was doing that. It wasn't
That's
until
what
the
I thought
second.
he was doing too.
It wasn't until the second watch through that I realized, oh, he's doing that stupid freaking Kaepernick
taking a knee BS.
thing.
Yeah.
Charlie Ward was saying, "Oh my God, look at how they're dressed. They shouldn't be wearing shorts like that." And I'm like, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? What the hell? I mean, you got to think about the opposite perspective here, okay? Like, the liberals have been pushing like major fuckery with people's minds.
Yeah, in our society.
I made a joke the other day, 5-year-old kids are trying to learn the 26 letters of the alphabet, and at the same time, they're also expected to memorize 52 different genders, and they're shamed for not knowing those 52 different genders. Okay, that is a polar extreme that we don't want. We don't want that polar extreme. But think about the other polar extreme too, which is the conservative Christian morality police.
Everything's a sin.
Yeah, I mean, A Handmaid's Tale is what a show that you watch. And just imagine a theocracy like that coming down on us. And I mean, that's the equal but opposite horror that we can face by all that. And what are we going to have, the morality police coming on there and say, "Oh, those women's shorts are too short"? It's just like, the whole Janet Jackson thing when the breast came out.
When the nipple came out.
I was like, what's the big deal?
It's a nipple.
Every baby should see a nipple. Like,
right.
Seriously, like, we've created a society where some babies haven't seen a nipple. Yeah. It's like, mom should breastfeed unless there's like some serious medical condition to not do that.
Right.
And then the whole, public breastfeeding thing that was going around for a while. Yeah, women should feed their children wherever their children need to be fed.
Yeah.
I remember one lady, she posted and she said, somebody asked me, can you go to the bathroom and do that?
That was me, actually. I told, when I was younger.
Oh, was that you?
I was breastfeeding in a restaurant one time, and I had a blanket over him. I wasn't showing anything, but she was upset by me doing that because I was eating while I was feeding him. And she said, "Do you mind doing that in the bathroom? That's really disgusting." And I said, "Yeah, sure. You go ahead and grab your food and I'll meet you in there." And I said, if I have to eat in the bathroom, if he has to eat in the bathroom, you're going to eat in the bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's not right.
Yeah. I don't like these.
Mind your own business.
I don't like these polar extremes, and I like balance. I like balance. And I think maybe it just comes down to like living in Las Vegas. Vegas is like so like laid back. Like, you've got showgirls walking down the strip in thongs, and I think that's great. I don't see anything wrong with it. But I do see something wrong with going and telling kids there's 52 different genders. So we gotta have that balance. But I think I'm more not fearful, concerned about the opposite.
Uber conservative.
The opposite uber conservative theocracy coming down.
Yeah.
Than I am about the liberal bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had to choose between the two, it'd probably be the liberal extreme.
Yeah.
But I don't want to choose between the two. I want to stay in the middle. But I definitely don't want the morality police out there, telling you what you think, what you wear, all that is wrong, is evil, is immoral, and this and that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I can go on a whole fucking rant about morality, because according to the Bible, taking a 7-year-old girl and keeping her as a sex slave is immoral. No, it's not.
Right.
In no universe is it. Likewise, going and telling a 17-year-old a 7-year-old that there's 52 different genders is moral. No, absolutely. No fucking universe is it. So, yeah, sorry. That's my little rant there.
It's okay. Oh, no, I accidentally closed the window. Let me pull it back up. Okay. All right. So let's rush through the rest of this. Let's get through this.
So we can get to the third degree.
Second and third degree. Fellow crafter second degree. I'm just going to get to the worshipful master, Brother Junior Deacon, you will take with you the necessary assistance and repair to the anteroom, where there is a candidate in waiting for the second degree in Masonry. And when you have him prepared, make it known by the usual sign. The junior deacon, with the 2 stewards accompanying him, steps to the center of the lodge, makes the due guard and sign of a fellow craft, and passes out of the lodge into the anteroom. And then you can do the junior deacon.
Well, I don't think there's any reason for that.
Oh, there's no reason to go through all that?
Because it's the same thing.
Oh, is it the same
except
thing?
in reverse.
Oh, it is,
so
isn't it?
you're blindfolded, cable-toed. The cable toe goes around the waist, I think? Or does it go around
this one goes around the waist.
Okay, yeah, this one goes around the waist, and it's the other leg that's exposed.
Yeah.
So there's a balance there. So now we're balancing everything. In the third degree, it'll all come to balance.
Yeah.
The deacon ties the hoodwink or handkerchief around both eyes, again, because you're seeking light. And so you're not hoodwinked and taken off into a van.
Oh, okay.
You're hoodwinked because it's supposed to represent the darkness and you're coming to light.
Okay.
So, worshipful master making the sign of the fellow craft. There's an alarm at the door. Again, it starts out with the same ritual. The deacon does 3 knocks. Who comes here? Brother Gabe, who has been regularly initiated as an apprentice and now wishes to receive the more light
in Masonry.
More light.
More light.
In second degree is more light.
Mm-hmm.
In Masonry, to pass the degree of fellow craft.
By being passed the degree of fellow craft.
Brother Gabe is it of your own free will. They go into all the exact same thing again, repeating the ritual. Yes, it is of my own free will, etc. And then the deacon whispers in the senior's ear the password. Shibboleth.
The pass is right. From whence came you and whither are you traveling? From the west, traveling toward the east. Why leave you the west and travel toward the east in search of more light? Since that appears to be the object of the candidate's search, it is my orders that he be reconducted to the senior warden in the west, who will teach him how to approach the east by 2 upright, instead of 1, 2 upright regular steps, his feet forming an angle of a square, his body erect at the altar before the worshipful master in the east. Senior deacon conducts the candidate back to the senior warden in the west and says,
let him enter in the name of the Lord and be received in due form. The junior deacon advances through the door, followed by the 2 stewards, when the senior deacon stops them by placing the angle of the square against the candidate's breast. Brother Gabe, on entering this lodge the first time, you received on the point of the compass, and now I receive you on the angle of the square, which is to teach you that the square is a virtue, to be your rule and guide of your conscience in all future transactions with mankind. Keep everything squared. Make sure everything is fair.
It's squared away.
Have all fair dealings, etc., etc., etc. The senior deacon now takes the candidate by the right arm. Now it's the right arm instead of the left arm, followed by the steward, and conducts him twice around the lodge. So second degree, go twice around the lodge. Same pattern as what you sent here, except for twice around the lodge, signifying the second degree. Thus he showed me, and behold, the Lord stood up and made a wall made by plumb line. The plumb line in his hand. The Lord said unto me, Amos, what seest thou? And I said, a plumb line. And then the Lord, behold, I will set a plumb line in the middle of my people of Israel. I will not again pass by them anymore. And this comes from Amos. Amos. Yeah. Is that from the Catholic Bible?
No, it's the regular Bible. It's the book of Amos.
Oh, okay.
There is a book of Amos. It's just really, really tiny.
Okay. So again, more scripture.
Yeah.
He was going around the lodge as the conductor and candidate pass off the officer station, southwest, east, etc. Sound the gavel. By the time the master is finished reading the above passage of the scripture. So as he's going around, they're reading this passage out of the Bible again.
Once again.
Yeah. Give two raps and respond. Who comes here? Brother Gabe, who has been regularly initiated as apprentice, wishes to receive more light in Masonry by being passed the degree of fellow craft. Brother Gabe, is this of your own free will? It is. And it goes through the same things, How did you gain admission? By the benefit of the pass. Has that pass? Has he the pass? He has not, but I have given it for him. Meaning the senior deacon has given the pass for the initiate because he doesn't know the pass yet, and he whispers the word shibboleth into his ear. The pass is right. I will suffer you to pass on the senior warden, etc. Who comes here again? A lot more repetition. Same thing. The initiate is looking for more light in Masonry, etc., etc., etc. Brother Gabe, is it of your own free will? It is. A lot, like I said, a lot of repetition. Let's get to some pertinent parts here. Brother Senior Warden, is the order of the Worshipful Master that you teach the candidate to approach the east by 2 upright regular steps, his feet forming the angle of a square, his body erect at the altar, and the Worshipful Master in the east. The Senior Warden leaves his seat and approaches the candidate. He leads him to the ward of the altar with 2 steps, and this time says, Brother, you will first step up 1 full step with your left foot, bringing the heel of your right to the hollow of your left foot. Now you will step off with your right foot, bringing the heel of your left to the hollow of your right. Now the candidate is making a square with his foot. And so now you see, there's more symbolism being added as the degree work progresses. Yeah. The senior warden will assist the deacon. Brother Gabe, you are kneeling for the 2nd time at the altar of Masonry to take upon yourself the solemn oath or obligation of the fellowcraft. And I take pleasure as master of the lodge to say to you that there is nothing in this oath that will interfere with your duties that you owe to your God, your family, your country, your neighbor, or to yourself. Are you willing to take the oath? And this is what I want to get into. I want to get into the oath, because this is what's most important to people. You know, they want to know, what are Masons obligated to? So I think the obligations are the most important. But you can see from the illustration here, you actually have the candidate kneeling on his right knee with his left hand up and his hand on the Bible. And the compass is laid out different, and there's a different verse on the Bible. And this actually right here is the sign of the fellowcraft, but at the same time, what else does it remind you of?
It reminds me of
the Magician Tarot card.
It does, doesn't it?
It is the Magician Tarot card.
Oh, wow, it is, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, he's blindfolded.
He's becoming the magician
He's
now.
Becoming the magician.
He's becoming the creator of his own reality.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's very symbolic.
It's Egyptian. It's Egyptian stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Kneeling on my naked right knee, my left forming a square, my right hand on the Holy Bible, square and compass, my left arm forming an angle supported by the square, and my hand in a vertical position. Candidate, I am. Then, if you have no objection, you will say, I repeat your name after me, which is a signal for all brethren to assemble at the altar. Now, here's the oath. Why don't you read the oath, because I'm getting a little bit out of breath.
Okay. I, Peter Gabe, of my own free will and accord, in the presence of Almighty God in this worshipful lodge, erected to him and dedicated to the Holy Saint John, do hereby and hereon most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will always hail and never conceal and ever conceal and never reveal any of the secret arts, parts, or points of the fellowcraft degree to any person whomsoever, except it be to a true and lawful brother of this degree, or in a regularly constituted lodge of fellowcrafts, nor unto him or them until by strict trial, due examination, or lawful information, I shall find him or them as lawfully entitled to the same as I am myself. I furthermore promise and swear that I will stand to and abide by all the laws, rules, and regulations of the fellowcraft degree as far as the same shall come to my knowledge. Further, I will acknowledge and obey all due signs and summons sent to me from a lodge of fellowcrafts or given me by a brother of that degree, if within the length of my cable toe.
So the cable toe is symbolic of your obligation. So if you are asked by a lodge of fellowcrafts to do something within your obligation, then you're expected to do it.
Right.
But I can't really think of anything that you would be asked to do.
Yeah.
You know, like, hey, can you show up to this meeting?
Right. I think that's the extent of that.
Yeah.
Further, that I will aid and assist all poor.
Okay, this is important because this gets into the 3rd degree here. Further, I will aid and assist all poor, distressed, worthy fellow crafts, knowing them to be such as far as their necessities may require and my abilities permit without injury to myself. Again, it's just about helping your fellow brothers and sisters out there.
As long as you're not hurting yourself in the process. Because this is about
if you've got
healthy.
$5 and your friend needs 10, you don't give them your $5 because you only have your $5. If you've got $50 and your friend needs 10, you give them the $10.
Put the mask on yourself first before attempting to put it on someone else.
Yeah.
When you're on a plane.
Yeah, the oxygen mask.
The oxygen mask.
Not the face mask.
Not the face mask.
Furthermore, I will not cheat, wrong, or defraud a brother of this degree knowingly, nor supplant him in any of his laudable undertakings. All this I solemnly promise, swear, and firm and steadfast resolution to perform the same without any hesitation, mental reservation, or self-evasion of mind, whatever binding myself under no less penalty than, here's the penalty, having my breast torn open, my heart plucked out, and placed on the highest pinnacle of the temple, from thence and thrown over my left shoulder and carried into the valley of Jehoshaphat, there to be devoured by vultures of the air, should I ever knowingly violate the fellowcraft obligation. So help me God, and keep me steadfast in my due performance of the same.
Brother Gabe, will you...
Now, hold on. We need to look up some news articles to see, how many people have been found with their hearts plucked out, placed on the higher pinnacle of the temple, and carried out into the valley of Jehoshaphat. So, again, I think this is all either...
It's metaphor.
It's metaphor, but at the same time, there might have been some actual,
some truth to it.
Value back then.
Yeah.
Brother Gabe, you will detach your hand and kiss the Bible on which your hand rests, which is the Holy Bible.
Can't
Not spit. Kiss the Bible.
In your present condition.
And we do that in the Greek Orthodox Church. I remember we'd go to the Greek Orthodox to then do the little cross and light a candle and then kiss the Bible. I don't know. It's some kind of weird thing the Orthodoxes have. I don't know what it is about kissing the Bible, but in your present condition, what do you desire most? And again, the candidate is blindfolded.
More light in Masonry.
More light in Masonry. Yeah, brethren, you stretch forth your hand and assist me in bringing our brother to light.
And then
all the brethren place their hands in the form of the due guard of the fellow craft. Let the brother receive light. At this point, the conductor unties the hoodwink and lets it fall from the candidate's eye. The master then gives one rap on the altar of the gavel when all the brethren but himself and the conductor take their seat. The master then says to the candidate, "My brother, on being brought into light in this degree, you behold one of the compasses elevated above the square." The compasses are placed differently now on the Holy Bible. One compass is elevated above the square now. Which is to signify you had received light in Masonry by points. Then stepping back a few feet from the altar, the worshipful master continues, "Brother, you discover me approaching from the east under the dew guard." Here he makes a sign. In token of the continuance of brotherly love and favor, I present to you my right hand, and with it the past token of the past grip of the word of the fellow craft. As you are yet uninformed, your conductor will answer for you. So again, here we are with the handshake of the second degree Mason, which is the second knuckle, like I said before. So when Vladimir Putin, again, is doing a cross table handshake, and he's holding the second knuckle, I guarantee you neither of those people there are second degree Masons. I guarantee you that is not the case.
100%.
100%. So,
here I left you, and here I find you.
Here I find you.
Will you be off or from?
From the grip of an entered apprentice to the past grip of a fellow craft.
Here the candidate is requested pass, and then here the candidate is requested to pass his thumb from the first joint to the space between the first and second joints, which is the past grip of a fellow craft. What is that?
The past grip of a fellow craft.
What, has it a name?
It has.
Will you give it to me?
Shibboleth.
Will you be of or from?
From.
From what and to what?
From past grip of a fellow craft to the real grip of the same.
Pass. What is that?
The real grip of the fellowcraft.
Has it a name?
It has.
Will you give it to me?
I did not so receive it, neither shall I impart it.
How will you dispose of it?
I will letter it or half it.
Half it and begin.
No, you begin.
Begin you.
Ja.
Kin.
Jakin.
Kin.
Some say
Ja,
some say
Jakin.
it this way: Chin, Ja, Jakin.
Yeah.
The pass is right, et cetera, et cetera.
You will rise and salute the junior and senior wardens as a fellow craft.
Yeah.
And then
so this goes back again to the same thing where the fellowcraft wants to ascend to the third degree. There's a whole nother quiz, and he's got to memorize all of this.
mhm.
You know, the pass is the right and the word is right. I will suffer you the pass to the senior warden station in the west. The conductor and candidate now pass to the senior warden in the west, where they pass precisely the same examination as they just described with the junior warden. The senior warden then permits them to pass on to the worshipful master in the east. I'm trying to get to the working tools. Here we go. The conductor now reconducts the candidate to the worshipful master. I will now present you with the working tools of a fellowcraft mason, which is the plumb, the square, and the level. The fellowcraft then, you remember, the apron was up. Now the apron is half up.
Yeah.
To represent the fellowcraft. So if you ever see a picture of masons and one has their apron up or one has their apron halfway up, it means that they are either entered apprentice or fellowcraft masons. It's not until the third degree that they wear the apron downwards. Okay. So you can understand the symbolism like that by understanding how they wear their aprons. And then also the offices of which they hold by the tools that are on those offices, but we're not going to get into that in this broadcast. So the working tools of a fellowcraft. So listen up, because you can apply some of this in your life here. The plumb is an instrument made use by operative masons to raise perpendiculars. This is monitorial and is generally read to the candidate by the master. The reader will see that the Masonic monitors, after reading this, the master says, "Brother, senior deacon, it is my order that you recommend this candidate to the place from where he came and invest him with what he has." I think we just completely missed the meanings of the working tools.
And it cut off there for some reason.
It did cut off there. That's weird. I think we skipped a page. But anyways, it should be in the next one here. So you get a little more of this Masonic explanations of, I don't remember what these cards are called, but you can see the two pillars now. You can see Boaz and Jachin. So these are the two pillars. We'll just skip forward a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it actually starts to explain this, and it explains how this is King Solomon's temple, and how these two represent the lights leading into King Solomon's temple. After the candidate is dressed, the candidate ties himself with a white apron with a flap down as worn by fellowcrafts. Masonry is considered under two denominations, namely operative and speculative. By operative Mason, we allude to the proper application and use of the rules of architecture, where a structure will derive figure, strength, and beauty. So figurative Masons operative Masons are those who actually construct buildings and construct pillars and, stuff like that. Speculative Masons is what Freemasonry is all about. And speculative Masons use these tools as representations to expand their consciousness, forge their consciousness, strengthen their consciousness. By speculative Masonry, we learn to subdue the passion, act upon the square, keep a tongue of good rapport, maintain secrecy, and practice charity. It is so far interwoven with religion as to lay under obligation to pay the rational homage to the deity, which once constitutes our duty and our happiness. It leads to the contemplative to view with reverence and admiration the glory of works of creation, and inspires him the most exalted ideas of perfection of his divine creator. And I like the way that it's left open. Your divine creator is whoever you want it to be. It could be, you are the divine creator. That's the way that we see it. Our ancient brethren worked at both operative and speculative masonry. They worked at the building of King Solomon's temple, besides a numerous of other Masonic edifices. They wrought 6 days. They worked 6 days is actually what that means, but did not work on the seventh. For in the 6 days God created the heavens and the earth and rested on the seventh day. Therefore the ancient brethren consecrated this day and the day of rest from their laborers, thereby enjoying frequent opportunities to contemplate the glorious works of the creation and adore their creator. Brother, the first thing that particularly attracts our attention are 2 large brazen pillars, one on the right and one on the left. The name of the one on the left is Boaz and signifies strength. The name of the one on the right is Jachin. This denotes establishment. They collectively denote establishment and strength and allude to a passion in Scripture. In strength shall this house be established. There are representations of the 2 pillars erected in the outer porch of King Solomon's temple. They also have been in height 35 cubits, 12 in circumference, and 4 in diameter. They are said to have been adorned with large chapiters of 5 cubits each, making the entire height 40 cubits. These chapiters were adornments with representation of network, lilywork, and pomegranates, and are said to devote unity, peace, and plenty. The network from its connection denotes unity, the lilywork from its whiteness, and the retired place in which it grows, purity and peace. And the pomegranates from the exuberance of their seed denotes plenty. So you notice the pillars in different architecture, Italian architecture, Greek architecture, Egyptian architecture. They all have symbols. So you see like Egyptian pillars with the lotus flower, the lilies, stuff like that. This is all what that's alluding to. It's alluding to physical masonry, but also how we can take that and apply that within our own consciousness to build beautiful pillars for ourselves within our own consciousness and admire the beauty of the world, admire the creation, and also admire yourself as you are ascending towards your path, towards enlightenment.
Right. The pillars are to keep a roof supported. The roof in Spanish is very close to the same word as heaven. And I think that it's kind of a play on words where our consciousness is the highest form that we are. It's the most glorious that we are, is when our consciousness is completely expanded and we're on ayahuasca. That's the most beautiful part of being human. And so this is about keeping those pillars erect and stable and all of that. That's why the pillars are important, because they hold that consciousness up, and they keep you self-confident in that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, again, I don't see any evil in this. I mean, other than the worship of Yahweh,
myself.
Of course.
Yeah.
I just don't. It's the Christians that started all this nonsense, though.
Yeah.
And that's what's behind a lot of these conspiracies. It's the Christians pointing the finger at this and that and this and that and this and that, and it all comes from John Birch Society stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they say what we do is evil. Ayahuasca,
Right.
Egyptian consciousness,
Their perspective.
meditation, chakra work, energy work, divination, tarot, literally everything like that. And so, I don't know. I'm just, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, this isn't as sexy as the
it's
conspiracies. It's not.
So
It's actually quite mundane.
Right. It's pretty boring by comparison.
There was one part, though, about how the world is a machine.
Mm-hmm.
And in this great machine, all pieces work together.
Yeah, that was...
And I can't find that one particular place, but I know it's in the second degree.
Yeah, I'll find it.
But you want to talk about the G, because a lot of people are wondering what the G stands for in Masonry. It's very clear in the second degree. So the first thing that particularly attracts your attention on this passage here, actually, I'll just skip to this. I shall now direct you to the attention of the letter G. Here the master turns to point to the large glided letter G, which is generally placed on the wall behind the master's seat and above the head, some lodged suspended from the front of the master by a cord or wire, which is the initial for geometry, the fifth science.
Yep.
It is being that on which this degree is the principle founded on. Geometry, the first noblest of sciences, is the basis upon which the superstructure of Masonry is erected. By geometry, we may curiously trace nature through her various windings to her most concealed recesses. By it we discover the power, the wisdom, and the goodness of the grand artificer of the universe, and view the delight, the portions which connect this vast machine.
This vast machine.
Let me repeat that. Geometry, the first and noblest of sciences, is the basis upon which the structure of Masonry is erected. By geometry, we may curiously trace nature through her various windings to her most concealed recesses. What are we talking about here? We're talking about as above, so below. We're talking about geometry.
Right.
We're talking about practical geometry and sacred geometry. Now, nobody would argue that sacred geometry is inherently evil. Nobody would argue that practical geometry is evil. But even right here, in the second degree of Masonry, by it we discover the power and the wisdom and the goodness of the grand artificer of the universe, and view with delight the proportions which connect this vast machine. It's revealed right there. This is a machine that we're living in. It's a machine based on geometry. It's a machine based on not only tracing the nature through the various windings, but also to the most concealed recesses. So we can see geometry all around us, but when we get to the core of it, we also see sacred geometry. This is saying we live inside of a simulation, and that it's all based on sacred geometry. What do you think?
It even says, the geometry, the fifth science. I mean, God is a funny word, because it can mean different things to different people, and yet everybody knows what you're talking about when you say the word God. And the God mind is what I think of whenever I think of geometry and a clockwork universe. The God mind, aka the machine, the centralized unit that's running this reality that we're all inside of. Its language is geometry. Its way of being is geometry, and its language is mathematics. And that's what God is. If God is anything, that's what it is.
That's what ayahuasca taught me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
And Lizelle is saying in the book that we're reading, it says geometry. In other books, it says gnosis. It very well could. We're reading the book that is the official.
Yeah, we're just reading what the book says.
We're reading the official Masonic ritual.
What were you next shown? The letter G.
Yeah, not any knockoffs or interpretations or anything like that. Like, this is what they say in the ritual. They say in the rituals in the United States and in the West.
What were you next shown? The letter G. To what does it allude? Geometry, the fifth science, but more particularly the sacred name of the deity to whom we should all, from the youngest entered apprentice who stands in the northeast corner to the worshipful master who presides in the east, with reverence most devoutly and humbly bow. This is the end of this fellowcraft degree or second degree in Masonry. It literally says it's a double meaning. It means geometry, but it also means the deity that runs this machine.
But I like gnosis too.
I like gnosis too.
Don't get me wrong. I like gnosis
is a good one too.
Yeah.
Because gnosis is our version of godhood.
Yeah.
It's our God mind.
Yeah, but it's all about geometry
Yeah.
and sacred geometry.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to think about, like, you know, who are these people who have been trying to suppress everything that we talk about here on Beyond the Veil, everything that I think everybody would agree with outside of Masonry, forget about
Right.
Masonry, all the stuff we talk about, divination, astrology, sacred geometry, all of that. It just happens to also be here too. But who are the people demonizing it? The church.
Mm-hmm.
More so the Catholic Church.
The Catholic Church in particular.
In particular, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these conspiracies, unless there's something that I'm just not seeing, and I'm open to that, I'm open to constantly expanding my consciousness. But at the same time, I also have to look at the source material first and look at the obvious symbolism, like 50 Cent doing a callback to his video in the club instead of automatically going to the Hanged Man, the tarot, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Are you getting tired?
Mm-mm. No,
Okay.
I'm trying to read this.
Okay. So
it's
real
very
quick,
small
let's do the
print.
lecture on the Fellowcraft degree, and then we will skip to the Master Mason degree after that, and we'll wrap it up after
Okay, I
that.
have to go back to the Fellowcraft degree. What page are you on?
We are on page 123.
Okay, because I'm all the way to page 130. So
Okay.
Here we go.
So this is when you move up to third degree. This is what you're expected to memorize.
Are you a Fellowcraft?
I am. Try me.
How will you be tried?
By the square.
Why by the square?
Because it is an emblem of morality and one of the working tools of my profession.
What is a square?
An angle of 90 degrees or a fourth part of a circle. Hold on. I got to chime in on this. You know the ancient whole thing about circling the square or squaring the circle?
Squaring the circle, yeah.
Squaring the circle. That's the big mystery. How do you square the circle?
Mm-hmm.
Right here, it says an angle of 90 degrees or 1/4 part of a circle. How is the square 1/4 part of a circle? Think about that. All of a sudden, we get the answer to squaring the circle.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1/4 part. We just need the other 3 parts.
Mm-hmm.
The circle is a square and the square is a circle.
Right. Where were you made a Fellowcraft?
In a regularly constituted lodge of Fellowcrafts.
How are you prepared?
By being divested of all metals, neither naked or clothed, barefoot nor shod, hoodwinked, and with a cable tow twice around my right arm, in which condition I was conducted to the door of the lodge by a brother.
Why had you a cable tow twice about your right arm?
To signify as a Fellowcraft, I was under a double tie to the fraternity.
How gained you admission?
By 3 distinct knocks.
To what do they allude?
To the 3 jewels of a Fellowcraft, an attentive ear, an instructive tongue, and a faithful breast. That means your heart is faithful, your tongue is, you speak the words into existence. It's telling you now, you have to listen, you speak to manifest reality, and you also have to have it in your heart too.
Yeah. What was said to you from within?
Who comes there?
Your answer?
Brother so-and-so, who has been regularly initiated from an apprentice, now wishes to receive more light in Masonry by being passed the degree of Fellowcraft.
What were you then asked?
If it was of my own free will of an accord, etc.
Your answer?
By the benefit of the pass.
Did you give the pass?
I did not, but my conductor gave it for me.
What followed?
It's been kind of a running joke with me and Cherie. Somebody who asked me, did you do this? I did not, but my twin did it for me. Okay.
What followed?
I was bid to wait with patience, etc. We can skip through some of this. How were you received?
How are you received?
On the angle of the square presented to my naked right breast, which was to teach me that the square of virtue should be the rule and guide of my conduct in all my future transactions with mankind.
How are you?
Notice the key word here. It's not saying with other Masons. It's not saying with your secret society. It's not saying with any of that. It says square your actions with all of mankind. I see no problem with that. I think that's great wisdom.
Yeah, it really is.
I was conducted twice around the lodge. He directed me to pass to the senior warden. He ordered me to be returned to the senior warden to the west, who taught me to approach the east by 2 upright regular steps, my feet forming an angle of a square, my body erect at the altar, etc.
What did the worshipful master then do with you? Made me a fellow craft in due form, and then what was that due form?
Kneeling on my naked right knee, my left forming a square, my right hand on the Holy Bible, square and compass, my left arm forming a right angle, supported by the square in due form. I took the oath of a fellow craft.
And then some repeat the oath. After the obligation, what were you then asked?
What I most desired.
Your answer?
More light in Masonry.
Did you receive light?
I did, by order of the worshipful master and the assistance of the brethren. And see, again, I just want to point out this is what the Christians have the problem with.
Yeah.
It's because it's on the order of the worshipful master, not through Jesus Christ. I mean, this is how simplistic we're getting with this.
Simple-minded.
Simple-minded.
Yeah.
I mean, it's absurd.
On being brought to light, what did you first discover? More than you had heretofore discovered. One point of the compasses.
One point of the compass is elevated on the square.
Above the square,
which is signify that I'd received more light in Masonry.
By points.
Yeah, and so it just kind of goes on, like that. Let's go back over the plumb. I was conducted to the worshipful master in the east, who presented me with the working tools of the fellow craft, the plumb, the square, and the level. Let's go over that one more time, because this is the stuff here that I find value in. The plumb is an instrument made use by operative masons to raise perpendiculars, the square to square the work, to the level to lay horizontals. But we, as free and accepted masons, are taught to make use of them for more noble and glorious purposes. The plumb admonishes us to walk upright in our several stations before God and man, squaring our actions by the square of virtue, and remembering that we are traveling upon the level of time to that undisclosed country from whose bourne no traveler returns. So it's basically saying we are moving through life. Always do your best to be the best person that you can possibly be. Square your actions of virtue, and remember, we're traveling upon the level of time to an undisclosed country, undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. We're moving towards death, towards something else, and remember to always live upright, and all that. So,
it's basically saying nobody comes back from death. So
pretty much,
you need to prepare now. And make sure that, your life is lived as well as possible. Live as good of a life as possible. Because once you leave, you're not coming back.
Yeah.
At least not in the form you're in.
Right. So geometry is the fifth science, but more particularly the sacred name of the deity to whom should all the youngest entered apprentice who stand in the north corner, to the worshipful master who presides in the east with reverence, most devoutly and humbly bow. This is the end of the fellow craft degree, or the second degree in Masonry. So I just want to read the site notes here real quick. We are challenged by our opponents to prove that St. John was a Freemason. The thing is incapable of direct proof. Calmet positively asserts that he was an Essene. Okay, we're getting to the Essenes now. Many of you are familiar with the Essenes. They were Jewish mystics.
Mm-hmm.
We did a video way back where we were still kind of in between, going down the Gnostic kind of path, but it starts to get more into Gnosticism now. The Essenes were Jewish mystics.
Yeah.
The word Mary is repeated in the Bible many times. You've got Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of Jesus. There's about 9 different Marys. We went over it in a video called The Divine Feminine Rising, and it was a great series. But we talked about how Mary is actually a title, and it was a title for a free woman in Rome, and they were of the Gnostic sect, and that Jesus was actually taken to Egypt and to India, taught in mystery schools, and came back and showed off his knowledge of the mystery schools that he achieved while in India.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're getting into Gnosticism here. And, I think that's a progression that a lot of us go through as we go through all of this. Now, we just happen to go through it in our ayahuasca journeys.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Gnosticism is something that a lot of people are interested in because the Essenes were Jewish mystics. And this is where you get Kabbalah. This is where you get Scottish right. This is where you get York right. As a matter of fact, here, one of the rules of Jewish Kabbalah is called transposition, and it is used by finding an appropriate meaning for a word formed anagrammically from any other word. Acting on this rule, Brother Rosenberg, an eminent Jewish Mason residing in Paris, thus improves the name of these pillars. In the first degree the candidate receives in his preparation of these elements of the sciences, it remains for him to instruct or to fortify himself by means of the higher sciences. The word fortify in Hebrew is Zaob, as opposed to Boaz. So it's really Zaob backwards. So again, going to Kabbalah now. Now we're going into Kabbalah territory. We're not going into Bible territory. At the moment when the young neophyte was about to receive the physical light, he should also prepare himself to receive the moral light. The moral light for the word is Nika in Hebrew. Shibboleth, the word in Hebrew, has two significations: an ear of grain and a stream of water. The symbolic interpretation of each floor cloth increases in interest as we gradually advance through the field of corn by our riverside. Theo, page 174, I think that's from the Kabbalah. Shibboleth signifies water. Thus, when the Ephraimites prayed the men of the Gilead to allow them to pass over, were asked to return to pass over what? They could not answer Shibboleth, or the waters, without betraying themselves to the enemy. The word chosen by the Guillotines, I don't know how to say that word, meaning a stream of water being the object of immediately before them, as well calculated, etc., etc., etc. So basically it's just going into like some Kabbalah lore and stuff like that. So if you're coming from a Christian perspective and you want to say the Kabbalah is evil, more power to you.
Yeah.
I don't get into Kabbalah. I don't know much about Kabbalah. But the point of this is to, number one, familiarize people with the symbols of Masonry so they can identify them when they see them and not be fooled into the conspiracies out there. But number two, understand that this right here, it's not coming from a place of Satanism.
Right.
It's coming from Jewish mysticism.
Right.
Now, if this is satanic in your eyes, then it just goes to further prove my analysis of this, which is you have one body, which is God and Satan, all coming from the same, this satanic Catholic Church Satanism, which was created as the left and the right. It's a paradigm. It's a false dichotomy, and it's either church or Satanism.
The fake good.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's all the same. And it doesn't matter which hand of the beast you're in, you're still in one of the hands of the beast.
Yep.
What lays beyond the veil is the third option, the edge of the coin.
Yep.
So on that note, let's take a quick break and we will get into the third degree. And I can tell Mrs. Geo is getting tired.
I am getting a little bit tired.
I can't. Now. Yeah, I know. I know. This is long. That's why we're not going into any of the other ones.
This is interesting, though.
We'll see how the reception is of this show, because number one, I agree with you, it's very long. Number two, there's a lot of information to go through here. But I don't know how valuable it is for people out there.
I don't see Jewish mysticism as any different than the Saint Germain stuff from the Christian mysticism. You know, I think it's pretty much the same thing. It's just spoken through a different mouth and filtered through a slightly different lens. When you're talking about Jewish mysticism versus Christian mysticism.
Well, Lizelle is saying the Satanism comes from the top down, not from the bottom up. You're right, but it's still the same package.
Yeah.
That's what we're getting at. It's still the same package. We're saying break out of that package completely.
Yeah, because you're still in that
you're
paradigm.
still in that left-right paradigm. You're still in that false dichotomy. They're telling you there's two choices, God or Satan.
Right. When there's
and there's not. You don't have to play the game at all, period.
Yeah.
And we'll get to the checkerboard floor too, because if you notice, a Mason doesn't enter the checkerboard floor unless he is playing the game. But Masons sit outside of the checkerboard floor.
That's right.
And the most powerful thing that I've taken out of this is don't play on the checkerboard floor. Sit back and be the observer. I know I already played this before, but I want to play it again because it's going to have even more meaning now.
My fellow travelers, always remember to walk uprightly and circumscribe your desires as we travel upon the level of time to that undiscovered state of consciousness, traveling to the place where once obtained, no traveler returns. The place of raw consciousness which awaits us when we have passed beyond the veil.
You know, it's hard to disconnect when we've gone almost 5 hours and we're still maintaining the same amount of listeners as when we started. Like, you know, I know people come and go, but there's people who are truly interested. They just like hanging out sometimes. And I know this wasn't a typical Beyond the Veil show. We just did a show about all love just last show. And probably tomorrow night we'll do something way more uplifting and everything like that. But this is something I've really been wanting to do a show like this since 2017. And I just never did because, I don't know, I sit back and I'm at a point in my journey where I'm like, you know what, let people believe whatever they want to believe. It's fine. You know, I don't even try to argue with people anymore. I'm just like, okay, yeah, no, it's Masonic symbolism. If that's what you see, that's what you see. Just don't post it on my page. Because I don't want to be tied into that. I don't want to be tied into the profane. Right. You know?
Yeah, with the people that are misunderstanding what I do understand.
Yeah, profane means lack of spiritual knowledge. Or lack of knowledge
awareness.
Being
spiritually ignorant.
That's the definition of profane that I'm using it as, even though profane means like profanity. Yeah. But that's not the term. That's not the definition.
The Gnostic kind of term for it means the ignorant.
Yeah.
The unaware.
And we don't mean ignorant in any bad way. That's why we're doing these shows, is to make
you guys
people
the knowledge.
Less ignorant. And feel free to disagree with us. We're just reading it as it's written.
Right.
No conspiracies, no interpretations, no nothing like that. It's like, I like to read law like this too. You know, when I read law, I like to read it word for word. Mm-hmm. And, you know, the Supreme Court has come in and they've done all this case law and, you know, all kinds of stuff like that, and twisted it and turned it and done all kinds of stuff like that. And it's just like, I just want to read it just for what it is. And then I'll come up with my own interpretation of it. You come up with your own interpretation of it. And, you know, we'll figure out what it means. But I think that's what's interesting about things like this. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I mean, even the Bible, you know, really going over this has made me have a little bit of a different perspective of the Bible. I mean, if people are reading the Bible and they're getting wisdom out of it, and they're disregarding the stuff that they don't agree with, and they're keeping the wisdom, more power to them, you know, if they're interpreting it a different way, as long as it doesn't interfere or impose upon my consciousness or upon my physical space or upon any of that or anybody else's. You know, that's the thing. It's like, you know, you're free to believe whatever you want, but don't impose it on anybody else. That's the core of the message. Right. And so, you know, I hope that people have been able to find some wisdom out of this. Yeah. And, you know,
and I understand if there's people that I understand. If I didn't know that in the 1700s that Adam Weishaupt developed the quote unquote Illuminati to fight Freemasonry, because he wanted to infiltrate Freemasonry and basically corrupt it from within and twist its goals to be, instead of stability and order out of chaos, it's not really that. It's more like, let's create a bunch of chaos and then consolidate all the power and wealth after that chaos. And that's what the Illuminati, quote unquote, was doing when they infiltrated Freemasonry at the end of the 1700s, and they really screwed it up. Like they made Freemasonry look really, really, really bad, and they succeeded. They ruined it.
G-Hog, much love for the
thank you, G-Hog,
for the donation. I know we got
Very
a couple
sweet.
super chats earlier too, so thank you. I didn't get a chance to shout out the super chats because I was just too caught up in just going over this. But Lizelle, I think, she added so much value to the show. I appreciate it, Lizelle, very much. Like I said, I appreciate healthy discourse, and I don't claim to be right about everything. I'm a student and I'm a teacher at the same time, and at the core of it, I think we all are. And when we come together and share information with one another, in my opinion, that's how we truly ascend. Before we get into the third degree, I wanted to point the attention to morals and dogma, because I know Lizelle had brought that up earlier. I've got a copy of Morals and Dogma here. I'm trying to find the Lucifer references here. Morals and Dogma is all about, from what I can tell, Kabbalah and things like that. Let me see if I can find a better PDF that helps me scroll through it. But Lizelle, if you wanna put any pages into the chat that stick out to you as something that we need to really examine to have a better understanding of these texts, please, by all means, do. Any thoughts, Mrs. Gio?
I'm confused about people that have been really, really super powerful, that have been presidents and stuff like that, modern presidents that have been Freemasons, and I can't think of any. Can you?
No, we went over this earlier. There were only like 6 or 8 Freemasonic presidents, but people confuse Golden Dawn,
and things like that,
and all that. And when we go over the third
Freemasonry.
degree, you'll see the third degree Masons actually take an oath to not attend any of those.
Exactly, and that's really, really important here, because I do not say what I say on the show lightly, and I do a lot of research before I give my opinion on things that are this serious, especially when the allegations against Freemasons in general have been so serious. Well,
it's the same. I don't mean to interrupt, but it's the same as what the Christians do it all the time. They'll say tarot reading is satanic,
right? And
there's nothing about Satan involved in tarot. They say meditation is satanic. They say ayahuasca is satanic.
Right.
And it's like, somebody raised a good point though the other day. I saw a meme and somebody said, God would never approve of banning a plant. And somebody replied and said, that's the first thing God did is ban a plant. And I was like, that's actually true. The first thing was don't eat of this tree. I'm like, oh man, God did. But he or she or it, I think it's an it, contradicted itself and said, I've given you all the seed-bearing plants to use. Except for this one.
Right.
Don't use this one. I think the forbidden fruit, if anything, it was the acacia tree.
Yeah, it was. If there's, I can't think of a single thing though that, because somebody's saying they're really, really bad, talking about the Freemasons, they're really, really bad. Okay, well, what have they done? Because all these things, Project Paperclip, MK Ultra, all these projects and things like that, I can't think of a single one of them that traces back to Freemasons, except one singular study that was done on ayahuasca.
Well, you know what's
remember that?
Yeah, that is true.
That was the one thing.
Rick Strassman. His 7-year study on DMT was funded by the Scottish Rite.
That's the only connection that I've done extensive research into this, and I have not found a single instance of Freemasons being directly involved in research that is in any way connected to anything like MK Ultra related whatsoever. accept that. And that isn't even connected to that because it's a completely separate university.
You know what's interesting is Rick was one of the first interviews that we had on Beyond the Veil. And then Joe Rogan followed shortly afterwards.
Right.
Had we not interviewed Rick, we wouldn't have interviewed Dennis McKenna. We wouldn't have interviewed Edith Frexco. We wouldn't have interviewed Joe Rogan. So I didn't even see that part in his book, that it was funded by the Scottish Rite. Had I seen that back then, I wouldn't have interviewed him.
Right.
Because I would have been like, oh, he's part of the agenda, you know, all that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh my God. Yeah.
It's almost like my consciousness purposefully blinded me to that.
You to stupid facts.
Yeah.
So that you wouldn't pay attention to them.
So I went on the DMT journey myself, and then now I'm like, oh, okay, well, wait a minute. It's like the consciousness has expanded so much bigger.
Yeah.
And it's just like David Lynch said, if you have a golf ball sized consciousness, when you read a book, you'll have a golf ball sized understanding. I used that in the song Consciousness, and I remember doing Global Resistance, and I didn't know anything about consciousness, but I still did a song Consciousness. I just knew that was the next step. So back to Morals and Dogma real quick. Sorry, I'm trying to find the Lucifer references here. So Lizelle, please tell me if I'm finding them correctly here. Actually, I just had it on my screen.
George W. Bush was not a Freemason.
No, he wasn't.
He was Skull and Bones.
Skull and Bones.
All these presidents that you guys keep saying are Freemasons are not Freemasons and never have been. They were Skull and Bones. So, you know, right there, that's just one example of something that, you know, if you're not aware of the fact that these presidents were not Freemasons, they were Skull and Bones, and that Skull and Bones is what we are, what you're looking at Freemasonry for, when really it's Skull and Bones.
Yeah, it's almost like point the finger over there.
Illuminati, same thing, you know.
Illuminati's not Freemasonry either.
Exactly.
They were formed in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt.
By Adam Weishaupt.
Yeah.
And it was formed to take down the nobility of Europe. That was their whole shtick was, we're going to take down the nobility of Europe from the inside out. We're going to corrupt it from within, and we're going to, you know, send spies out. We're going to use drugs. We're going to use hookers. We're going to use all kinds of disgusting things to get control and consolidate power and control over Europe.
Yeah.
You know.
So let's go to Morals and Dogma real quick. So I'm just looking up references to Lucifer. I haven't read Morals and Dogma. I'm not that interested in Masonry. I was back in 2017 because my immediate friends were Masons, so I wanted to know a little more of what they were into. And when I heard them talking about George Soros and hey, did you just see the new Suspicious Observers, all that, I was like, hey, I resonate with these guys. They're cool guys. I just got a call from Dave the other day. It's like, hey bro, how you doing down there in Vegas, et cetera, et cetera. And they were all like, they're all anti-mask, they're all anti-vax, at least the ones that I've interacted with. So, there's something to it. Anyways, so hypocrisy is the homage that vice and wrong pay to virtue and justice. It is Satan attempting to clothe himself in angelic vesture of light. It is equally detestable in morals, politics, and religion, in the man and in the nation. To do injustice under the pretense of equity and fairness, to reprove vice in public and commit it in private. So basically what he's saying is all of these politicians, like, these conservative Christian guys who are, all passing anti-LGBT laws and all this, and then got caught with 15-year-old call boys, that kind of stuff. It's reprehensible. To pretend to be charitable opinion and then censorily condemn, to profess the principles of Masonic beneficence and close the ears to the wail of distress and cries of the suffering. He's talking about Satan. He's talking about how doing all this stuff, pretending to be charitable while at the same time, closing your ears to those who are truly in distress, to eulogize the intelligence of the people and plot to deceive and betray them by means of their ignorance and simplicity, to prate of purity and peculate of honor, and baselessly abandon a sinking cause of distress. Can you read this? Let me send it to you.
You'll need to send it to me because I can't read that from this far away.
No problem. My eyes are giving out on me, and
I can tell.
I really need to go get those glasses. So what I did is I scrolled down to I went to find and then scroll down to the word Lucifer, and it starts actually on the word hypocrisy, 63/41.
I don't know what 63-41 is.
Well, just go hit Alt, hit Control,
63-641. Okay, hypocrisy. Yeah. All right. I don't know how far you got.
Just start it over because you'll probably read it more concise than I will.
Okay. Hypocrisy is the homage that vice and wrong pay to virtue and justice. It is Satan attempting to clothe himself in the angelic vesture of light. It is equally detestable in morals, politics, and religion, in the man and in the nation, to do injustice under the pretense of equity and fairness, to reprove vice in public and commit it in private, or to pretend to charitable opinion and censoriously condemn, to profess the principles of Masonic beneficence and close the ear to the wail of distress and the cry of suffering, to eulogize the intelligence of the people and plot to deceive and betray them by means of their ignorance and simplicity, to prate of purity and peculate of honor and basely abandon a sinking cause, of disinterestedness and selling one's vote for place and power, are hypocrisies as common as they are infamous and disgraceful. To steal the livery of the court of God, to serve the devil withal, to pretend to believe in a God of mercy and a Redeemer of love, and persecute those of a different faith, to devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayers, to preach continence and wallow in lust, to inculcate humility and in pride surpass Lucifer, to pay tithe and commit the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith, to strain at a gnat and swallow a camel, to make clean the outside of the cup and platter, keeping them full within of extortion and excess, to appear outwardly righteous unto men, but within be full of hypocrisy and iniquity, is indeed to be like unto whited sepulchres, which appear beautiful outward, but are within full of bones of the dead and of all uncleanness.
So it is Satan attempting to clothe himself in angelic vesture of light. So what he's basically saying is that all these things, the hypocrisy, is Satan's biggest tool that he uses, or it uses, to act like one thing and be something completely different. So that's one reference to Lucifer that I see in Morals and Dogma. And in Pride surpass Lucifer, to pay tithe and omit the weightier matters of the law. So to me, Lucifer is the light bearer. Lucifer represents wisdom. Lucifer has been applied to the Satan character, and that comes out of a book called Paradise Lost, which was actually a work of fiction that was then taken as scriptural dogma. Paradise Lost has always been meant to be taken as fiction. It talks about a rebellion in heaven. It talks about a third of the angels, etc., etc. As a matter of fact, in one of the Super Bowl videos, I saw somebody saying, well, you know what they say about the angels, 1/3 of the heaven rebel, that's why it's 33, etc., etc. And I'm like, well, no, the Bible doesn't actually say that. That comes from Paradise Lost. Like, literally, there is nothing about that in the Bible whatsoever. It comes from a fictional poem. But despite that fact, what I'm reading here is that Pike is actually talking about Satan and his attempt to clothe himself as an angel of light, and liking this to the actions of man who go out and act as one thing and do something else behind closed doors, which is our entire government system and every politician and pastor and priest and everybody else out there. That's why we try to just be who we are all the time, no matter what. What you see is what you get with us here at Beyond the Veil, and sometimes it works to our detriment because sometimes we show too much of ourselves, and but I'd rather be real than get called out for being fake, and so even if the me being real is going to harm me to a certain degree in some people's eyes, I'd rather be real than
and
that.
appeal to the ones that like real.
yeah.
Then
So the true name of Satan, the Kabbalists say, is that of Yahweh reversed. For Satan is not a black god, but the negation of God. The devil is the personification of atheism or idolatry. So basically what he's saying is what a lot of Christians, I've heard a lot of Christians say, that the devil or that hell is the absence of God. Seems to come out of Kabbalah. That's what Pike seems to be talking about here.
Right.
I don't agree with him, but I do kind of agree with him to a certain degree. I mean, I don't like atheism because it denies your own divinity. And that's where atheism goes wrong. But again, I don't see any Lucifer worship in here. So for the initiates, this is not a person, but a force created for good, but which may serve for evil. It is the instrument of liberty or free will. They represent this force which presides over the physical all generation under the mythology and horned form of the god Pan. Pan is the little trickster god, all of that. Thence came the he-goat of the Sabbat, brother of the ancient serpent the Sabbat, and the light bearer or phosphor, of which the poets have made the false Lucifer of the legend. Gold to the eyes of the initiates is light condensed. They style the sacred number of the Kabbalah golden numbers and the moral teachings of Pythagoras his golden verses for the same reason. Mysteries of Apallius, in which an ass figures largely, we call the golden ass. There's this comedian, and he's got this whole thing, and he's like Swedish, and he says, one of the most confusing words is the word ass. And he's like, you would think it's simple, it's just a butt. But ass can have so many different meanings. Like that's a badass shirt. Now it's good all of a sudden. He goes on this whole spiel. But anyways, so, let's go to the next Lucifer references here. The apocalypse is, to those who receive the 19th degree, the apotheosis of the sublime faith, which aspires to God alone and despises all the pomps and works of Lucifer. Lucifer is the light bearer, strange and mysterious name to give the spirit of darkness. Lucifer is the son of the morning. It is he who bears the light, and it is with splendor intolerable blinds feeble, sensual, or selfish souls. Doubt it not, for traditions are full of divine revelations and inspiration is not one of age nor of creed. Plato and Philo also were inspired.
Listen to this last inclusion of Lucifer in this book, though, because this will interest you in particular. It is by his uttered word that God reveals himself to us, alone in the visible and invisible, but intellectual creation, but in our convictions, consciousness, and instincts. Hence it is that certain beliefs are universal. The conviction of all men that God is good led to a belief in a devil, the fallen Lucifer, or light bearer, Shaitan, the adversary, Ahriman and Tufan, as an attempt to explain the existence of evil and make it consistent with the infinite power, wisdom, and benevolence of God. Nothing surpasses and nothing equals, as a summary of all the doctrines of the old world, those brief words engraven by Hermes on a stone and known under the name of the Tablet of Emerald.
Interesting.
The unity.
Interesting. I didn't know he referenced the Tablets of Thoth.
The unity, the unity of being and the unity of the harmonies, ascending and descending, the progressive and proportional scale of the word, the immutable law of the equilibrium and the proportion progress of the universal analogies, the relation of the idea to the word, giving the measure of the relation between the creator and the created, the necessary mathematics of the infinite, proved by the measures of a single corner of the finite. All this is expressed by this single proposition of the great Egyptian Hierophant. What is superior is that which is inferior, and what is below is that which is above, to form the marvels of the unity.
Wow. No wonder the Freemasons were writing me and going, dude, what the fuck are you? Wow.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Emerald tablets of Thoth, even.
I mean, I stand firm that Masonry was our old Egyptian mystery schools, and they were hijacked by Yahweh and the Kabbalah and all that, and completely twisted around.
Oh yeah.
But I need to read more Pike. I mean, you know, I'm glad I didn't read it up to this point, because I came to these conclusions on my own.
Yeah.
And then hearing him echoed here. But Lizelle was pointing out Pike. I want to see, the truth is that the upper degree rites are founded in the order of Palladium, which is fundamentally satanic. It's interesting. Fundamentally satanic. How do you define? Yeah, my dad was so into Egypt stuff, Thoth and all that. Yeah, Thoth is where it's at, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
really is.
I've got the Eye of Thoth. Got you here. I mean, it's wisdom. I'm even wearing Thoth on my t-shirt today.
Yep. He's got a Thoth.
It's wisdom,
shirt.
man. That's the man.
Brotherhood of the Serpent.
Yeah.
That's where it's at, Diana.
Yeah. So cool.
I think many of us are part of the Brotherhood of the Serpent outside of this matrix.
The serpents on the other side, not to be confused with reptilians.
No,
are
not at all.
The wise ones. They're the mystics.
Yeah.
The
magicians.
The magicians. Well, they're more of the wise. I guess they would be like the logical wise ones.
We're programmer.
I think the felines are
mystic
more
programmers.
Mystic healers. You know, the love. You know the healing you get when a cat comes and purrs on you.
That's a mystical kind of love.
Yeah.
It's not a puppy love where the puppy's just all over you and slobbering all over you because they love you so much. A cat loves you, but in my opinion, a deeper and more ethereal kind of way. A cat can get through all the different layers and get down to where you're really hurting.
Some people are saying that it's false light. Could be false light. Very well could. I'm not taking that off the table.
Discernment's key.
But yes. But this is the light that I found within myself.
Right.
Before reading this. So I have to consider that.
Exactly.
The true Mason is a practical philosopher who, under religious emblems, in all ages adopted by wisdom, builds upon plans traced by nature and reason, the moral edifice of knowledge. He ought to find in the symmetrical relations of all the parts of the rational edifice the principle or rule of all of his duties, the source of all of his pleasures. He improves his moral nature, becomes a better man, and finds in the reunion of virtuous men, assembled in pure views, the means of multiplying his actions of benevolence. Masonry and philosophy, without being one and the same, have the same objective and the purpose to themselves the same end, the worship of the grand architect of the universe, acquaintance and familiarity with the wonders of nature, and the happiness of humanity attained by the constant practice of all virtues. I think it's important also to understand the word worship. It's been skewed and taken and turned around by religion again, by Christianity. Worship is, I'm bowing, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It comes from a Hebrew word, adova. Adova means to work for, and the work towards, the grand architect of the universe. I love the way that's phrased because it doesn't point to anything specific. It leaves it open to the interpretation of the reader. And we are the grand architects of the universe. We created the Matrix. We came in here to fix the Matrix. I'm not talking about me and Cherie. I'm talking about all of us.
All of us.
All of us who
tribe.
are here on this mission. We are the grand architects. We're
the creators.
We're the creators. Yeah. So I don't want to spend too much time on this, but they could be seen the primitive Christianity organized this into Masonry, the school of Pythagoras, without incongruities or absurdities. A Masonry simple and significant, in which is not necessary to torture the mind to discover reasonable interpretations. Masonry at once religious and philosophical, worthy of good citizen and enlightened philanthropist. Yeah.
Yep.
I can't argue with that.
I can't either. I really can't.
Yeah. So I love it.
I do too.
I love it.
It's beautiful. I mean, I think we're just encouraging people to embrace their own divinity. However you find that, however you get that, however that comes to you, is excellent.
MK Ultra, grand architect of the universe, is the magnetic fields. That's a great interpretation too. That's what's beautiful about this, is like everybody can interpret it however they want and whatever it means to them.
Yeah. However you find
That's what I love about the
divinity.
tablets of Thoth too, is you know, you can interpret it however because we're all on individual paths. And so we're going to see things differently. But the beauty of that is like we're all looking at an object, right? Is metaphorically. I'm here, you're here, you're here, you're here, you're here, you're here, you're here. I can't see what you're seeing. You can't see what I'm seeing, but we come together and we can all start to paint.
Describe what I'm seeing.
We can paint the whole picture together. That was great. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Lizelle, for pointing that out.
Thank you, Lizelle.
I don't know if that interpretation was incongruent with what you were referring
Trying to refer to, yeah.
But I took something completely different out of it. And I think it reflects, you know, it's a reflection. So let's get into the third degree real quick, because I know Cherie is exhausted.
Yeah.
And I'm getting there too. So the ceremony and opening, conducting the business of the lodge of the Masons, is nearly the same as the entered apprentice and the fellowcraft. It's done with the lodge being open on the degree. So, like I said at the beginning, 7 Masons are required to open up a lodge for a entered apprentice. 5 are required for fellowcraft, and 3 are required for master mason. So 3, 5, and 7 steps. You're going to hear that in the Masonic in the third degree initiation. 3, 5, and 7 steps.
Right.
So the third degree is said to be the height of ancient Freemasonry and the most sublime of all degrees in Masonry. Royal Arch is not even accepted, and is even conferred the lodge in general, well fitted with the members of the lodge and visiting brethren. The tradition account of the death, several burials, and resurrections of one of the craft, Hiram Abiff, the widow's son, as developed in conferring this degree, is very interesting. We read the Bible that Hiram Abiff was one of the head workmen employed at the building of King Solomon's temple, and other ancient writings inform us that he was an arbiter between King Solomon and Hiram, king of Tyre. But his tragical death is nowhere recorded except in the archives of Freemasonry. Not even the Bible, the writings of Josephus, nor of any of the other writings, however ancient, of which have knowledge, furnish any information respecting his death. It is very singular that a man so celebrated as Hiram Abiff was universally acknowledged as the third most distinguished man then living, and in many respects the greatest man in the world, should have passed off the stage of action in the presence of King Solomon, 3,300 grand overseers. Oh, 3,333. Interesting. And 150 workmen, and whom he spent a number of years with. King Solomon, his bosom buddy, his bosom friend, I don't know why I said bosom buddy, without any of his numerous confers even recorded or anything, etc. So compass placement in the Lodge of Master Masons, both points elevated upon the square. So this time you have the square with both points above the compass. A Master Mason lodge is styled by the craft of the Sanctum Sanctorum, or the Holy of Holies of King Solomon's temple. So it's the inner sanctum of King Solomon's temple. You can see this, Shuri, echoed in the Temple of Isis, where it's the Holy of Holies. Remember we did our ayahuasca ritual in the Holy of Holies? It's, it's the inner sanctum now that crossing into. The candidate is divested of wearing all apparel except his shirt and drawers. And if he is not latter, he is furnished with a pair of his brethren preparing him. The drawers are rolled up just above the candidate's knees. Both arms are taken out of his shirt sleeves, leaving his legs and breast bare. So now both legs are rolled up, no shirt, cable tow wrapped 3 times around the waist.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
When the candidate's prepared, the deacon takes him by the left arm, leads him up to the door of the lodge, and gives 3 loud, distinct knocks. The senior deacon, who has stationed himself at the inner door at the right of the senior warden, on hearing these raps, rises to his feet, makes the sign of a Master Mason to the master, and says, "Worshipful master, while engaged in the lawful pursuit of Masonry, there is an alarm at the inner door of our lodge."
It always starts with, "There's an alarm at the door." Yeah.
And then you can take the worshipful master if you want.
Okay.
You will attend.
It's all the same.
Like
I said, there's a lot of repetition, so it's all the same. There's an alarm at the door. Who's there? Going into all that. Brother so-and-so, regularly initiated, entered apprentice, passes the degree of fellowcraft, now wishes to receive further light in Masonry by being raised to the sublime degree of a Master Mason.
Okay, and then they have the password. By the benefit of the password, has he had a pass?
Yeah, exact same.
And it's exact same.
Yeah.
And then it goes on to Brother Gabus, who has been regularly initiated, entered apprentice, passed to the degree of fellowcraft, and now wishes to receive further light in Masonry by being raised to the sublime degree of a Master Mason.
So the ritual is repeated, but this time everything is in 3s.
Right.
So he's led around, as illustrated in this. I don't have the picture on my screen.
It is. Yeah, you do.
Which one? This one?
No, the one at the very top.
Oh, okay. Passed around the lodge 3 times this time.
Yeah.
So exact same ritual, just passed around 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
It's the knowledge and the obligation that I want to get into that I find significance in.
Okay.
So everything, all same questions.
Yep. And then I think when it starts becoming different is when it says, Brother Senior Warden, and it is the orders of the Worshipful Master that you teach this candidate to approach the east, the place of further light in Masonry, by 3 upright regular steps, his body erect at the altar before the Worshipful Master in the east, and then the Senior Warden approaches the candidate, faces him toward the east, and says, "Brother, you will step off with your left foot 1 full step and bring the heel of your right in with the hollow of your left foot. Now step off with your right foot and bring the heel of your left in the hollow of your right foot. Now step off with your left foot and bring both heels together." And I've got a picture here. It looks like a dance. It looks like
if you want to send me the
one of those dance things from the 50s that they used to put on the floor.
Oh, I've got it right here on the screen.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah. And
so this is first position, entered apprentice. You see the way the feet are positioned, fellowcraft, and then now the Master Mason makes the perfect square with his feet.
Yep.
So now it's getting
You're
to
squaring the circle.
Yeah, the sublime degree of the 3rd degree. So the candidate is now placed with both hands on the Bible, which is the due guard of a Master Mason.
The candidate is in order, worshipful, and waits your further will and pleasure. You will cause him to kneel on his naked knees, both hands resting on the Holy Bible square and compasses. Brother Gabriel, you are kneeling for the 3rd time at the altar of Masonry to take upon yourself the solemn oath of a Master Mason. I, as a master of this lodge, take pleasure, as on former occasions, in informing you that there is nothing in it which will interfere with the duty you owe to your God, your neighbor, your country, or yourself. Are you willing to take the oath? I am. You will repeat your name and say after me. I, Peter Gabe, of my own free will and there you go, of my own free will and accord in the presence. Do you want to read it or do you want
Sure.
me to?
In my own free will and accord, in the presence of Almighty God, in this worshipful lodge, erected to him and dedicated to the Holy Saint John, do hereby and hereon most solemnly, sincerely promise and swear that I'll always hail, never conceal, and never reveal any of the secrets, arts, parts, points, or points, the Master Mason's degree to any person or persons whomever accept to be a true and lawful brother of this degree, or in a regularly constituted lodge of Master Masons. Regularly constituted lodge is very important, and I want to draw attention to that because it comes up in the obligation. And this is what makes the big distinction between Skull and Bones, Golden Dawn, OTO, all these others, and Masonry itself. And if we can just get past the confusion of all that and make the separation, we might be able to really identify our adversaries, rather than lumping them all in together into one body. That it's clearly debunkable when you look at Masonry and you look at the degree work of Masonry and see that it's all about Yahweh, and then turn around and say it's Satanism. Skull and Bones, very well may be Satanism. OTO, very well, it is. It's Crowley, 100%. Golden Dawn, there's actually a VR game you can download, and it will do a whole Golden Dawn ritual for you right there. You know, it's all like little like square, like circle-headed guys and everything like that, and it's boring as hell. But you know, they have the Golden Dawn initiation out there. It's not all Masonry, and that's the point that I'm trying to get across. I further promise and swear that I will stand and abide by all laws, rules, and regulations of the Master Mason's degree and the lodge for which I hereby become a member, as far as the same shall come to my knowledge, and I will ever maintain support the Constitution. You hear that? I shall always, I shall, to my knowledge, and I will ever maintain and support the Constitution. The laws and edicts of the Grand Lodge under the same shall be holden. Further, that I will acknowledge and obey all due signs and summons sent to me from a Master Mason's lodge, or given to me by a brother of that degree, if in the length of my cable toe. Meaning that if in my obligation I'm given a summons or something from the Grand Lodge, I will do what the Grand Lodge asks me to do, which is usually show up to a meeting. This really comes into play if, let's say you're a Mason and you get arrested for drunk driving. The Grand Lodge will then summon you to Masonic court, and they'll try to figure out if they're going to kick you out of Masonry or not.
Right.
Because that would be considered
morally
against Masonry. It would be considered unmasonic conduct.
Right.
If you strike another Mason, that would be considered unmasonic conduct. Crimes of moral turpitude will get you kicked out of Masonry immediately. But there are trials that take place in Masonic court, which what they result in is your exclusion from the fraternity. They don't take you out and cut you from sternum to belly or whatever it is or anything like that, you know, but they will kick you out of Masonry if you have committed crimes of moral turpitude. So, like I said, they do background checks, they do all kinds of stuff like that. Further that, I will acknowledge and obey all due signs and summons. Further that, I will also aid and assist all poor, distressed, worthy Master Masons, their widows and their orphans, knowing them to be such, as far as their necessities may require and my ability permit, without material injury to myself or my family. Now, this is something that I practice on my own, with my friends, with my brothers. Not Masonic brothers, just my brothers in general. We recently had a friend pass away, Kev Baker, and we are helping his wife with whatever we can for as long as we can. It's an obligation that I took to my friend. Kev's not a Mason, nothing like that, but it's a principle that I found as I was researching this to be something very powerful. And it's something that I would want my friends to do if anything ever happened to me, to take care of my widow. And so we're doing the best we can to take care of his widow. And speaking of, I think we need to send her something.
Yeah, we do.
Because, I think we're a few days
We are
overdue
actually,
on doing
yes.
that. You don't have to do that right now, the second, but I know that she needs some help right now. And we raised as much money as we could for him and for his widow, and we're going to continue to give her whatever we can, just because I feel an obligation to my brothers. And it doesn't have anything to do with Masonry, but I got this principle from studying Masonry. I mean, we're talking about loyalty to your friends, true
Right.
loyalty beyond death. And I think these are very valuable things that we can implement in our lives. So, further, I will acknowledge I will assist poor, distressed, worthy Master Masons, their widows and orphans, knowing them to be as such. Further, I will keep a worthy brother Mason's secrets inviolable when communicated to and received by me as such, murder and treason excepted. They actually updated it in this text, because the original text that I read is murder and treason accepted and left to my own discretion.
Mm-hmm.
But in the cipher here, it doesn't say murder and treason accepted and left to my own discretion. It actually says just murder and treason accepted. So under no circumstances is murder and treason acceptable. I have a problem with the treason part, because I think that in 2020 we should have stood up and saved our republic, but that's
Right.
neither here nor there. That would have been considered, they are trying to consider it treason, January 6th. And it's like, no, we need to save our republic, but that's neither here nor there. But anyways, murder and treason accepted. It's very clear. I'll keep the secrets of my brothers. Murder and treason accepted.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're not living Masonically, which is if you're stealing, if you're robbing people of business, if you're doing that, all that, your brother's not going to come to you and say, hey, I just robbed this bank over here. I need you to keep this secret for me. Because that's unmasonic conduct. You'll be kicked out of Masonry, right off the bat. This is assuming that you're living in the higher frequency. Murder and treason accepted. So again, when somebody in the chat said earlier about, there's murder and this and that, et cetera, actually it's a violation of the oath. Now, there may be Masons that don't care about the oath. I totally get that, and that, I'm not excluding that. All I'm telling you is what it says in the document here. Furthermore, I will not aid nor be present at the initiation, passing, or raising of a woman, a man in his dotage, or a young man in his non-age, an atheist or a madman, or a fool, knowing them to be such. Now, this is the United States version, or the Western version. In England, they have removed the woman part, but a man in his dotage, meaning an old man that is dying, or a young man that is not of age. So, they're saying that I will not take part in any of that, because you have to be of your own free will, of your own accord, and mentally sound to be able to take the obligation, the oath. Further, that I will not sit in a clandestine made Masons, in a lodge of clandestine made Masons, nor converse on the subject of Masonry with clandestine made Masons, nor one who has been expelled or suspended from a lodge while under that sentence, knowing them to be such. So this is an important obligation here, because this says that a Mason that is a true Mason will not sit in Skull and Bones, will not sit in Golden Dawn, will not sit in OTO, will not do any of that. Now, are there some Masons that break the rules? Probably. But again, this was very powerful to me and very revealing when I read this, because the Masons that I know really stick to their principles. And they won't go to a Skull and Bone meeting. They won't go to an OTO meeting. They won't go to any of that, which is why I think it's irresponsible to lump it all into one singular group. Further, I will not cheat, wrong, or defraud a Master Mason's lodge, nor a brother of this degree, knowing, nor supplant him in any of his laughable undertakings, but will give him due timely notice that he may ward off all dangers. So basically it's saying, I will not cheat my brothers. I will not defraud my brothers. I will not laugh at them if they fall. I will not laugh at them if they fumble. I will not take joy in ridiculing them if they're down. And I will give them due and timely notice that there's danger approaching. Basically, I've got my friends back. And I will always have my friends back. And I expect others to have my back too. It's brotherhood, you know. And it's interesting because the mafia uses the same type of thing too. You know, I will not cheat a made man. I will not raise my hand against a made man. I will, always keep an eye out for a made man, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Further, I will not have any illegal carnal intercourse with a master mason's wife, his mother, his sister, or his daughter, nor suffer the same to be done by others if my power prevents it. So you're going to watch the back of your fellow brothers. You're going to not mess with their mothers, sisters, or daughters. And if you see anybody messing with them, it's your obligation to get in the way and prevent it. I think that's noble. I think we should all be doing that. Like if I see somebody messing with my friend's wife, I need to go in there and say something. Because that just creates drama where drama doesn't need to be caused. Further, I will not give the Grand Masonic word in any other manner or any other form other than which I shall receive it and in a low breath. Further, I will not give the grand hailing sign of distress except in case of most imminent danger and a just and lawful lodge or for the benefit of instruction. And if I ever should see it given, or hear the words accompanying it by a worthy brother in distress, I will fly to his relief if there is a greater probability of saving his life than losing my own. So basically, you got your friends back. You will try to save them from any danger as long as you don't put yourself in danger in the meantime. Like, I will save your life as long as there's more of a chance of me saving your life than me losing mine. So it's basically saying, don't jump in front of a bullet for somebody, but try to grab somebody and keep that bullet from hitting them. All this I solemnly and sincerely swear, and affirm in steadfast resolution to perform the same without any hesitation, mental reservation, or secret evasion of mind whatsoever, binding myself under no less penalty than that of having my body severed in two, my bowels taken from thence and burned to the ashes scattered before the four winds of heaven, that no more remembrance might be had of so vile and wicked a wretch as I would be should I ever knowingly violate this, my Master Mason's obligation. So help me God and keep me steadfast in my due performance of the same. Worshipful Master, you will detach your hand and kiss the book. I don't like all the kissing books and kneeling. I don't even like the term worshipful master, but you know, I kind of get it. Candidate, further, what do you, worshipful master, what do you most desire? Further light in Masonry. Let him receive further light in Masonry. Conductor here takes off the hoodwink and removes his cable toe and takes him around the altar and places their hand in the position of the due guard of the Master Mason. The worshipper master then gives one rap of his gavel. Brother Gabe, on receiving further light, you perceive more than you have here too. Both points of the compass are elevated on the square. The master now steps back 3 paces from the altar and says, Brother Gabe, you discover me approaching from the east under the due guard of a Master Mason, and the token further continue of my brotherly love and favor. I present you with my right hand, and with this I pass the token of a Master Mason. So the token of a Master Mason, as illustrated here, is the handshake with three knuckles. So 1, 2, 3 knuckles. But that's not the grip of a Master Mason. That is the handshake of a Master Mason. I'm surprised it didn't go into the Hiram Abiff thing, but I'll play a video of that here pretty soon. So I'm going to skip real quick to the working tools of a Master Mason, and then we'll play a couple videos and wrap it up. So, Brother Gabe, your cloth is, now a Master Mason's apron is worn right side up. No, nothing up at all. Brother Gabe, as you are clothed as a Master Mason, it is necessary that you should have the working tools of a Master Mason. The working tools of a Master Mason are the implements of all the implements of Masonry pertaining to the first and the third degrees indiscriminately, but more especially the trowel. The trowel is an instrument made use of by operative Masons to spread the cement which unites a building into one common mass. But we as free and accepted Masons are taught to make use of it for a more noble and glorious purpose of spreading the cement of brotherly love and affection, that cement which unites us all in one sacred bond, or society of friends and brothers, among whom no contention should ever exist, but that noble contention, or rather emulation, of who best can work and best agree. Brother Senior Deacon, you will now reconduct the candidate to the place from where he came and reinvest him with what he has been divested of. The conductor then leads the candidate to the center of the lodge of the altar and makes the Dugard sign of the Master Mason. And at this point is where we get into the Hiram Abiff story. So rather than telling you from the book, I will just have this video here, because this is actually pretty cool here. So you can actually see it for yourself. This is 60 minutes long, so I'm trying to find the most pertinent parts. Okay, so I'm going to be skipping through these videos here, but this is actually called Masonry Behind Closed Doors. It comes from a very Christian slant. This is a former past master who converted to Christianity, and even in this, you'll hear him say, my biggest problem with it is that the light doesn't come from Jesus, the light comes from Masonry. So
I would like to explain to you what the Word of God has to say about this apron. We read in Ephesians, the 2nd chapter, verse 8, "For by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is a gift of God, not a result of works, lest any man should boast." Also in 1 Corinthians, the 6th chapter, 11th verse, we read, "And such were some of you, but you were washed, but you were sanctified, but you were justified in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and in the Spirit of our God." In Freemasonry, if you notice with the white apron, they said by your purity of life and conduct, you will, not that you may or that you could, you will gain admission into the celestial lodge above where the Supreme Architect of the universe presides. But as a child of God, I know that the Word of God says it is only through the person of Jesus Christ that I can possibly obtain admission into the celestial lodge above. I find this is in direct conflict with the teachings of Freemasonry, which teach it's by purity of my life, not through the blood of Jesus Christ. And why am I dressed the way?
Do you hear that? It's the purity of my life, not through the blood of Jesus Christ. Oh, how vampiric that is.
Way that I am.
I'm going to try to find you the Hiram Abiff part, because that's the most interesting part.
I want the blood. Give me the blood.
The blood. The Hiram Abiff part is actually the coolest part.
Which has been, may now, or shall hereafter, be communicated to me.
Okay, that's the obligation, and then afterwards,
Resurrection attached to it.
Which has resurrection. All need comfort. We are grateful.
Sorry, bear with me while I find this for just a second. Can you keep it going for a
Take
second?
your time, because I'm not debunking. I'm separating.
Here it is.
Different groups.
I got it.
In people's minds.
I got it here.
Here we go.
Okay. So this is in my opinion, this is my favorite part, and then I can talk about the acacia also.
Remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the years draw nigh, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them. While the sun...
Right now, in this portion of the ritual of the third degree of Freemasonry, the candidate has symbolically become Hiram Abiff. His walking around the altar symbolizes his journey through life, and he's hearing scripture from the book of Ecclesiastes. In a moment, the candidate will encounter ruffians on his journey who will threaten and eventually kill him, the meaning of which will be explained later by former worshipful master, Mr. Jack Harris.
And the almond tree shall flourish, and the grasshopper shall be a burden, and desire shall fail. Because man goeth to his long home, and the mourners go about the streets. Or ever the silver cord be loosed, or the golden bowl be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the fountain, or the wheel broken at the cistern. Then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return to God who gave it.
Grand Master Hiram Abiff, I am glad to meet you thus alone. You have long promised us the secrets of a Master Mason. Behold, the temple is almost completed, and we have not yet received them. Give me the secrets of a Master Mason.
This is an unusual manner of asking. Neither is it the time nor place. Wait until the temple is finished, and then, if worthy, you will receive the secrets.
Give me the secrets of a Master Mason, or I will take your life.
I cannot. Neither can they be given except in the presence of three: Solomon, king of Israel, Hiram, king of Tyre, and myself.
Give me the secrets of a Master Mason, or I'll take your life upon this spot.
My life, but not the secrets.
Then die.
Grand Master Hiram Abiff, give me the secrets of a Master Mason.
I cannot.
This neither is satisfactory. Give me the secrets of a Master Mason, or I'll take your life.
I will not.
Give me the secrets of a Master Mason, or I'll take your life on this spot.
My life, but not the secrets.
Then die. Grand Master Hiram Abiff, give me the secrets of a Master Mason.
I cannot.
Give me the secrets of a Master Mason, or I'll take your life.
I will not.
Give me the secrets of a Master Mason, or I'll take your life on this spot.
My life, but not the secrets.
Then die. Companions, what horrid crime we had committed. We have murdered our Grand Master Hiram Abiff. What shall we do with the body? Let us take it a westerly course and bury it at the brow of a hill, dug 6 feet due east and west, and 6 feet perpendicularly, at the head of which we will plant a sprig of acacia, that the place may be here unknown.
Key there. Here we will plant a sprig of acacia, so the place may not be known, echoing again the Egyptian mythology of Osiris being planted under an acacia tree, echoing again the burning bush of Moses receiving the commandments from the acacia tree. And just as a reminder, the acacia is one of the plants that contains the most DMT in the entire species of plants that contain DMT.
West and 6 feet perpendicularly, at the head of which we will plant a sprig of acacia, that the place may be here unknown.
Let us make our escape.
Please stay with us, for after this break we will continue.
So, Mobley, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, pointed out that the acacia is also said to be the crown and thorns of Christ, too. That's actually very interesting.
I didn't know that. I thought it was different.
O Lord, my God, is there no help for the widow's son? Tell the senior grand warden, take the body by the entered apprentice's grip and see if it can be raised. Most worshipful King Solomon, the body cannot be raised by the entered apprentice grip. The skin slips from the flesh. take it by the fellowcraft grip and see if it can be raised.
For reasons already assigned, it cannot be raised by the fellowcraft grip. The flesh cleaves from the bone.
In this our extremity, what should we do?
Let's pray.
Okay, at this point, we will eliminate the prayer. At the end of the prayer, we will take the body by the strong grip of a Master Mason or the lion's paw and raise it upon the 5 points of fellowship. Brother Smith, you have now been raised to the sublime degree of Master Mason. And the word which I have just communicated is the grand Masonic word, which you promised in your obligation never to communicate except in the way and manner in which you have received it. You have been raised by the strong grip of a Master Mason or the lion's paw. And upon the 5 points of fellowship.
So you see that hand sign right there?
Mm-hmm.
That is the true handshake
Master Mason handshake.
of a Master Mason.
Yeah.
So when you see these handshakes on TV, they're not Masonic handshakes. They're just handshakes. Now you know what a Master Mason handshake looks like.
And upon the 5 points of fellowship, which are, follow me, foot to foot, knee to knee, breast to breast, hand to back, and cheek to cheek or mouth to ear. Give me the word. Which are thus explained. Foot to foot, that you will be ever ready to go on foot and out of your way to assist a worthy brother. Knee to knee, that you will remember a brother's welfare as well as your own. Breast to breast, that you will keep the secrets of a brother Master Mason when communicated to and received by you in charge as such, as inviolable as they were in his breast as they are in yours before being communicated. And hand to back, that you will be ready to stretch forth your hand and assist and save a fallen brother. And cheek to cheek or mouth to ear, that you will whisper good counsel in the ear of a brother, remind him of his error, and aid him in a reformation.
All right, after watching the legend of Hiram Abiff being displayed in the Masonic Lodge room, Jack, we all want to know, what was it that you were teaching, and what was the meaning that was given to you, and what did you pass along as the worshipful master in the lodge?
Okay, as far as the candidate is concerned, John, he was impressed with the fact that the secrets of Freemasonry, which he was going to learn and had already learned up to this point, were to be kept secret. That's the only thing that he received from that trial and tribulation he went through from the first and second ruffian into the third ruffian. Now, when he was killed symbolically and put into the canvas and then raised to represent Hiram Abiff, as far as he is concerned, he's to represent Hiram Abiff as a workman of the temple in his own life to build his spiritual temple to be pleasing to God.
Who in the world was Hiram Abiff?
Hiram Abiff in 1 Kings 7th chapter was a master builder on King Solomon's temple. Scripture does not record his death. The legend was added by Masonry in order to give it meaning for their doctrinal beliefs.
Okay, so what does killing Hiram Abiff have to do with Masonry then?
Okay, according to Freemasonry, if you remember at the door when the first program we spoke of, Albert Mackey said that the candidate is looking for the new birth. The new birth is represented here in the slaying of Hiram Abiff. But the true meaning of all that takes place is this, according to Masonic authorities. When he is hit by the first, second, and third ruffian, that represents trials and tribulations he goes through in his life. And then when he's symbolically murdered and raised up again to represent Hiram Abiff, he will then be pleasing to God and gain immortal life by obeying all the teachings of Freemasonry along his path of life, from manhood to old age.
This is what you actually taught in the lodge.
This is what we actually taught. Now, we have a book here put out by the most contemporary writer in Freemasonry today. His name is Alan Roberts. And he says in the first chapter, Let There Be Light, you have entered a new world. Symbolically and spiritually, you have been reborn. This started the moment you were prepared to become a Freemason. As you progress in Masonic knowledge, your vision will broaden. You will become more vitally alive than ever before. You will become more aware of your fellow men, your family, your church, and your country. Your whole philosophy of life will become richer. This will take place, but only if you become Masonically educated. So according to Freemasonry, all that Hiram Abiff went through deals with his being born again into the teachings of Freemasonry, which we have shown from previous broadcasts, deal with his own efforts preparing his temple according to his teachings, not according to the Word of God, to prepare him for eternal life.
Okay. What do Masonic authorities, and what did you teach in the lodge concerning what was the state after all that had taken place? Now, what has he achieved by becoming a Master Mason?
By becoming a Master Mason, he is now as much as a Mason as he ever will be. All other degrees of Masonry, of Scottish and York Rite, are actually side degrees. They're not really elevations in knowledge and wisdom. They just continue the story that he went through in the first 3 degrees. But in the very beginning, in 1717, when these degrees were first put together and formulated, there were only 3 degrees plus the Royal Arch degree. There was no other degrees in Freemasonry.
Okay, how many years did you teach this in the lodge?
11 years.
Okay. One day, you were watching Christian television, and you heard the gospel for the first time. You knelt down and invited the Lord Jesus Christ to come into your life.
There it is.
Hold on. Okay, this is... Okay, so first of all, let me send this link to Jessica because I told her I would in the chat. There's a whole series. It's like, 10 different videos. But it's funny because he goes, so one day you were watching Christian TV and you knelt down and you heard the gospel. Now, wait a second. They just read out of the New Testament right at the beginning of this.
Right.
Like literally, they read right out of the beginning of this.
Eventually kill him.
And he's like,
it's the first time I'd ever been exposed to the Bible.
First time I've ever been exposed to the Bible was when I was watching Christian TV. This is why I'm saying you got to be careful with these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Because they're like, it's all like, just money-making schemes.
They're like used car salesmen.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
They really are.
There's been so many of these Christian writers who claim to have died, who have done this, who have done that, claim to be former Satanists, and all kinds of stuff like that.
Drug abusing criminals.
Yeah. And it's just like
they smoke pot twice.
You can they smoke pot twice.
While they were away at Christian college.
I mean, we just went through all the degree, the 3 degrees, and you're telling me as a former worshipful master, which realistically everybody in Masonry will become a worshipful master at one point or another. If you're active enough in the lodge.
Yeah.
You start out as a deacon, or not deacon,
like a deputy or something.
Yeah, you start out, I don't remember what it is. Senior, it's the guy that carries the flag and does the prayer and all that.
Flag guy.
And then you become the chaplain, and then you become the junior deacon, and then the senior deacon, and then the junior warden, and the senior warden, and then worshipful master, and you're voted in,
Yeah,
and everybody kind of takes turns, So everybody will be a past master. There's nothing really special about being a worshipful master. As a matter of fact, it's a pain in the ass for a lot of people.
Yeah,
because it's a lot of work. The second most hated position is secretary.
Yeah,
because you got to do all the fucking paperwork. But I mean, there's nothing really that special about it. And like everybody's a fucking past master in Masonry if they are active in lodges. But you're telling me that the first time you heard the word of God was on Christian TV after being in Masonry for so long and having the Bible in the middle of the lodge in every single meeting that you attended?
And what kind of person watches Christian television when they're not already like a diehard Christian?
Yeah.
Really? I was high as a kite one day and I decided to watch some Christian television.
That's funny. D. Ocean said, but did he inhale? That's the thing. I heard the Bible, but I didn't inhale until I saw Christian television. And then I just got on my knees I said, oxygen. Oh, Lord, my God, I've been wrong. Is there no help for the
black sheep?
For the wretch that I am, the sinner that I am. So I know this has been a long show. I hope it's been informative. I just want to leave you with, we're not promoting Freemasonry at all. We're just telling the truth about what's what. It's not as sexy. It's not as glamorous as the conspiracies. The conspiracies are so much more fun. They definitely are. They did steal a lot from our Egyptian gnosis. It's very clear. The Kabbalah did as well. It's the Osirian tales. It's all of that. And they took it and they put a Yahweh spin to it. And then Yahweh divides so much.
Yeah, he does.
That, they take the Gnostic stuff and then they twist it. And then they're like, nope, let's divide this and divide this. I mean, look,
split it up.
You want to see division? Okay. How many denominations of Christianity
exist?
You want to talk about division? Let's look at division here. In the United States alone, more than 200 Christian denominations.
Damn.
In the U.S. alone. Why? Why? Isn't everybody talking the same God? How many religions on earth? There's over 4,000 recognized religions.
Wow.
Somebody's got to be wrong.
Well, a lot of people are probably wrong. Only one person can really be totally right.
Enki. Like Monte said in the chat. Enki.
Nice.
All the way.
Yep, 100%.
I already talked about the devil horns in a previous broadcast, but I'll just, for the sake of inclusion here, what does the devil horn hand sign mean? The signs of the horns hand gestures used in criminal gang subcultures to indicate membership with Mara Sol.
What?
Yeah.
Marisol?
The devil horns. That's the first thing you get, which I'm actually kind of surprised.
Yeah,
because
that's weird.
It means rock on, but realistically, there's a word for it. I don't remember the word for it, but devil horns. Ward off evil.
Yeah, it's supposed to ward off the evil eye.
It's used to ward off the evil eye. It's known in Italy as the Malaccio, but it's also Buddhist too. All right, I can show you exactly where it is. It's on my Facebook. Takes a while. Here's one. Here's a little meme for you guys. The look I get when somebody says that they're vegetarian, and some of the vegetarians got mad. And that's the guy from Pink Floyd going, if you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? I'm such a clown.
If you don't eat your meat.
In Soviet Russia, Ukraine invades you.
That's bad.
All right. No, I got the devil horns here. And for the sake of inclusion, I do want to include that because misconceptions. I just want to clear them up. Where is it? Man, I posted a lot on Facebook. Maybe I deleted it. I might have. But anyways, there's a Buddha. Here, we'll just type this in. Buddha, devil, horns. There. Satanism.
Uh-oh.
The mark of the beast.
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
The evil Buddha.
The evil Buddha.
Peace and prosperity because of Lucifer.
Uh-huh.
You hear that all the time from the Christians. Like you're living a good life and like everything's like going great.
You're a happy person.
Well, the devil blesses you too.
Well, the devil blesses you too.
It's like, okay, cool. Whatever.
Well, I mean, it's always whatever they say it is, right? Like if you are suffering and you're penniless on the street, well, God's always with you, and he knows that you're so strong, and he's testing you. He's testing your faith, and if you're doing great, oh well, God is blessing you. Everything's always because of God, or everything's always good, even though God's not doing anything to help you.
La Ficia le Corna.
However they say
That's
it
what
is.
I was thinking of. La Ficia le Corna. Italian words off the evil eye. It also means I love you. Here, this is probably better.
Yeah, this means I love you.
I love you
Because
in sign language.
I and then
Devil
the
horns
love,
for
and
either rock on
you.
or ward off evil or what other context? As above, so below. You know.
Well, that's this.
Yeah.
You know, with the other ones going down and these going up.
Somebody blocked me on Facebook.
That's as above.
Because
So
I was like,
below.
I do the devil horns all the time. And they're like, oh my God, you're part of them. You're deceiving everybody. And I'm like, no,
You're one of them.
I know what it means. You know,
It's a struggle.
I know what it means.
Kill it.
Illuminati, you'll never take control. You can take my heartbeat, but you can't take my soul. I'm like, no, you can't take my heartbeat either, dude.
Yeah, you can't have anything from
Like,
me.
you can't have anything for me. Sorry.
You're not taking shit from me.
There's so much more to go over.
2020 took too much.
So much more to go over. But yeah, here's the thing. You know, if I didn't have these ciphers, then I wouldn't... I would question what I'm reading in Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor, but I have these ciphers, and these ciphers are accurate with Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor. We didn't even get into Scottish Rite, which we may on another show, but I can tell you a little bit about this. You know, why don't you read a little bit of this, if you don't mind, from the Masonic Scottish Rite passport.
Well, it says...
it won't get you through TSA.
Welcome. This commemorative passport is a record of your journey through Scottish Rite Masonry. We encourage you to experience all the degrees presented by the Valley of
Here, let me read it.
Spokane.
I can tell.
To maintain a record of your accomplishments in this passport. When you've experienced a passport degree, have the corresponding pages validated. When you have seen each degree and proper validations have been affixed, you may present this passport to the Valley of Spokane Secretary. The Secretary will certify that you have seen the degrees and will submit the completed passport to the Sovereign Grand Inspector General for Washington. You will receive recognition for your achievement. The moral and ethical lessons of the Scottish Rite degrees
Sweetie,
are best...
I don't think you need to say Spokane, because now you're like kind of like...
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know, like
Here.
I just talked about having friends in Spokane, and you know, now they're like, oh, let's see.
Well, that's the area.
We can figure out who gave him this.
It's the general area.
Who's he been hanging out with? Who watches Suspicious Observers? He's probably the one that gave it to him.
I'm
God
sorry,
damn it.
baby. I thought that was... I thought you already said it.
No. Obviously a friend of mine gave me this from Spokane.
Yeah.
They came to visit recently. So, you know, the fourth degree is the secret master. The fourth degree teaches that a man is not fit to commence the ascent towards the heights on which truth sits enthroned without first appreciating and embracing the value of truth itself and of virtue. It teaches of duty, your mission as a Mason to serve your fellows, your country, and mankind, and the 9 great Masonic virtues built upon the 3 great pillars of wisdom, strength, and beauty. They are truthfulness, endurance, independence, justice, mercy, equity, silence, devotion, and attainment. In this degree, you are given the key to the self-knowledge and your feet, and set firmly upon the path which leads there and the way to achieve the goal pointed out. 5th degree is the perfect master. The 5th degree commemorates and recognizes the funeral ceremonies of our GMHA, Grand Master Hiram Abiff, and in so doing, teaches the sobering lesson of death. We are admonished that death may take us at any moment, and that life is fleeting. We do not have time to tarry by the wayside. As well, we have a duty to our family and our loved ones to see that our affairs are in order, and those whom we love are well taken care of when we depart this life. The 6th degree is the confidential secretary. In the 6th degree, we discover that Solomon, Hiram of Tyre, in private discussion. In the course of the discussion, Solomon's friend Zabud is thought to be eavesdropping and threatened with punishment. In the drama that follows, you will be taught that the excellence of... would you mind reading through it?
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time
Tell me
seeing
what
I'm
part.
having a hard time seeing it. If you can just go through all the degrees, they're all pretty short. They're one paragraph each.
Okay. In the 6th degree, we discover Solomon and Hiram of Tyre in a private discussion. In the course of the discussion, Solomon's friend Zebud is thought to be eavesdropping and threatened with punishment. In the drama that follows, you will be taught the excellence of disinterestedness and generosity, that it is the duty of every true Mason to heal dissensions and differences, and to restore peace, concord, and harmony among men. You are taught the necessity of good faith, fidelity, self-sacrifice, and generosity. You are shown the value of self-control, of never rushing to judgment, and the value of true friendship. In the 7th degree, King Solomon's temple is under construction. A dispute among workers arises that requires arbitration. The degree teaches you to be just, without which no man is fit to be free. Above all else, the degree teaches reverence and administration of the law with justice, equity, and impartiality. It teaches that it is an unjust man who assumes powers that are not his own, and that justice and uprightness alone can unlock the mysteries contained in the higher degrees.
Here, baby. I can
enabling your advance toward perfection.
I can read the rest. I got a flashlight.
Let
me see.
Well, I've got.
No, I got it. It's good. Okay, so the 8th degree, intendant on building. The performance of the work, whatever it is important. When dealing with those with whom you work, always practice the rules of benevolence and charity. Never deal harshly with those you employ or with those you labor. You will not make false, unjust, or unreasonable claims against them. Aid him and his family, recognizing all mankind as your brothers. Capital and labor must not be adversarial, but complementary and respectful. They must cooperate to produce harmony. The 9th degree is the Elu of 9, and the 10th degree is the Elu of 15. The ensuing 3 degrees continue the tale of the Hiramic legend of the 3rd degree. Based on an old French rituals, they portray the discovery... Oh, Scottish Rite is French, by the way. It's not actually Scottish. Which are seen as symbols of vice. In these degrees, you become pledged to the cause of true freedom of the people, as distinguished from the mob and populace.
I wonder if that has anything to do with the whole Holy Grail coming to France and the whole south of France being connected to Mary.
Oh, that's interesting.
I wonder if that has
Paris
anything
means
to do
place
with
of Isis.
Par Isis, yeah.
Yeah. The 11th degree, continuing the tale of the 9th and 10th degrees, the 11th dramatizes the capture, trials, and fates of the 3 assassins of Hiram the Builder. We are particularly reminded that revenge is ultimately met out by the hand of God, though we must pursue evil to its deepest recesses in our efforts to defeat it. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, this is so in line with the things we've been talking about. What did I just say on the last show? Like, I was talking about how, like, just let karma deal with things. Don't go out seeking revenge or anything like that. Let karma deal with it. It's basically saying the same thing, except for they're using the word God instead of karma. The 12th degree is the master architect. The ceremonies of this degree are brief, but its significance is profound. Here you are taught that the symbolic meaning of the master architect's tools, the most important of which instruct us to solve the great problems presented by the universe, to know and understand the lofty truths of philosophy, and to communicate it freely to others, particularly by our actions. Oh my God.
I know it's hard to read.
Oh my God. Well, no, this is just like, it's embedded in my soul.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do I, at the risk of revealing some of our own little issues, what do I always tell you? I'm like, sweetie, your words are not, your words can be whatever. It's your actions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about your words. I care about your actions whenever we get into argument. And I try to do the same thing too. I try to, rather than say I'm sorry, I'm this, I'm that, I try to instead show with my actions how much I love you.
Aww.
I say I love you all the time, but I try to show with my actions how much I love you. And that's what I've always, I'm like totally about that. So only the best and the wisest in us and among us should rule. For if any other, the low and the ignoble, like I guess unnoble,
Ignoble,
will presume and soon prevail, if the righteous of us don't step up to the plate.
Mm-hmm.
The Royal Ark of Solomon is the 13th degree. This degree, together with the 14th, represents the capstone of the Lodge of Perfection and culminates with your descent to the floor to the 9th vault, where you saw, without knowing it, the lost word and the great symbol of Freemasonry. The 14th degree is the most profound in philosophical truth as presented as axioms, without being discussed, inciting you to pursue studies into their meaning on your own. You will be put in possession of the lost word and pointed in the direction towards the application of this newfound knowledge. You are consecrated to truth and more deeply bound to your brethren, the fraternity, and the ideas it hopes to promulgate. And then we get into the 15th to the 18th degrees here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the Rose Crew. Not Rosicrucian, it's Rose Crew. I don't know if you can see that there.
Rose Croix.
Rose Croix, okay. So, the 15th degree.
That's the Rosy Cross.
The Knight of the East. This degree opens up the ruins of the Temple of Perfection that you believed so secure in the previous degree. It is the ruin and must be built again. It teaches that there are a great law of ebb and flow in nature. The full moon begins to wane the moment it reaches fullness. By example, nature teaches us that perfection is not static state, but an ongoing process, and a process of gradual and cyclical progression towards greater perfection. This process requires unceasing work, effort, and diligence on the part of every individual, lest he stray, for whatever reason, from truth or from what is right. The 16th is the Prince of Jerusalem. This degree continues the lessons of the 15th degree, with a particular emphasis on the belief that God aids those who pursue a good work, are faithful, and the impartiality of justice are again demonstrated to you, while being shown how difficult it is to rebuild the Temple of Liberty once it has been overthrown. Oh shit. We're living that right now. It teaches you how difficult it is to rebuild the Temple of Liberty once it has been overthrown. Look at what's happened in 2020. We gave up our liberty. Look how difficult it is to rebuild the Temple of Liberty after it's been overthrown. The 17th degree, the Knight of the East and the West. In the first section of the degree, you will witness a confrontation between King Herod II and John the Baptist, which results in shameful murder of the latter. The second section borrows symbolism from St. John's apocalyptic vision of the end times. Used metaphorically, we see the self-weary of unprofitable speculation and barren of diseased logic and of empty and soulless forms setting out in search of true light, and that shall give a true peace. Number 18 is the Night Rose Crew. How do you say that?
Rosicroix.
Rosicroix, okay. This degree has long held a special place of honor. The degree both reveals and conceals one of the greatest secrets of alchemy and unfolds the knowledge required preparatorily to receive the royal secret. In this, you will be given the true word and offered a solution that the great paradox of good and evil. It sheds light upon the way to understand and reconcile of opposites, a requirement of equilibrium, taking you into balance. This is going into the Scottish Rite here. These are the quote unquote higher degrees of Masonry. The Council of Kobosh. There it is up on the screen for you. And this is Kobosh, yeah.
Yeah.
The 19th through the 30th degree. The Grand Pontiff. The council degrees exemplify various philosophical and religious traditions, as well as order of knighthood, as embodying principles and ideas promulgate, I'm not saying that right, by our right. Promulgate by our right. This degree particularly shows how the great moral principles inculcated in the preceding degrees lead up to their application in various schools of religion, philosophy, philosophical, and civil thought. Number 20, the Master of Symbolic Lodge. The lesson in this degree includes the abnegation to make your life count. You are introduced to the great lawgivers, men who have learned great truths and devoted their lives to the betterment of all mankind. You are given advanced teachings on how one should conduct oneself in dealing with your fellow man. In all ways, maintain dignity, listen patiently, weigh all things deliberately and dispassionately, and decide impartially. Basically, separate your emotions from your decision-making. Think strategically and weigh everything and deliberate everything from a third-person perspective. Total beyond the veil stuff. Live knowing that you represent the fraternity at all times. Or in this case, in the beyond the veil case, live knowing that you represent organic consciousness at all times.
Right. You're a representative of all of us. Yeah.
The 21. No cheat of Persian night. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Hold on. It's okay. No, Noahite or
Okay.
Prussian night. Noahite.
You guys are getting secret stuff here. Like, this is stuff that's only given to people in the Scottish Rite. In medieval Germany, the Holy Roman emperors were unable to efficiently control their lands, and federal warfare brought increased disorder. To help control the lawlessness, there emerged in Westphalia, near the end of the 12th century, an extra-legal but efficient criminal tribunal called the Vehmgericht, or the Holy Vem. 22. Knight of the Royal Axe, or Prince Libianus. Idleness is a deadly deterrence to advancement. Life is a process of never-ending refinement, resulting ultimately in the achievement and perfection. Toil the effort we expend to reach a goal to the force which drives us to that perfection. There is always another lesson to be learned, always a new vista or horizon opening before us. And if we apply ourselves as our own life depended on it, both as individuals and as society, there is no limit to the heights that we may climb. Wow. Wow. I've never read this. This is the first time I'm reading it.
Yeah, and it's almost like word for word what we say here on the show.
Chief of the Tabernacle. You are to be consecrated to the service. I've never had access to the Scottish Rite stuff. This is the first time.
I know, that's crazy.
Yeah. You are to be consecrated to the service of the children of light. Ooh.
The children of light.
The children of light. And as we read in Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor, he alluded to the tablet. No. It was Morals and Dogma. He alluded to the tablets of Thoth.
And the tablets of Thoth.
This seems to be an alludement to the tablets of Thoth and the children of light.
Mm-hmm.
You are consecrated to the service of the children of light and shown the tabernacle in the wilderness, which we are told is symbolic of the universe. In the eyes of the ancients, man was considered a microcosm or reflection of the universe, hence the Hermetic dictum, as above, so below. We drag upon it allegorically to represent the establishment of a rebuilt mind and character according to the plan as laid out on the trestle board of life by God. Those pieces that we were showing earlier were called trestle boards. I just couldn't remember the names for them. We might break down the trestle boards in another show. Degree number 24, the Prince of the Tabernacle. Can you read that?
The Prince of the Tabernacle?
Yeah, I know. I'm just wondering if you can see it. Because if you can see it, the audience
kind
can
of.
see it. Okay.
It's there's a glare.
The degree illustrates the common features of some of the world's major religions, the unity of thought that exists in all faiths, binding all mankind as one family, in search for divine truth. The object of Masonry is social unity by the alliance of reason and faith. However, men may differ in their private beliefs. There can be but one true origin of all things. There can be one true creator. This fact alone makes all men brothers. So basically, regardless of what you believe, we can have different perspectives, but at the end of the day, we're all brothers and sisters.
Yep.
Degree number 25, the Knight of Brazen Serpent. This degree introduces you to Sufi teachings. Oh, interesting.
Ooh, that is interesting.
And traditions, and gives us clue on how this esoteric branch of Islam might help overcome the difficulties encouraged in our attempts to advance as novitiates in the mysteries. That's interesting. I didn't know Islam played a little role in this too.
Oh yeah.
That's actually pretty fascinating, considering that it starts out very Yahweh based. But realistically, it's Judaism.
It's Judeo-Christian.
And the roots of Islam, as I said at the very beginning of the show, are indeed Judaism. And so everything comes from that. Degree number 26, Prince of Mercy, or Scottish Trinitarian. This is the third and final of the novitiate of the Mysteries degree, in which you will represent one of the faithful and elect. The early Christian mysteries are introduced, and some of their ideas are expounded upon, as were the early Hebrew mysteries in the 24th and the Islamic mysteries in the 25th degrees. Their grades were purified, initiation, and accomplishment or perfection. Wow, this is deep. Number 27. I'm really vibing with this because it seems to be bridging a lot of unseemably bridgeable ideas, and anything that unites, in my opinion, is beautiful.
Yeah, especially when it's able to unite such two groups that oppose each other so heavily and viciously in such a dramatic way in the 3D reality. When those two groups can realize, the ones that are after the higher consciousness, they can let all the rest of the stuff kind of fall to the wayside. What really matters is higher consciousness and expanding your consciousness and helping your fellow brethren to do the same, no matter what religion they just happen to be.
I've always said, take wisdom where you find wisdom. Sean Stryker said something interesting. The New World Order wants Chrislam as one world religion.
Yeah, Chrislam.
Yeah.
Christianity here,
I get
Islam
blamed
over there.
for everything. I get blamed for geomancy, geopolitics, geoengineering.
Yep.
Geometry.
That's funny.
Chrislam. Now they have a website called ChristGeo.com.
ChristGeo.com.
I'm the fucking center
Hilarious.
point of everything.
that one's funny.
I'm the world's scapegoat.
Aw.
27, Knight of the Sun or Prince Adept. Oh, Tony made a nice comment. You were a shill. Wow, man.
Okay.
That's just so insightful. I mean, that's just like, that's
the
probably
Pulitzer right there.
That is the most insightful comment that I've read all night from the chat room. I mean, you must be a really, really, really deep thinker. Like, wow. How you are a shill. I mean, that is just that's poetry. That's poetry. I mean, this guy, he's going to go down in history as Socrates. I mean, we're going to remember the name Tony Johnson for centuries. I mean, our children's are going to be talking about it. I mean, that was, you need to make a banner of that. Like, that needs to be on T-shirts. Like, whole ad campaigns. Do Facebook campaigns about that, Just put those words out. You are a shill. I mean, wow. I mean, I've never heard such gripping words in my life. All right. Degree 27, Knight of the Sun or Prince Adept. This third degree will instruct you in the nature of symbolism. It will show you what symbols are and how to read them. Symbols are used because many abstract philosophical and profound truths and realizations cannot be expressed by words alone. Interesting. Or you can read the truther websites. They're also just as... or no, check out Tony's website. I mean, he's probably got all the symbols already all figured out and everything all right there.
Mm-hmm.
Number 28, Knight Commander of the Temple. This is the first of the 3 chivalric degrees. I like chivalry. I think we need to resurrect chivalry. Having made yourself familiar with some of the great truths common to some of the world's greatest religions, and firm in what you have learned in the degrees up to this point, you assume the vows of knighthood and take up arms against injustice, falsehoods, and oppressions. The 5 excellent qualities of knighthood are humility, temperance, chastity, generosity, and honor, and also not to mention going on YouTube and calling people shills.
Mm-hmm.
That's, wow, Tony's just right on point, man. It's just, damn, dude, you were just freaking killing it.
It's pretty funny.
I'm sorry. We're sitting here reading like some deep stuff and like really
you're
fucking secret esoteric stuff.
And he's like, you're shill. Here's some other stuff, but I just got rid of it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Like having fun with them. All right. I shouldn't laugh though. I really shouldn't. So 29, Scottish Knight of St. Andrew. Here in the second of the Chivalric Degrees, you learn a new value of humanity, patience, and self-denial. The necessity of a probationary period alludes to the time required for new knowledge to be analyzed and processed, and its application in daily life discovered. The idea is put forth as we believed in the time of the great chivalric orders that illumination could be achieved by knightly and heroic virtues. Very interesting. We talk about similar ideas. You have to take time to process your ayahuasca experiences. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you have to take a little bit of time off. You've got to really understand the gnosis
of calling people shills.
Of calling people shills. Yeah. I mean, that's, you really meditate on those ideas.
I knew you were going to go there with it. I might as well do it myself.
This is going to be a running joke. Tony, you just made yourself a running joke on this show for a while now.
Yep.
39th Kadosh. 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 What is that?
Kadosh.
The degree is the capstone of your experience in the Council of Kadosh, and you will here assume your 3rd degree of knighthood. You will here discover that you may not ascend any higher in your knowledge of the mysteries until you have overcome the dread of death.
Oh, see, there you go.
Oh,
that's your last thing that you're afraid of.
Dude, that's exactly what I've been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, in order to escape the matrix, you have to overcome your fear of death. Not only overcome the fear of death, but also understand the illusionary nature of the matrix itself. We must all overcome what we fear the most in order to fully cross this threshold of self-knowledge, even as death is the gateway to the personal knowledge of God. For the 3rd and final time, your resolve is to proceed is thoroughly tested. And you know what? We were all tested in 2020. 2020 was the weighing of the heart ceremony. And I'm so proud of each and every one of you that passed that test. You're here in 2022. No vacation, no mask, no fear, fear. Yeah. That's the thing. For me personally, I stood true in my gnosis and in my convictions, and I was not willing to give up my freedom. I was not willing to give up my liberty. I'm not going to go get a jab for any reason whatsoever. I will die to stand for my freedom and for my and for my liberty. And the thing is, we didn't have to. All we needed to do is just stand firm and they backed off. There's many out there that didn't. Tony's probably one of them.
Yep, probably.
It sounds like he has 3 boosters.
Yep, he got all 3.
Working on his 4th.
Yep.
31. The Inspector Inquisitor. That's in Squid Game, isn't it? Inspector Royale. The 31st degree. The degree represents an allegorical representation of the final judgment, common to many world religions. It is portrayed within the context of ancient Egyptian mythology. Oh, beautiful! It is the weighing of the heart ceremony. Oh my God! The weighing of the heart ceremony. Like I said, we've all been going through in 2020. And which shared many similarities with Judeo-Christian religions. As in other degrees of Masonry, you are instructed to look beyond the mere symbol and discover for yourself what you can learn from the lesson presented. Oh, shit. You must look beyond the symbol and learn from the lesson presented. Many people failed, but I see 227 of them that have passed, and many more who are going to be listening to the archive. Like I said, you guys and gals out there are the true Illuminati. You really are. Don't give these fuckers that title. Don't. Reclaim it. Reclaim our symbols. Reclaim our gnosis. Reclaim our rightful titles. They're not illuminated. Not by any means. 32nd, Master of the Royal Secret. All of the preceding instructions, admonitions, and the initiatory rites of the previous degrees have been to prepare you for this degree and enable you to comprehend the royal secret and the holy doctrine. You are at the point where the road of life diverges. Make your decision now and mark well your actions. And it doesn't have anything about the 32nd degree in it. But I'll tell you what the end of this book is. It's finding the divinity within yourself. I know that for a fact.
Yep, that's what that whole journey is about. Finding the divinity within. Discovering that the reason why they have the requirement that you believe in a deity is because you need to at least be able to have the framework to be able to accept the fact that you are the creator.
Well, and not only that, but understand what being divine means.
Right.
It's not flooding the world. It's not killing and raping and pillaging and all of that.
Yeah.
It's about being empathetic to others, empathetic to those with a lower consciousness.
Right.
And ultimately, the ability to write "You are a shill" in YouTube comments.
Wow. Wow, that makes me just...
I haven't reached that degree yet.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully, one day, eventually, we'll get to that point.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I do. I don't mean to poke fun. I really don't. I don't want to make anybody feel bad. But it's you know, it's... We put the truth out as it is. And that's the best. Mm-hmm. Like, disagree with me, please. Give me a reason. Like, you know, I disagree because of this.
Let's have some discourse.
You know.
But you're a shill.
You got me.
Ouch.
I'm actually shilling for the globalists. I don't want anybody out there to take a vacation because the vacation is so good for you.
You're doing a really crappy job.
It's got vitamins. It's got vitamins. It's going to heal you. You need to get 3 or 4.
If your job is shilling for the globalists,
you got to protect yourself from the zombie virus here. Like, you know, no, you're right. You're right.
If your job is working for the globalists, you're doing a really shit job. Because everything is not going their way.
That's true.
Because of us.
All right.
Because of our people.
Thank you guys and gals for hanging out with us. I know it's been a long show, going over 6 hours, but we covered a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that this is helpful to some people. And yeah, you know, at the very least, you understand Masonic symbolism a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even know, you know, after doing this for 6 hours, I don't even, what does it even matter? You know, let people call it out. Well, this is Masonic symbolism. This is Masonic symbolism.
Well, you know, at least the people that are going to benefit from the information are going to be able to hold their own a lot better whenever they're getting into discussions about what Freemasonry is.
It's true.
You know,
it's true.
They'll be able to have a lot more information to go off of. And I think a lot of people learn things that they didn't know. They legit didn't know. I think a lot of people thought that a lot more presidents were actually Freemasons than there were. And they were confusing Skull and Bones with Freemasonry. I think we put to bed a lot of rumors and help people understand what Freemasonry is actually about at the heart of it, the spiritual heart of it.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not saying that anybody should rush out and go join.
Oh no, not at all.
I'm just saying, let's just see things for what they are.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
So, kiss the one you love right now. You never know the last time is going to be. I'll tell you this: the things that I took out of it the most is love each other, stand up for each other, speak your truth, know when to be silent, think about things all the way through, use discernment, look out for your brothers and sisters, be loyal to your friends, take care of not only your friends, but the loved ones who are left behind when one of your friends passes away. And it's all about family, la familia, you know, like they say in Italy. And be a good person and use whatever tools you need to divest yourself of the negativity in your life and bring out the best version that you can possibly be. I could have probably wrapped it up in 5 minutes if it wasn't for all the confusion out there. But you know, gotta shill.
Yep, you gotta do that shilling.
Gotta shill for the truth. Kiss the one you love right now. You never know the last time it's going to be. Congratulations to Diana. She just got engaged.
Oh, congratulations, Diana.
I offended her a little bit. Her boyfriend has a picture of a car on his profile, and I go, "Oh, you got engaged to a car. Congratulations!"
Oh, that was mean.
It's much lower maintenance costs.
That was mean.
I wish I would have done the same thing.
I told him that was mean.
I didn't realize it was mean. I was just being a joke. You know, I'm a clown.
Yeah, I know, but he was teasing. Just to let you know, he was just teasing.
I was teasing. I apologized. I apologized.
That's good.
I should have married my car. It was a lower maintenance fees and
much
more reliable.
Much more reliable. Yep.
I'm just kidding. You are the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Aww.
Yeah.
So are you.
You're my twin.
You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I know that for sure.
You're my twin.
You're my twin too.
Yeah. All right.
I love you.
And my tribe is my tribe. So kiss the one you love right now. You never know the last time it's going to be. Thanks for hanging out with us for so long, and we'll see you even further.
Beyond the veil.
Love you.